setup with the bushwhack, rev up the epicenter, get in. Miro not really having many options to get out of this and does not have any backup nearby.
No, unless they mess up their chain stun somehow and he's able to TP in between it. That's probably the only way that Miro is able to play his way out of this one. In the meantime, too, Falcons are pressuring mid. They have a pipe already finished up on Amar, so damage for BBT is a bit limited.
See Miro. Yep. He's gonna try and juke around.
Oh, W!
I mean, he's still going.
They're gonna get him. It's a little sloppy, but a kill's a kill.
Don't need the burrow trick save. Let's find the Hex on Amar, but Amar has 2,000 HP with a fire.
Yeah, Amar's like, I'll go in. Save, he turns with a quick stun. But yeah, Amar very much showing right now, there's not a lot that he's scared of.
He looks pretty unkillable unless he gets like Doom and Fingered.
It's not looking
feels
good
like,
at all.
Especially if he has an Omni Knight behind him. This build is going to be very valuable versus the majority of magic damage that BBT has early on. GPK does have the Gleipnir finish. Level 2 Wrath of Nature is online. So let's see if he can make more active stuff happen. And if they want to make more active stuff happen.
His mid prophets never have any fucking impact, man.
No, that's true. I mean, does GPK want to look to fight, or do you think he wants to look to continue to farm and get the BKB before he starts?
Congrats, you're top network. We're going to blink in and die.
I think the BKBs are going to be pretty necessary versus
Keep
the
in.
Sanking and Primal. I mean, even versus the Lina, it's a lot of magic. It's a lot of just mixed hybrid damage on the side of Falcon, so they might actually have to wait for that. But do you really want to give so much time is the question. I think as we said, as the panel said, as everybody kind of knows throughout this year, you want to give time to Falcons. You want to be the ones aggressing and putting pressure on them. Lion save is close to a Blink Dagger, so that's actually pretty impressive with like how passive the kind of game state has been. So perhaps with that as well, they're going to be able to make another aggressive move.
Yeah, between the Finger Burst and the Doom, I mean, it's not necessarily a guaranteed kill on a lot of these targets because they have so high HP.
And also, Malrine does have a shield. So even if they throw, let's say, a Doom onto him, if he pops the shield rune
Oh, not again.
Could be problematic for him as well.
He's so
Heroes
dead.
shows himself for a second, they're going aggro.
He's going to look for the setup, but Malrine's coming in with the follow-up. Miro once again not going to have anybody around to save him as Falcons pick up another freebie across the map.
They're getting so much.
Come on, you dumb cunt. Can he stop feeding?
Just tough for BBT to make aggressive moves, and yeah, it does feel like it's probably going to have to get those BKBs online. I think Saika, you have to accelerate your BKB. We've seen a lot of these Wind Rangers. As the tournament progressed, it was straight Gleipnir most of the time, but I think the team started to recognize you need to go BKB a little earlier. But he's still not that close either. Those 3 deaths really slowing him down. Nonton Tokyo.
He's pretty deep here. So testing the vision of Falcons.
Oh, at this point they can't fight without.
Gonna see him, they don't quite get the opening.
Nope. This guy.
BKBs.
Marine's still able to blink in and try and body
Quick
block him
BKB
off.
for now.
Toronto Tokyo is out at leaps. And that will mean that he is still very dead despite the initial spells missing from Falcons. It doesn't matter at this point. They can kill these heroes regardless.
Just limited moves. BBT, it's going to have to be waiting for BKB.
Save.
It does feel like it. Save's going to go for a pick.
The opening.
There's an Omni here.
Backups. Whoa. Okay.
Uh-oh.
That happens to the best of us.
I don't think they had him anyway. And now GPK. Uh-oh.
I mean, that's what Save will tell you. Is that we weren't going to
Just
get
call
him
it.
anyway.
Go
Well,
home.
Oh, no.
It doesn't look great, folks.
Things are crumbling quick, Owen.
They are first game out here on the main stage,
Call it.
and it may be getting to PvT.
You're not worthy to be TI winners.
It does feel like it's 3-15. I mean, after the first 5 minutes, right? That was them doing.
Again, if he even hits that, then what? They still die.
Miro spotted bottom. Amar, he's on him.
He is. Let's see if Miro's got a way to play out of this. This time he might be able to escape.
But they also lose Toronto Tokyo. There's just action everywhere.
Miro
Doom
has
comes
to
out.
down the Doom. Snakey's going to be here with a backup. Can they at least kill Amar?
Nope.
They can't. Not even with the 3th, then they have to fall back.
This is rough.
Yeah, Amar
this
knows
is
it
real
well.
rough.
He's ready to start throwing some tips out. This game is looking incredibly difficult for BB team to hold on in.
Yeah, and Amar, they talked about the Primal Beast. It's something that Malrine has played the majority of their games. I know even at the last tournament, when they picked Primal, they actually had them swap, and they played different roles. So
here we go. Maybe
he's
Okay. Don't even have damage. He's got 2 kills. Oh my, he's...
He has a Solar Crest.
See what he wants to do. How many buttons he wants to press whilst he makes them sort of spend a lot of time. They can't even kill him. They can't even get him close to dead.
Oh, and this game is completely fallen out of control. They get GPK as well. Talkers
over.
a Bloodstone on Malrine. Top
Call it.
numbers.
This is embarrassing.
They can't even kill the 5 position. Sometimes Falcons, they sacrifice their 5s, their supports, etc. This game, they don't even have to sacrifice them. They're just running away with everything.
And this has got to feel rough for them. You've got to imagine, right? You've been there yourself. When you're on stage, a game happens like this. This
Fuck,
is
been
your
on the
first game out
stage.
there.
Oh, the good old days.
How are you kind of getting the team morale back together after beginning this rough?
It's a good question, especially when you're playing versus your kryptonite of the entire year. You come into this one with an idea, with a plan.
Oh, come on, man.
Buy more cosmetics, Toronto,
please.
please.
6 minutes, 7 minutes.
Here we go.
They're gonna smoke again.
See what they can get here. Jump onto the side. Save's going to be there with a hex.
Okay. Missed the stun.
They'll get the kill. They'll be able
Okay.
Malrine, he's healing.
Bloodstone heal indeed. It's keeping him alive. He's over with the bar.
Oh my GG.
They're going to get GPK as well. Triple kill.
Holy shit, was been destroyed.
I don't think they can kill any other of these heroes on Falcons.
It doesn't feel
Where's
like,
the
I think
banter,
at the
guys?
timings Malrine's hit.
Banter.
He's got Lightstone Veil, and of course he gets the most OP neutral item he could have possibly got for the scenario too.
My
The
goodness.
Vampire Fangs. He just sustains through it all. He's up to full HP. Level 18. Oh boy.
We'll see it again.
Nice.
A little sort of split efforts at the beginning on who to go on.
They just don't have the damage at this point. I mean, Malrine, look, he's just soaking all but 3 targets beating on him with the Solar Flare active.
I mean, that's the thing. I feel like GPK TPing in there just gave Marine more units to lifesteal off.
Perhaps.
He wasn't doing any damage.
Oh boy. We've seen Doom struggle in quite a bit of these games, especially
Big
in this road
Doom
to TI,
does
but now-
nothing. Big
I mean,
mid
it's not
NP
Mero's
does
fault in
nothing.
particular, but the whole lineup in general is just kind of crumbling. 4 to 21, they're going to lose their Tormentor too.
Yeah, Falcons just taking everything across the map. And it's going to take some sort of comeback. Like I feel we just don't really see from BB team at this point to turn this one around. It's going to have to be something completely. A complete surprise, something we've never seen before from them. Because right now, everything is looking up for Falcons.
Because even when now at this point, the fact that the game has gotten so one-sided, when they get these BKBs, yeah, they'll be a little more survivable, but we've seen they just have no damage, and more of these auras are coming out. Primal Beast, we see Amar, he's got the Crimson.
Oh, Beast!
Toronto Tokyo's desperate.
Oh my god. Jesus, that was a goal.
Takes his chance, they get out. Toronto, Tokyo, he's just trying to get some sort of
They're cutting
vision.
waves.
Getting something out on the map, but they kill him again.
They've got no control of the map whatsoever. Like, everyone's just trying to, like, suicide lanes a little bit, but it kind of just is that at this point, this suiciding. 0 and 8 on Toronto, Tokyo. And I don't think yet this game, I've seen them been able to catch any, like, arrow setups with the shackle shot or with the sprout or anything. I mean, I know the game accelerated quickly after those first 7 minutes, but they just aren't landing any type of synergy spells, while Falcons,
Arena's too
it is
good.
landing nicely. And now pushing this tier 2, Amar dropping the flags. And they bought themselves a gem. So on top of already having complete control of the map, now they're looking to take out the little vision that BBT did have. So smooth sailing, it feels like now for Falcons, unless they make some type of crucial mistakes.
I mean, this is the thing as well. I feel like their lineup is pretty resistant to mistakes, right? They've got a lot of auras online, they've got a lot of frontline, they've got a lot of ways to dive high ground, they've got a lot of save from snaking. It feels like even the high ground push for this lineup on Falcons is still a point where it's going to be so difficult for BB team to punish.
I look at the HP on these heroes, right? Like, yeah, Malrine doesn't look as tanky because it's only 2200 HP, but he's got 30 armor, he's got that insane sustain that comes out, they've got an Omni behind. They're all very durable at this point, and BBT's damage, it just hasn't really increased too much. As we said, survivability's up, the BKB's up on 2 of the cores, actually about to be up on the 3rd core as well from Miero, but will that be enough damage for them to go through? Just doesn't feel like it.
Eski can't die, all they need to do, man.
And who do you even look to go for?
It's going to be
when they're sort
impossible.
of holding the defense against the 5-man
Tanking's
push.
going to blink ult
If you're
in.
Miro, who are you jumping in and looking as a key Doom target?
At this point, who knows? You probably want the Sanking, but then you have to be careful of the Omni, so maybe some simultaneous initiation while the Omni sees controls, but at this point now, Snaking's just tanky, so you have to keep him controlled the whole time because you're not going to kill him. So I don't know, Owen, because you're also playing into Aegis, it's just complications everywhere.
Yeah, Mar's going to start working on a Lotus as well to throw another sort of problem into the mix here for BB team.
Yeah, they're already
Pay
ahead of the steps
taxes?
that they need to
Not
worry about
really.
like, getting these Lincolns and Lotus. They can start doing it if they'd like to, but and there's some pretty crazy levels to point out as well. Malrine, we talking about how flawless his game has been on the Sanking. Level 20 at 24 minutes is pretty crazy. That has to be one of the highest XPs I think I've seen in this tournament.
And there we go with the push. BB team, they've got to do something now. Smoke up's there.
Who do you go for?
Here we
They
go.
gotta go for some type
GG
of crazy
in
wrap
20
around the
seconds.
positioning. It's already been given up.
They're going to try.
Malrine's already in his spot.
GG in 20
to watch the
seconds.
smoke.
Can they make some sort of jump that catches Falcons by surprise? Save.
10
In
seconds.
the way, they'll get the vision set up. The smoke will dispel here. Save's going to jump straight
Okay.
over the Snake.
Oh no.
They kill him though. Malrine is in with a counter play. The 2-man
5, 4,
Guardian.
3, 2, 1, 0.
This one was not
Holy
even
shit.
close, it felt like. You know, we talked up BBT's early game, talked how sometimes they can get these advantages early on. That didn't
Ooh,
happen.
damn. Actually,
R-worded. It
R-worded.
feels like a bit for them as Falcons comes in.
Mind control
Very
as an
prepared
admin.
today.
Oh, they really
That's
do.
a W.
What a way to start their show here on the main stage, Falcons. And yeah, BB team, I mean, not just a loss, but a rough loss as well. We're going into a series in which, you know, this next game too, they've just never been able to win that in a best of 3. They've never been able to take a series against Falcons. In this next game,
You can
they're
bet
gonna
his
have to do
life
something
savings on
seemingly,
Falcons.
statistically, it's been impossible for them.
They've got to kick it up a lot more. And, you know, I had a little bit of a question. Is Malrine going to feel the pressure of the main stage? No, he did not. He dominated. And BBT, they definitely felt a bit of that pressure. Let's see what they can do afterwards.
Never
Absolutely.
forget
What a
mind
show
control
from Falcons,
falling.
I should say. Malrine on his Sand King. Damn. Well, we're going to pass you back over to the panel, see what they have to say about that game 1 stomp.
Yeah, I don't think he felt the nerves at all for the main stage. If anything,
Quick
he felt the
relax.
energy on the main
Quick
stage
react,
and
that's it.
channeled it into a amazing performance on his Sand King and leading his team to victory. Falcons 1 game up against BB team here in the lower bracket of the international. Let's discuss how this came to be, because we pointed out some issues that BB team might have during this game. And I want to start, Effie. We said it was going to get really difficult for them to shut down the Lina.
And it didn't even have to get to the point where Lina became this unstoppable force within Falcons, because the plan that BB team crafted around their draft of we're just going to use our Furion's global presence, we're going to run down the Lina with Scorched Earth plus Lion, we're going to do that over and over again until she has in the game. They didn't even execute that better than Falcons did. This here was the key play in the game. Falcons brought all of their heroes, including Skeeter on Lina, through that twin gate. They brought the numbers and they just overwhelmed BB team here. You do lose your Lina, who already had a rough game prior to this point, but that's the beautiful thing about Falcons. Skeeter does not care if he's sacrificed for the greater good of the team. He doesn't mind dying 2, 3, 4 times, so long as the rest of his team can get an advantage.
We did mention the differences between 2 carries, Saika, aka Nightfall, and Skeeter. Like the twin gate usage that you mentioned, he's always so active, and we can see some of the uncharacteristic mistakes here from Save, the nerves, something that this team always has problem with when they're playing on the big stage, but that also, like, nothing went wrong for them except the first 5 minutes of the game where they had 2k gold lead and then turned it into pretty much a feeding fest. 13-minute smoke from BB team, blink on doom, finger ready. They smoke in a different part of the map. Bottom part, they're behind Saika, who already died 3 times. They're like, we gotta help him out, we gotta find something. They don't find a single kill, so they go back to the top lane. They get the kill there, but I believe that was their last kill in the game.
I mean, I think BB, their last pick was just, you know, atrocious for what they needed. They picked Windrunner, they're picking a carry that's going to be doing the same itemization as the Nature's Prophet. The Nature's Prophet already wasn't really able to play onto the map because you're not going to go TP to a Primal Beast lane, you're going to die there. You're not playing into the Sand
more
King,
Nature's
you've got
Prophet
Sandstorm,
mid.
you can't really push the tower.
Stinks.
And then top lane, there wasn't really many opportunities after the start of the game to go there again. So it's like, you need your carry to either, you know, crush the offlane, crush Amar, don't allow him to be confident, or just farm and scale and not do it. But yeah, Falcons, they read this and they punished it constantly. 0-5-1
If I
on
was
the
Prophet, I
winner.
probably would have won that
Mallory
game, yeah.
popping off
I could
13
carry
on
that
the Sand King. Like, they identified that BB
pretty easily.
had no map to play, had no moves to make, and like, sure, Nature's Prophet can be aggressive, but not into these heroes from Falcons.
Yeah, we even saw Falcons make 2-man smokes. The second Malrine on that Sand King gets his Blink Dagger, boom, 2-man smoke, him and crit. Who's the hero they find? The carry, Wind Ranger, behind the tier 2. They go for that play. Who on the side of BB team can mirror a play like that? Are we going to see 2-man smokes coming out of Lion plus Nature's Prophet? That isn't happening because your Nature's Prophet is farming, playing recovery. Your Doom is playing on a very long cooldown, and the other support in Mirana fallen out of favor from position 5 for a reason. It just does not provide that much map play without maybe 2 other heroes. So BB team, I think they are their own worst enemies because they BKB TP'd their draft basically with that Wind Ranger pick. They had so many options they could have gone for. They could have countered the Primal Beast with the clock, run the Mirana as a carry. They could have last picked a mid laner, run the Furion as a safe laner, and tried to counter Primal from the mid lane. But instead, they go for Wind Ranger.
Yeah, there's not a lot more to add. I will say, though, this Sand King was overall first picked in this draft, and I know there's flex potential, so we don't know if it's going to go on the off lane or if it's going to go mid, but I felt the cost that this was a Sand King that regardless of where he went, he did not feel countered at all, or would you contribute that to Malreen's style of play?
It's also about the matchup. This Nature's Prophet in the mid, he doesn't really do much to the Sand King, because
What
he does is he just pushes out the waves, and he's also farming the jungle at the same time, while Nature's Prophet can't really do that. Also, if you leave the lane, he's going to push your tower as well with the catapult timing. Sand King, this has to be one of the most farmed Sand Kings I've seen.
Yeah, by far.
Yeah, I also want to point out the itemization from Amar on the Primal. He goes for Pipe, which is a funny item to get when you're looking at a core of Wind Ranger, Furion, and Doom who does pure damage. But he identified that they don't have damage outside of the supports, which were Lion and Mirana. Most of the early game damage was coming out of the Starfall, coming out of the Finger of Death, coming out of Scorched Earth potentially. And he just countered that with a Pipe, which looked really funny versus that mid and that carry, but it did a great job.
It did do a fantastic job leading Falcons to be one game up. As we prepare for game number 2, we are gonna see what Slacks and Tsunami are up to right now.
Hard.
Hello, Copenhagen! How we doing out there, fam? Yes, it is early in the morning, but we thought we would celebrate some of these fam in here. In fact, we wanted to find a 5-stack for you here today.
That's right. We just saw an exceptional display of team play from the Falcons, and we wanted to see if that could be replicated here in the crowd. So we found ourselves
He's Danish.
a 5-stack.
Oh my God, it
gentleman.
looks so Danish.
We're so happy to have you in our presence because we want to see if you can match what Falcons have been able to give you, because we got Falcons to actually sign a little handful of Nature's Prophet antlers.
That's right, they signed them. This is just for you. Are you a big Falcons fan?
Yeah, of course.
Name 3 players.
Coach.
Snaking, Skeeter, Crit.
Yeah, okay, that works. All right,
He's
real
a
Falcons fan.
believer. All right.
Now, I also don't believe that they're a 5-stack, but
Don't break the fourth wall.
I'm breaking it. Do you know any of these people's names?
No.
Are you animals?
Spoken.
This
like
lie.
on.
You stupid. The classic
player,
Dane.
Because are you not a carry player?
I'm a +1 player.
All
Plus
right.
one player. He doesn't need to know the rest of his team.
Absolutely, I agree. Give him the Skeeter. Give him the Skeeter.
You have the
Oh,
Skeeter.
I
Give
have
him
the
the
Skeeter.
Skeeter.
Here's your Skeeter. You are just as attentive as the real Skeeter. Thank you so much.
Now, who's the real 5 position around here? Of course, the most courteous of them all, my friend. Now, when you're out here trying to support these people who don't even know your name, what's your position? You handle it okay?
Yeah, I don't know, but I keep buying the wards, and the best update for me was that wards became free.
Yeah.
Free couriers also, no flying couriers. So you've been playing Dota for a while, right?
Yeah, for about, since Dota 1, actually.
Let's go! And that
W.
you very well earn yourself a snaking antler. Can you pick that one out of the bottom of my hands?
That's the dependable player.
Exactly.
Well done, the dependable one. All right, which one of you is the asshole? I got ATF here. You. All right, fantastic. What's your name, sir?
What?
Huh? What do you play?
I play mostly Slaughter and a little bit of Moise. Post free.
Oh, a position?
Post free.
Oh, of course. Yeah, there you go. Enjoy, asshole.
He fits right in.
All right, fantastic.
All right, now which one of you is the quiet type? Because I'm looking for a crit. I'm looking for a forward position.
Oh.
It's gotta be you. Now, you said that you were advocating for Falcons. You know their names. So where are you rooting for crit? How long have you been watching crit and all of competitive Dota?
Well, since Crit played on OG.
Oh.
Big
You
fan.
broke.
And Danish Viking, of course.
Any love for Danish Dota in the crowd, my friends? We're in Copenhagen. Have yourself a crit
Boo.
antler then.
we
Enjoy.
go.
Makes Chinese
And the
Dota
last
great
one that
again.
You have.
That's right.
Go back.
I couldn't make it out. Oh, wait.
You
I stole
you
the
dog.
Yeah, that's a snake. King.
My bad. Wait. Here, I traded back.
Give us that back.
Trying to
You
be
don't
eliminated
deserve that.
today.
Listen, Malreen writes like as young as he is. So,
That's
I
right.
mean,
That's
he-
some brain.
That guy's on
right
copium.
there. That's
who's,
intense.
who's the mid laner?
Guy right there. Are
The
you the
mid
mid
laner.
laner, sir? Name a mid lane hero that you play.
Puck.
Okay, he's a mid laner. Give it to him. Fantastic.
Enjoy, my friend. Enjoy.
And we
Last
do have one more. We have Owie 2000. Oh, you're a coach.
Yell coached him.
All right, we're just lying all over the place. I'll give that to you. Why not? Fantastic. Thank you so much. The crowd is hyped. Gentlemen, enjoy your side, antlers.
I have one last question.
Oh, a question. Go ahead.
Yeah. So I was wondering, when does OG play?
Oh, that's very funny. That's very good. Enjoy those DMs from Seb, sir, for the rest of the day. And
Actually, I
we'll
love you.
Thank you so much, everybody. Back to you, Shiver.
Oh, I think it got to do with the energy that Thompson and Crits bring to this year's international as former OG players. But Crits doing very well here in this first game. We also have a little bit of a change up in the panel right now as Lacoste has taken exit to make space for none other than Gunnar. Hey Gunnar, how you doing?
Hello. I'm doing good.
I am sorry to see you here on the panel and not playing, but I'm also very happy to see you here on the panel.
And
Yeah, it was really fun to watch that first game.
Who?
I thought Beppu was one of the really fast teams, and then watching Falcons kind of just crush them in this 8-minute team fight was really nice to watch. No bias.
No bias at all from the panel. Why do you think it is that BB Team consistently have never been able to take a series off of Falcons? What is the big thing that makes it incapable for them?
I think Beppu is a little static with team, BB team.
it gets better.
And, Falcons usually brings their heroes a lot more than they do, using the gates. Like Skeeter loves using gates. And BB team doesn't really use them that much, so I think when they got outnumbered in that one really big fight, once you're behind first Falcons, they keep running at you and pressuring you, and they don't really give you any space.
And you feel that maybe game number 2, BB Team has got different things in mind because you know the squad very well. So do you feel like they can bounce back?
Yeah, I think it was kind of hero related. They picked Doom, which hasn't been doing good this tournament. And I think giving away Sand King to Falcons is kind of their bread and butter. They play it only on mid. They don't really do this offlane, and I think they also picked, assuming it was an offlane Sand King with the Windrunner. So I wasn't really too big of a fan of how the draft played out for them.
Yeah, it did not play out very well. So let's focus our attention on this upcoming game number 2 because TGov changes are needed. And you mentioned earlier that we know that the BB team has never taken a series off of Falcons, but we do know that they have tied in series, and that normally it is game 2 where BB team takes that tie.
Yeah, for sure. And I think this is one of those moments where they are going to have to look at, you said the Doom, like, this is not a hero that Falcons would rush towards. They failed against 100 picking Doom.
Pero
This could have easily been a series, but the hero could have got ignored. But they rushed for it, and I kind of feel like when you have players like Amar, Ramses, ATF, like these type of offlaners with the greed, put them on the greed that plays into the map in the first 20. Doom's a little bit more static, where it's like, I want to farm my Midas or my Aura, and then sure you get a blink in like the difficult games, but there were so many different options in this draft. And I think they got a little bit too excited to rush towards what was available rather than the bigger picture. And if they don't do that in the second draft, then I think they'll have a much better chance at least taking the fight to them.
Yeah, a lot of teams gravitate towards Doom versus Sand King because his Doom is a Bloodstone counter, which is one of Sand King's big power spikes, but that just hasn't played out this TI. And the reason why is when you're looking at Doom, this is a very high cooldown ultimate. He doesn't provide like a blink stun the way that Sand King does, or Centaur potentially. So when you end up playing into Sand King, you think that you counter him, but map play, Sand King completely counters Doom because he's not playing on the same cooldowns. He's not dependent on Epicenter to get kills or run around the map with his supports. We saw Malrine constantly running around with his 2 supports, whereas Miro could only make a play like, what, every 2 minutes? And that really was why, after the early game went so abysmally for BB team, they just had no means of coming back into the game.
Yeah, I always think calling GG before any racks are down is definitely a pretty bad sign. But we'll see if they have a chance here to force out a third game to this series. It is up to game number 2 for BB team to attempt that as the players will take the stage once more. We're heading closer and closer to that draft, and I wonder, we're probably also going to see a difference in pick order in terms of BB team being maybe first pick this time around versus second pick. And
20-minute breaks
how
between
big of a
games.
difference do you feel
20-minute
first pick and
drafts.
second pick are at the moment?
I think it definitely depends on team. Not a lot of the mids at this tournament really are doing the cheese picks. Like, there's not much Huskar, there's not really the Dazzle. So I feel like second pick has lost some value in terms of this 24 pick. And the 18, and even having the first pick, means a lot. The bans are kind of limited, even in the first phase. There feels like there's so many when there's 7 bans between the 2 teams, but you're always getting something. You're getting some crazy support. The teams that value Doom get Doom. And it kind of ends up that you just pick a really good hero, you pick stable lane, you get 18 pick, which is always going to be really good. and there's so many worrying heroes. I think Puck is this really scary hero on 18 that people have to ban. They can't ban anything else, so I would prefer first pick for either of the teams.
The thing with first pick as well is you have 2 bans as well when you enter the next phase, and then your opponent, they have to instantly counter your first pick, and they have then 1 ban to try and fix everything. So it's like if you pick one hero incorrectly.
Come on, bye. Oh my god.
Now
Bye,
suddenly
please.
Your first pick team has 4 heroes with the last pick that Gunn is mentioning, and that's the foundation of your entire draft. Like, first pick can dictate so much if they, throw in a curveball or they just pressure their opponent with, the better first pick overall.
And when the meta becomes more limited in terms of hero pool, like Gunnar was mentioning, cheese picks on 24, it feels a little bit different when second pick is around, but we're not seeing those, and the hero pool feels more limited in this meta, where the 24 picks can't be as strong as they used to. Like, we've seen some 24 pick trolls, we've seen some 24 pick, in this case, Wind Ranger, but none of these heroes have enough oomph to carry them through the draft. I do think
Bring back
an
an epileptic kid.
BB team were in a position to counterpick that primal on 24, and they just went for the most stable, boring option, which was their biggest problem.
Yeah, I think they entered game 1 thinking, okay, let's not try and go too far outside of the box, and that unfortunately isn't what's going to help you, progress further. And it goes back to the Tundra series, right? They're in a position, they need a last pick off lane, they're looking towards Ramses, what you want, he goes for a Night Stalker. Like, we don't see this hero at all, has many weaknesses, but that's like the statement you need to make. And yeah, BB had a very good opportunity to make that statement in their, their debut to the main stage here, but yeah.
God, he's so gay. There's nothing wrong with it, of course.
A little bit too much comfort as we see the man of the match,
Nothing wrong with that.
Malrine, showing off his lucky charm with Hello Kitty there. And to be honest, for Falcons, it feels very smooth. We talk a lot about what BB team should change in game number 2. But Gunnar, in the winning position that Falcons are, do you feel like they are looking at something different for game number 2? Because it just felt almost too easy.
Not so much. I think they stick to their formula, which the way I see for Falcons is Maureen is going to be playing an aggressive hero that can go in. Every time they get Sanging, they pick it. Skeeter's going to be a hero that has a really strong nuke or a stun, so they can take the gate. He always buys Arcane Boots if you watch his games, and he wants to keep fighting with his team. He'll play like Troll, Lina, Wind, stuff like that he can go. Amar is just anything that's strong for the game, and then the supports just kind of fill in the little holes. Like, usually Crit's an aggressive hero, and they got everything they wanted in that draft, and I think they're going to keep doing the same thing every single game until someone proves that it doesn't work.
And the issue is, BB, they only have a single game to try and react to that.
Yep.
So it's easy for us to go, they need this or that, but it's like,
Come on!
Miero, needs to play the offlaner that fights
What the hell is going on?
I think their mid lane matchup, honestly, Sign
The
King
break
needs
is
to get
longer than
better,
the
because all of
storm.
Malrine's heroes, you can at least maybe think of a counter. Sign King feels a little bit too generic. Like, we even saw in that game, he was able to just grab the creep wave before they met, Sandstorm
He's trying
to
to
the side. So Sign
make
King
holes
defends
and
pretty much any
cheat.
matchup. Like, if Malrine has this type of mid hero, you'll never
Emoji
have BPK in
angry.
that
Oh,
mid
they started.
advantage. I think if you can have a mid advantage, that can then break Falcons
Win.
just a little bit.
Yeah, we're going to find out what heroes the teams have in store for each other as we're getting ready for the draft of Game 2.
BB Team versus Falcons. Game 2.
And the roles have indeed reversed, where we have BB team on the Dire this time around, and they get first
no
pick.
tusk.
Falcons will therefore be reacting as second pick with that overall last pick. In terms of the bans coming out, we still have Falcons prioritizing that Invoker, removing him from the pool. Keeping in mind that Batrider and Monkey King were first phase banned previous game.
Why should a
The
demon?
Tusk and Kunkka also are banned. Sand King as the key hero if he's still in.
Snaga really that
Yeah,
broken?
Sand King should be something that BB team are looking at, but this is something that every time I watch them,
Didn't Shen have Giga win
I
rate?
just feel like they lack the confidence to do something new when it counts. We talked about Tusk having an 88%
Okay, I
win
get to
rate
play
from the
Mirana
first
again.
pick,
I bought
and they have first pick.
$500
They are
mount.
not the Tusk themselves. They don't even try to
I wanted
decide
to
it for
play the
themselves and
mount.
go back to their doom that already lost. They are unable to break their formula under pressure, and I think that just might be their bane this tournament.
I think to bring up the Doom,
40%
something
win
that
rate.
Falcons did, Amar specifically, he instead of going Midas in their series versus Tundra, he was going a different build. He was going Drums into Blink. And in the second game versus Tundra was really close. I think that the Doom it was not his fault at all. He was owning pretty much the whole game. And so if they're going to pick the Doom, I would honestly prefer he goes his faster build, no Midas. you can use the drums off cooldown. You can sell it because of the new facet.
W haircut.
You just kind of play this
I don't
aggressive
think anyone has a
hero
better
that is really
haircut
tanky and walks
than
in.
Malorine. It's a W.
And you know, we're saying it during game 1, but Doom thrives when the team wants to play quicker for Doom to follow, like you were mentioning. And I think if the game stabilizes, where Nightfall or Psycho, sorry, is hitting his creeps in safe lane, GPK's recovering, that's when Dooms just lose games. It's like 41% win rate so far at tier. Like, you need to be aggressive. You need to play a quick, utilize the advantages. And that's why I think the Lion pick did a lot of work, right? Like, they got the first blood in the laning phase. Like, Lion sets up the Doom for success, but it's the carry, the 5, the mid that really has to fix the problems that Doom faces right now.
That's true. I think Nature's Prophet mid with Doom does not correct for a lot of his issues. He doesn't have that skirmishy ability to blink stun to take fights when he's down, and then you're just entirely dependent on Doom being your playmaker through his ultimate ability, which is a formula that will not work. So I just want to see some Storm Spirit, I want to see some Invoker, I want to see some GPK hero come out here that isn't a Nature's Prophet.
Yeah, you did mention 2 heroes that previous game were already banned by the time second phase comes round. So I'm wondering if Falcons is going to put the same priority on banning out Storm Spirit, or if there are more heroes that BB Team can go for to make sure that they get a playmaker like that. We got Luna removed from the pool. Keep in mind for Falcons, this Mirana is incredibly flexible. We have not seen them play it yet on Skeeter or Snaking, but we know both of them can play it. The only Mirana we've seen from
Well, like
Falcons
Jelly,
so
that
far
Toronto won like
was
10
in
times
the
more money than
hands
him at
of
TI.
Crit.
You're stating something as to like surprising.
As well.
Who's not jealous about someone winning tons of money?
Solar Flare, and it's not fixed onto a
Good
core
comment.
hero. I think it helps.
Is there anyone
Mirana
not
is
jealous
very
here?
strong, but
Of someone
you're
playing a
very
video game
always
making
chasing that next
millions.
item to pack a punch in the fight. And if your 4 player can pull it off, like Crit, like Saxa, then yeah.
You got us, Ostalin. You get us all.
I think the big thing with Mirana, specifically between the 2 roles, is that when you pick her and you get a really nice range carry, later in the
but your
draft,
point is
you just put her at
irrelevant
4. And then if
to
you
the
don't, you
point.
can still just put her as carry. So we've seen like really cool.
Anyone who
carry heroes
spends
like,
$500 on a
Warzone
mount
the
should
other
be
day with
shot in the
Mirana
head,
4, you can just kind of
dead.
pick, and it forces the other team to have to ban Luna's, Lina's, Wind Rangers, stuff like that because of how strong.
Whether
they
you're
are as a
poor or
combo.
rich.
And now simplify the game further. There's a DK that keeps up the flexibility. Falcons love this combination of heroes throughout the entire season so far. And DK, hit stun. Me Mirana, me Arrow, hit stun as well. Keep it, yeah. Textbook stuff.
And it enables Falcons to do similar things that they did last game, which is 2-man smokes, the ability to playmake without bringing their entire game after the laning stage is over, which BB Team just didn't have. They had a Mirana playing with a Furion and Alliance support, so their ability to enable it through the support role did not exist. Now the flex for
But like Karis doing $500 an hour on lollies, he's doing for stream content, though, in case you didn't know.
Yep. The big thing for BB Team
Messi, W.
He's very strong when he sits either in the mid or the safe lane, gets to do everything, even hit the mid tower, as a lot of the Dragon Knights do. So they take the Snapfire, the ultimate is a really good tool of magic damage to kill the Dragon Knight. I think even something like a Timbersaw later in the draft has been good. I know some of the teams even run Timbersaw 4 specifically. I don't know if that's a BB Team special, but just these heroes that actually have enough damage to chew through Dragon Knight in the early game, and even scaling damage is always good for Sim.
It also helps that I think DK players have shifted to the armlet build a lot more. We've seen some players go for Midas, some players just skip armlet, but you farm so quickly, you're so tanky that if you have only forms of cheap damage, then even if you are trying to kill him, one armlet toggle and he disengages and your entire move has been broken. But going down the line of killing tanky heroes, you pick up the Elder Titan with the Aura, try and put as much damage potential onto the DK as possible.
Yeah, this Aura is going to do a lot in terms of
Look at
amplifying
it.
Mortimer's Kisses, Scorched Earth in the
God.
fights, but physically it doesn't do that much to DK. What it does set up for, though, is a really nice ranged carry here on 18 for BB Team.
The Centaur Hoodwink has prevented the potential Morphling from BB a little bit, because that lane is so potent, you can't then get the free Morphling pick, get the Kanda to get buffed up by the ET Spirit. It complicates BB just a tad more.
Yeah, Centaur's an amazing offlaner kind of to prevent range carries. Range carries really struggle, especially like the Wind. She can never really kill him. He buys Blade Mail, so it makes his pick a little hard for BB Team, which is why I think they're going to take the mid. It's going to be a lot more stable. He does actually have a bad matchup versus Dragon Knight, but it's kind of what Mir was saying, that they needed a hero that goes in with the Doom, can skirmish, can be aggressive, and not this slower hero like Nature's Prophet.
Do you feel right now that they actually are still drafting in a way where they are conceding the early game?
Putting a real agent in a stadium full of Danes is risky.
The Doom,
True.
the ET helping someone else. Storm without items, like there's no real game I see right now unless Psyker on the carry wants to be aggressive.
It depends a lot on the support level 6s, I would say. So if anything, it's kind of hoping for a good early game for them, that they win their lanes, their supports get high XP, maybe they fight the XP runes, get both of them. But honestly, this draft so far is a lot going to be around the supports of BB team. Whether they get these early levels, they can do the damage to follow up the Storm.
And you mentioned up the support level 6s, the Earth Splitter and the Mortimer's Kisses. These are very team fighty spells alongside the Doom too. But if you look at the draft of Falcons,
the
they're
latest
playing on
AI
very low
launch,
cooldowns.
no?
They're playing on the Hoodwink who's going around with Bushwhack. They're playing around the Centaur's initiation with the Hoof Stomp.
Don't watch Battle with friends anymore? No, they're useless, and they just
pretty much
distract.
always strong. And the Murano who plays on Arrow Starfall. So
Conversation
Team Falcons
do
can
lollies and
exploit
shit.
BB team very easily if their first couple
But
of
to actually
ultis
watch
just
the
don't go well,
games.
because there's going to be a period of the map where the only hero they can depend on is, like T mentioning, the Storm plus potential.
Bring in Art, she talks about lollies and anime. Bring in Yenya, she talks about being beaten by her stepfather.
You're most afraid of.
Bring in Separatist, he talks about
Too many,
incest.
honestly, right now. He's really
I would
stable
just
and
watch
strong.
the
In
games
past, it was
and
Templar
experience
Assassin, but I think
actual
she's kind of
TI.
nerfed a little too much to be really strong. There's Drow that people kind of like sometimes because she has pretty good armor, so she actually doesn't take too much from a turn. But there's nothing, honestly, that really is jumping out. I could see them doing just a stable kind of like troll.
Oh, that's
good lane,
that's
yeah.
banned,
Bring in Sayadian, he just talked
the
non-stop
position
about
I think BB
movies.
is, like, as much as you'd love to pick a hero that can maybe pressure the Centaur, because of the Hoodwink, it fixes the potential vulnerabilities that Centaur may have pre-double, triple bracer, which BB's going to have to find it. Because if this safe lane doesn't delay Centaur's timing in any way, or at least gets to use Twin Gate to open up other parts of the map when he takes over, then yeah, that's when I'm afraid for BB potentially having a repeat.
They kind of Weaver or Razor, just these skirmishy type. Oh god.
Medusa.
No.
Why not?
So like I mentioned, BB team are very dependent on their big ultis to take these team fights, and Falcons are not at all. So this Medusa's protection on the map, or her ability to farm, is going to be entirely dependent on the rest of her team taking these successful engagements. And if they don't, we're going to see Falcons play the same game as game one, where they're just constantly running at your face.
Really?
And the flip side is, like, if BB gets to that state, like the late stage, the butterfly, the Skadi, holding the high ground, like, it is going to be such a scary base to break. But yeah, the journey there can be really difficult. Like, we don't see, you know, Ursa too often, but a hero like that to break down the Doom, the early, you know, the support's not really killing him off. Like, this type of hero.
Art's not even here now, he's working. It's a
online.
Friday.
One hero
Danes don't work.
Pick is Wraith King. I don't want them to pick it, but they picked it in the past versus Doom.
Sure.
And it does have a stun with Mirana 5.
How much do you think Falcons care about the scaling of Medusa versus let's just win lane and we know we'll win the game in the first 30 minutes because we have, you know, the Centaur, the DK to take over the map?
I don't think you're worried too much about Medusa. She doesn't seem like this crazy late game scaler anymore. It's this 25-30 minutes where if you've let her free farm, she'll walk high ground with 2 items. Butterfly Scotty ends the game. So it's more so, do you have good lanes? Do you have this good mid-game tempo? And most like melee
Oh my
characters,
God,
strong carries, you
Medusa.
can just kind of like right-click her in a fight.
Razor.
Answer it instead by
Wait,
not
what?
expecting the potential late game of BB by, you know, locking in the aggression that they bring. And yes, carry DK, the mid range.
Mid.
But yeah, this is a very classic looking
So
Falcons
true
draft
Sagitt's
that
never worked in his
in
life.
history have
Yes.
broken games within 15-20 minutes if they hit their stride.
Separatist spends about 18
Does
hours
BB team have a
playing
better
World of
shot
Warcraft.
at forcing that later stage of the game compared to previous?
And it'll depend on how their first few engagements go. Like we saw in that game one, the game broke when that skirmish bottom happened and they lost 4 heroes for Alina.
He's
If
rich
they can
then?
take
No, he
these
lives in
good
a
engagements,
welfare
they have
country.
very, very
I know
strong
many
teamfights.
are
The team fighting is
foreign
much better than
with this
Falcons,
concept.
and they can play off of that to get to the point
You
that
just
they're
leech
top
off your
top, where
government.
Medusa has 2 items. I worry about their ability to win those skirmishes though, because Falcons have drafted solid lanes, and they got the Malrian Gotcha Razor, which is going to pressure the Storm early on, making it so that GPK can't join these early fights potentially.
I think the biggest thing is the safe lane for BB team. If Deuce is able to sit there, be really tanky, and never get dove, gives space for both supports. And if there's some really crazy dive where she gets ult off, the supports are level 6, and they defend this tier 1 tower for 12 to 15 minutes, I think it's going to be really good for BB team.
BB have to
And this is
bring
a
the
quick
numbers.
2-0.
And it's like, you need to respect the fact that, sure, your heroes maybe don't want to always rotate every time, but they need to. Like, if you see Falcons go for your safe lane tower, I want Doom there, Snap, ET, I want the kitchen sink thrown at the safe lane. Keep your towers alive, because if not, your map will just disappear.
So when a skirmish happens,
everyone goes.
You just want everybody to go in. And it sounds exciting, regardless of the outcome of that. It sounds like we got an exciting game number 2 on our hands. Before we get to the actual game, though, we're going to head over to the stage where Slaxis with Coach Bulk.
Bulk.
Hello, thank you so much, Shiver. Yes, I am here, Amar GTO, our wonderful translator, and of course, Coach Bulk. Hello, welcome back. Now, question for you, after that first game, you know, didn't go the way that you guys were thinking, and some would say this is a pretty greedy draft. We got Dusa, we got Doom, we got Storm. Do you feel that way, that it's a little greedy? How are you going to make sure that this game doesn't end up like the last one?
Первая игра пошла не совсем по плану. Вторая игра вы пикнули Дузу, Шторма, Дума, и это вот очень жадно. Как вы считаете, вы сможете выиграть эти линии?
Я думаю, да, мы команда, которая хороша на линиях, раз. А во-вторых, мы всегда верим в ГПК Шторма.
Yeah, they think that they're a good laning team, and they believe in GPK Storm.
Ah, who wouldn't? Fantastic. All right, now I got a very serious question for you. Falcons has been your nemesis for a long time. You guys have won games, but you have yet to win a series against them. We're at elimination of TI. You're down a game. It all comes to this. Is this the one? Are we going to see the turnaround? Will you be taking this series? And what did you say to your boys?
Фалконы были вашими заклятыми противниками на протяжении всего времени, и у вас не было победы против них в серии. Сможете ли вы победить? Что ты сказал своим ребятам, чтобы вы смогли их превзойти, и превзойдете ли вы их?
Thanks for the pause.
Раз мы здесь оказались, значит, мы уже достойны. И, конечно, у нас есть хорошие шансы на
Tell them they're
победу.
going to the war.
Не
If they
важно,
lose.
сколько раз мы им проиграли, главное, что будет здесь сейчас.
We are already here at the stage, and no matter how many times did we lose, we are here, and we will show the best of it.
Fantastic. Well, I sure as heck hope we make it to a game 3. Let's hear it, my friends. You want a game 3? All right, fantastic. Well, we'll go ahead and throw to the captors and see how this one turns out.
Here we go, getting into the action of game 2 right now between Falcons and BB Team. Fog, that game 1, it was a rough one for BB Team. Coming into this, what is sort of the key takeaways in what they've changed up and what they're going to try and take a game off Falcons this time around with?
More team fight in general. I think last one quickly, especially once those first 2 team fights kind of kicked off, the game was quickly decided. So I think they've, at least on the 2 support fronts, tried to fix that. Also, you know, not having this quad ranged. They do have the secondary melee this time around, so maybe that'll help them fight a little bit earlier. But overall, I would say just, yeah, more team fighting in particular. But maybe it could be a bit of a greedy approach here with the Storm, the Doom, and the Medusa together in this lineup. Can be a little bit cooldown oriented. While on Falcons,
runs them
it's
over.
fast-paced. Tons of nukes. Every single hero has like a double nuke in particular. DK, Hoodwink, Mirana, Centaur, Razor. It's a lot of burst damage.
Yeah, I mean, across the board as well. Is it a similar setup in which BB Team should get a chance to get that early lead once again they got in game 1? Or do you think it's going to be a bit harder this time?
It does feel like it'll be a little bit harder this time because this time they have this Hoodwink and Centaur, which is a very oppressive lane up top. I think they were pretty oppressive anyway. But overall, I would say, yeah, quite a bit harder. Bottom also, this one does feel a little bit safer, I would say, from Falcons, just with Snake playing his very comfortable Mirana. But this is probably the one that I'm going to be looking at. It's always Miro and Save to be able to get these first bloods, so that's probably the one they'll get maybe an advantage in. But yeah, I think Falcons, they've drafted stronger lanes this time than last time, and a very strong, stable draft that they're very comfortable with. You can see
why Gifosok is he stupid? No. He's playing a TI. You're a ranked guardian.
We obviously got the
Keep your mouth shut.
Late on the draft. Up against this Storm, yeah, how well can GPK do against this in this 1v1? You know, obviously nowadays you have the static slide with the Remnant to help you in these range situations, but is the harassment of the Razors just too much?
It is, yeah. This is a great lane for the Razor. You can always play great versus Storm because you have that same movement speed, so you're gonna get the links up. It's very difficult as a Storm to prevent a link in pretty much every single scenario, and looking at least across the board of these 3 lanes right now. So pretty hot for Falcons on the first few waves.
Interesting suck.
GPK is able to do against this pressure.
Oh my god!
Oh! Oh!
First blood for Maori. Won't be able to keep himself alive, but he won't mind a refuel.
He could fire fire, but he wants to die, I guess. Should he though?
Just going to show that
double
this
rune just spawned.
Matchup, it's not going to be a fun one for GPK.
And it's just a couple denies that really make the difference there. Hits the level 3, immediately pushes forward, gets the bottle. It's pretty much everything hitting synergy at the same exact time for Maori and really pushing the limits of his hero. Hitting level 3, getting the bottle, instant dive onto GPK. Bottom lane is also going. I saw they're getting decent harassment onto Skeeter.
There's a late tip.
Back full. Doom has 3 CS.
Oh,
Arrow's not getting too much.
But now he's got 4
either. Now he's got 4.
But indeed, not great on these first few waves. You say something on paper, you don't expect to be that rough for the Doom on the first few waves.
No, not in particular on the CS. Usually do see Miero get majority of them there, but I guess they were more focused in trying to just push out the harassment. I think they almost used all the regen until Snaking got his second set of tangos, but either way, it's a DK. He's able to self-sustain anyway.
Show middle.
So see how they're going to be able to
Gabe show up this time. No, he's doing billionaire things.
But this is a lane where kills can constantly happen.
Problems on Sex Island.
And overall, how strong is the Deuce this game?
It's okay. The issue is just the Razor kind of. That's going to be his target to link in every single one of these team fights, right? So GPK.
He's going to need some TPs. Yeah, a couple of TPs were threatened there to make sure the Marine doesn't dive in for that.
I'm not too sure about the Deucer because, yeah,
the chill guys, you know, he saw those TPs coming and he's like, you know, it's going to be a 1v1.
Oh no!
Why you're adding extra?
Oh come on! You fucking game!
They will.
Oh my god!
Putting the pressure on him right from the start. Popped off in that last game.
Yep.
And this one already having this beautiful start. And to talk about the Razor, so you were mentioning about the Medusa.
All my predictions are
Medusa
correct.
can look good if she's not getting linked constantly. But this is a lineup that can be kind of difficult to prevent that link. Yes, you'll have Cookie to at least distance a little bit. And you have some stuns and everything, but Medusa is very slow.
Yeah, and I feel like the Centaur really adds another issue into the mix for the Medusa, right? You've got that Stampede, so you can very easily choose when you want to get in, keep everyone on top of the Medusa, and when you want to back off and get away during a Stone Gaze.
And this is a game where Amar is going to absolutely free farm. It's a Centaur versus an ET Medusa lane. There's almost no way for them to put pressure on him unless a third, potentially even fourth hero or something comes up.
Oh man, they're just gonna camp him now.
This is not gonna be an
Can
easy
you just
time
kill him
for
again?
He's
I
looking
didn't miss a sec,
yeah.
I didn't have it.
See is there any way GPK can keep himself alive under the tower? I don't think so. There's gonna be another plasma field coming in the second.
He's ready
with the next
what?
nuke to take
Tip him. Tip him.
To the jungle you go. It does feel like
And I remember Sumail Midstorm feeding, coming back.
He's like, my Centaur is
this
not
one of them?
touch top. He's gotten the Retaliate build, triple
Yeah,
bracer.
this probably
even.
go next
he can
game.
make the moves around to do this. GPK needs help.
He's getting
Stack
R-worded.
away. I think Toronto Tokyo has to start getting some of these at the least ready for this Storm Spirit to catch up.
Snaking, he might be able to kill Savior. He's got another leap and a star.
What is that mount?
He should just have him here.
Yikes.
He's playing careful. Doesn't want to dive in. So Save will survive.
Snaking is poor.
Actually, maybe turn their efforts towards Mira instead, but he's a little too beefy for the two to take down. So
they're bullying. They're bullying these lanes. These two in particular.
The farm. I mean, we talk about GPK dying in the mid, but continuing from what we saw earlier, this bottom lane, that's where the suffering's the highest.
Now look
Only
at the
11
wife.
CS still on Miro.
He has to buy salves also just to stay down here. He has to buy the raindrop as well. These lanes, they're absolutely getting dominated here from Falcons. Only the Medusa doing well, and we'll see what Saika's going to be able to do to get involved with that, because it's not really usually him with BBT that looks to get
How is
involved
Doom
early on
getting
to fix
stumped?
things. It's usually GPK or Miro or one of the supports to kind of bring things back after a potentially bad laning phase. It's usually not Nightfall, usually not Saika for this lineup. So yeah, just defend the stacks. So you see GPK is trying to get that level 6 as fast as possible. Toronto Tokyo is going to soak the mid lane, but you can see Crit and Malrine, they're looking to pressure this tower with this catapult wave and the 6-minute power rune.
Bottom lane. Trying to go aggressive onto Skeeter here. And the
Nice
two
blocks.
of them have enough burst to take him down. They don't. Skeeter's able to walk it off. Can go over to him, and they just don't have the burst to really 100-0 this DK between the two of them. It's going to take more from BB Team if they want to try and get these early kills in the side lanes.
I do like at least they recognized at least the issue that was going on massively, right? Storm's jungle is catching back up. Toronto Tokyo actually dragged the mid wave, so the first catapult did only 150 damage. So all things considered, a little decent adjustment that they have done for now.
By during.
Crit though is going to be stalking GPK, of course. GPK still not quite 6.
Needs a couple more creep camps to get that 6 online.
So just going to open up opportunities for what Malrine wants to do with this Razor.
Not good is the answer. Unless Yum.
Break away from this. The cookie. It's not going to get him.
The wisdom rune.
Oh my fucking god.
The TPs are coming in. So BBT might be able to secure it for themselves. Toronto Tokyo, who's going to get the pick up first.
Oh, come on.
Indeed. Toronto Tokyo making sure that doesn't fall into the hands
of Miro.
Falcons and Maureen just continue
this
to
is
play
an
on
anal R-word.
You know, for someone's debut performance on the main stage at International, it's looking pretty good for Maureen.
He's not feeling the pressure at all. If anything, he's thriving off of it.
He's looking better than ever both of these games.
Absolutely dominating from the start, now making these early rotations. Bottom tower now also getting pressured. They have this catapult down here. It's not level 6 on the DK, but they have to address this as well. And it's a lot of bleeding happening quite early on that they need to address all over the place. On top of a Centaur free farming. Yes, Syka's farming, but the other two lanes are devastating at this point.
I mean, that's the thing. If you think, what, 7 minutes into game 1, I think we saw what BB team, they had like a 2k net worth lead, and we saw how rough that game ended up. This time, it's gone the other way. So if they couldn't do it with the early lead they had in game 1, what are they going to do here in game 2?
It's a good question. Supports need to get levels. That's going to be the thing in particular. I think Save needs to get his level 6 pretty early on. They're going to get involved mid-crit. He should get picked off here.
Rare W.
A little bit of something here for GPK as he tries to get this recovery going. Maureen able to grab the rune in time. He's got an amplified damage rune. They're going to try and get in on top of him.
He's too fast.
I'd say, yeah, Miro still just level 4 on the Doom. Not really a lot to throw out.
Nice limp. Remember the name best mid laner with highest potential.
Poor, and that experience is definitely problematic for a lineup that's quite greedy. Level 4 Doom.
I mean, it's rough.
Limp
I guess this sometimes happens. You know, it is
10
the
million
first big
region.
hero. You do expect it to be dealt with. But yeah, something about this Doom hero, right? A lot of teams, they really try and make it work, and it just hasn't been working a lot of the times, Fob.
And overall, this hero does want to play from ahead. You know, the innate ability is all about having higher levels. If you're like the lowest level in the game, you're never going to have this extra damage that you can sometimes kick out, which is necessary. So, yeah, we'll see how they get Miro back into the game, because that's going to be a bit of a rough one, especially since GPK is having a tough one also.
And they might just be able to kill him here. They've got the bushwhack to follow up. Miro. He's going to try and get under the tier 1 tower.
And this is just sad
from snaking.
to get eliminated in this fashion.
Continue to get kept this incredibly low amount of level and farm at this stage of the game.
This is crazy. This tower's dead. Support's not quite 6 either. Still haven't hit it, and that's the 2 big damage dealers on the side of BBT in the early game. Besides that, they don't want to bring the Medusa early. And scary for GPK at this point. Yes, he's gotten a little bit caught back up here, but him getting involved, there's so much chain stun. 4 heroes have a stun for him. So very susceptible to get burst if he does make an over-aggressive play. Amar, the Blade Mail is almost finished on top of having Max Retaliate and Quad Bracers. Damage is definitely going to be an issue again this time for BBT, unless these supports start to get these 6s soon.
See what the move's going to be next. Falcons.
Clown Dota.
Their eyes on the mid lane. BB team do have the 3 of them here.
Skitter is here, level 7.
He's going to get the setup with the bushwhack. Can't quite get in with the follow-up angle for a stun. So GPK will be able to break out of it. Maybe fight back. Jumps in over towards Snaking. Snaking's able to get the leap off. He didn't have the damage to kill the Mirana. Now BB team have to be careful. Keep their distance.
Maureen gets the RNG. We'll be able to get that haste rune. An Ogre Club already on him, or Ogre Axe already on him. 1700 HP on strength charts. He's going to go for aggressive plays.
He certainly is. Maureen, he's tempted to start diving around this tier 2. He'll hold back.
I mean, Miro is still only level 5 on the Doom. I was like, oh, the only potential for them to really go for Maureen is if the Doom TP's over and dooms him, but he's still level 5 at 10 minutes and 30 seconds. Another tower to fall. They can't hang on to these towers because the level 6
Doom is not 6 yet. So kill me.
These towers, losing them this early with a Medusa lineup, with this type of green, it's devastating.
If they catch Miro,
and he's going to go Midas.
His game's going to get very close to being irrecoverable.
It's almost already at that point.
Maureen. He's ready to dance around him here with Static. He won't dive the tier 2 again, though. He's given the respect for the potential backup to be there for
Doom
BB
does seem
team.
useless against
this might be the roughest start I've seen from Miro this
teams.
tournament, actually. Bottom 4 network,
Against
2
faster
supports
teams,
on the
rather.
side of Falcons already soon to surpass him. And I've just seen Amar do this entire time. He's just dragging waves, maximizing his farm. Yes, Syka's getting farm, but it's not actually at the same pace that the Centaur or the Razor that have been able to do so.
Can this Medusa solo carry a game in this day and age and in this patch?
I don't think 4 Protect 1s have really been looking too much like the dominant strategy lately, but we'll have to see if Syka can do it. They're going to smoke GPK. They have level 6 on save. Now they actually have damage to follow up with the pull.
And they do have the 6 on Miro now.
Okay. Can they find one of these big kills? Malrine in particular would be the best one that they can find. Because he is approaching a BKB, which would kind of stop their aggression. They do try to save.
An easy one here.
Bye.
Take that.
I mean, they actually have to find Malrine before BKB. If they make the move and Malrine has BKB, he might just pop in and be able to turn pretty much everything onto them. So losing save there definitely hurts a little bit of that potential momentum that they could have started going for there. 6K lead up onto Falcons.
That's a crazy advantage. They've played everything perfectly.
And Skitter just goes blink. You know, he knows he can be really aggressive to get the catch onto GPK. He's got the follow-up. If he gets the stun, it's very like
Dragons out. They've got the
oh my god.
They have the burst, the push, shot. They certainly do. GPK dead again.
Can we get some banter? Spice it up.
Oh boy. It's too fast-paced.
Oh boy, oh boy.
Too quick. It's 12 minutes in, Owen. They've got great vision control as well around this area, and with some sneaky wards. Look at this one that they placed right there. I don't think I've seen that one too often, right above crit. So they'll be able to see at least movements that come down, and that one's not going to get dewarded.
Absolutely, that one's going to be there the full duration, 100%.
So whenever you've already gotten the mid tower and the bottom tower, so that's like the avenue to be able to get into these ancients and stuff like that. So they're going to keep tabs of pretty much everything. Slight pause here.
Big pause.
I mean, what is the game plan for BBT? It's got to be what, looking towards
mouse lag.
Psyker on the
yeah, do they blame wireless? My ass.
Deuce is farming.
I think at this point you might have to start like, I think Gunnar was saying it too, is like this drum build on the Doom is something that people have looked for, but maybe Miro wants to go for just his recovery, this Midas and stuff, but I feel like you're starting to get to the point where you may want to put all your eggs into the Deuce basket. Like the Solar Crest, the drums, throw everything possible to amp her up. I just don't know if she can do it on her own.
Really a Muslim?
Yes. Close the gap with the
That's
Razor
the thing,
Link.
right?
It's just difficult to say.
You can really
Half
buff
Muslim.
the Medusa up and have them ready to defend on the high ground when these pushes come in from Falcons.
I don't believe any of the bad
Falcons,
parts.
they're just going to dive in.
Yeah.
Get on top of the Medusa. They're able to stay on top of Psyker with the static link from Maureen. Sure, the Medusa might take a bit of time to take down, but there's not going to be any damage coming out from BBT.
That's the biggest thing, is like, where's the damage really going to come from? Especially once Amar is able to get this pipe, and he's getting closer and closer. He is farming up a storm. It's been an absolutely free game for the Centaur, nearly level 11. 2,300, they would have to throw literally everything onto him to kill him. And it might not even work out. He's going to go blink instead to get more aggressive.
Psyker's got to be careful as well, because Falcons know that
I wonder if a
Psyker's
group
been
of
farming
mega
around
cards
this area.
could win this.
So if they show themselves
to take
at
over
all,
for Falcon
Falcons
right
will go
now.
straight for them. Quick TP is indeed down to the bottom lane. Try and make a move here instead. BB team, they've got the smokes up, but they're moving towards top. We'll see the Stampy coming in as they look to catch out Miro, and with that jump stun, they'll
the dog.
Get the follow-up. The timing not quite there, so Miro able to break away from the combo.
All right, let's see if they can get the Centaur with percent-based damage. If he was maybe further up, perhaps, but not the easiest kill whatsoever. How many TPs are available on the side of Falcons, too? They've got two. So if they do see this play happen,
do this? It feels risky.
They're going to lose a lot of HP potentially going for this. Let's see. Amar.
He's already out. They're going to continue to try and jump in. They've got the kisses coming in.
The splitter's not hitting. He's alive.
He's able to indeed
the
splitter now ready for the turnaround. The Storm's not going to connect either. BB team, they try and make something happen.
Oh,
but it's
God.
not going smoothly. They've got Psycho moving up as well, as they're desperately trying to find some sort of kill.
Oh, the triple stun.
The three of them there. The cookie comes out. Can they actually get a kill?
Oh,
they
get a kill. W.
Is getting low, but they're dying in return. They've lost two of the BB team. Psycho's going to TP out. They've got nothing to stop it. So Psycho will get away. GPK. He's been found in the trees. Amar hunts him down.
Audience is alive.
They came for him, but the backup, the turnaround was there. They get Skeeter. It's something, but it's costing them 3 heroes, and they're just not killing Amar.
No. And I mean, even if the splitter lands, potentially not getting him either. They had to hit absolutely every kiss and the splitter onto this tanky Centaur. He saw it
Danish
coming.
Audience. No personality.
Get involved. And now at this point, Maureen does have the BKB. So before you were able to find him once, he's going to be able to pretty much BKB and just link right past to find the Deuce in a lot of these situations. This game is
check this again.
Very difficult for BBT.
They really went for this. But you see Amar keeping his cool, seeing that splitter coming in straight away. No,
he felt no fear.
It.
He felt absolutely no fear.
He was running back in.
He was high-fiving before every spell was even thrown out.
And we see here they surround Skeeter, but of course this gives a beautiful
Skeeter
angle
blinked
for
like an idiot.
Amar to just come in with this 3-man
look at the
hoof
suck.
stomp. And a bit of a miracle, if not anything else, that BB team actually got a kill out of this.
And they get the Wisdom Rune too. I think if that Stone Gate didn't connect, they all just die and get no kills at all. But this is kind of how they have to play. I think they have to hug GPK with the 2 supports like this and just hope for the best that there's going to be recovery for the Deuce and the Doom. Because if they look to play slow, and if they just slow down too much with these 3, it feels like Falcons is going to scale Tricore. So I want to see these, I mean, honestly, continue to be active. Maybe not look for the Centaur in particular this next time, but who do you go for now that the Razor has the BKB? Because that was the other one you wanted to get pre-BKB, but now the Malrine has
Blade
it.
Mail.
If you don't get the instant chain stun, he's going to be able to
Doom's
survive.
Impact.
Crit.
0 in 2 games.
I guess that's the thing as well. They just don't have much chain stun.
I go minus and I speed okay.
Again. The angle's there this time round for the arrow to hit. No problem after the Dragon Tail stun.
Oh, this is rough.
Someone check
Similar
Mio's
to the
betting
last game,
history.
but, I mean, more Stompy in particular,
yeah,
because
this
the laning
feels a lot
phase
rougher.
was just an absolute one-sided affair this time from Falcons. And Skitter even getting closer and closer to an Orchid, so they're getting more and more answers for GPK. Already has to deal with 4 different heroes with stuns.
I guess the good news for BB Team, that at least this time round, that the hero that is very farmed is the Medusa, rather than a Nature's Prophet.
Very true.
If there was a hero out of the two that's more likely to have a chance of carrying a game in a comeback, Medusa is going to be found by the
Oh,
Hoostorm.
really?
Oh my god, why did you fly?
But not in time to save GPK as Falcons find another.
Saved.
Oh my god, it hit.
W.
The tree line. Amar's got Blink up in a second, closes the gap. As indeed, off the back of that lovely connection from Snaking, they'll get themselves another one. Falcons, 14-4, 9k lead, and we're just 17 minutes in.
Yeah, I would say that the one thing that you're mentioning, though, is like, yes, the one good news you could say for BBT is that their draft is more about scaling toward that later game. In that last draft, it was more about just snowballing everything out of control. So this one, it can scale. Just with this type of deficit on the Doom and Storm, it's hard to see that the Deuce is able to do it on her own. And there's just so much stun, too. Sometimes the Deuce can do better because you're not playing versus so much chain stun and so many anti-carry, but
ATF is toxic as fuck.
Yeah.
Nah.
It's going to be interesting to see what sort of build GPK goes as well, having to kind of play this.
Have to go BKB.
I feel like his best use might just be to get the BKB and then just go for the Axe. You know, have some sort of setup that's going to enable the Medusa in these team fights. Because when you're this sort of far behind as a mid-storm, it feels very unlikely you're ever going to be able to do anything offensive on your own.
I agree. GPK could be in trouble again. The arrow.
They're hitting this combo every single time.
It's just, it's so easy for them with this type of chain stuff, right? One hero shows they have a plethora of ways to follow
What an awful performance. They're going to be so mad at themselves.
Falcons is just taking advantage of it on every single one of these fronts. We see the glyph come out, the ET innate, of course, coming into play. Lots of damage from it. But yeah, they don't
this is how I felt playing with my team. They just kept feeding.
How early can you fit the Divine Rapier on your shopping list if you're Psyker?
You need the I mean, maybe after the Butterfly, but that's still, it's craziness. This is usually when the Medusa hits the power spike. It's the Butterfly Manta timing, and then you're able to kind of group up around her, but they're at such a deficit. And it's not like their draft is all physical damage either. It's a ton of magical. It's a ton of just everything across the board. Skitter, Orchids at the ready. And they've got this deep vision down already. Again, too, I mean, sneaky wards, another kind of sneaky one that Falcons placed that might not also get dewarded. They're keeping tabs of BBT completely. Amar?
Gonna try and make the jump on him, but he gets the blade mail off in time, and GPK, he's pretty much jumped in immediately.
W!
They're gonna get Skeeter as well by looks of it.
Very nice!
BBT!
It's a comeback.
They'll absolutely
Okay.
trade GPK for that
Look
one.
at Dusa, hold up.
He might just have to be
Hold, everybody, hold up.
One of these
Oh, no, get out.
Again, it's going to be brilliant for them. The problem now is they've split back up, and Psyker is being watched here by Snake.
No.
Get him with the
You
jump.
cannot die here like this.
Over indeed. They're controlling him. The static link's building up. Safe. Trying to break away with the cookie. But Mallory's
Big L. Big L.
Psyker's out. Save. Also likely to fall. Mallory is falling very low himself, but there's just no one else on BB Team here to punish it. So whilst they do get that 2-for-1 in the mid, it very quickly continues to keep going the way of Falcons as Falcons are able to dive in and find Psyker +1.
Yeah, they have this deep vision, so they see when everybody's split up almost immediately, and they don't slow down. They look to make that aggressive play. The highest damage, I think, so far that we saw is BB, that glyph, by the way. That's the ET innate that actually was almost bringing down Malrine. It was actually quite significant there. But ends up surviving again, and they do find that
I forget they have a Doom.
Butterfly
What the fuck is this hero doing?
And the thing is, they were able to make that play at a point where
Stop
Amar had a lot
picking
of his
Doom.
net worth up in the courier. He just got the completed pipe delivered out.
Oh my goodness.
So this was without the pipe in the equation. Now there is a full pipe on the Centaur.
He could just
Unlikely
survive.
you're going to be able to kill him and Skeeter on the DK next time around in that sort of situation with the kisses.
Oh, look at top two. They have that deep ward that we were talking about from earlier. GPK could be in trouble again. They're getting the full surround.
GPK
Oh, he spotted it.
Amano's
What the fuck? What
There's
is
a
he
little bit more
doing?
mana to play with. In fact, GPK is going to try and get a kill out of this.
Confusion.
I can keep Crit perfectly safe. GPK cut down once more by Amar with the double edge.
It's been
Why
a
did
long
he do
time
that?
since I've seen these type of games with the mid laner having about half of the deaths of the team. They are putting all the pressure onto poor GPK.
Wow.
9 of the 19. So they are set up to potentially get the 2 wisdom runes, though. There's one thing going their way here.
Yeah,
And
man.
Saika is getting closer and closer toward the butterfly. Level 15's been hit.
Okay.
But it's just him. It really is
It
mostly
really
just
is.
him.
If Saika manages to successfully carry this game, it's going to be one of the greatest carry performances of all time.
Yep, does feel like that.
It's going to have to be. Now you get the jump. They're ready to catch the mirrors. BB team try and retreat back to the base, but Save is caught outside of it. Falcons, they'll take the Tormentor.
Like if this Medusa, if Saika was
Extra
playing
lead
versus
versus
this
W.
lineup that didn't have this anti-carry Razor or something like that, perhaps I could see more of it. Just there's so much. It's not even just the Razor. I do have to factor in the other thing as well too. Breathe Fire.
So the
You can
problem
never
is
really
that
factor
boom
down these anti-kind of carry mechanics that just reduce
probably have
damage.
like 1
These
in a
things
million
add
to
up
win
in
this
these type of
series
lineups when
anyway.
you are limited on damage already.
For sure. I mean, it
You
feels
can't
like
throw it
the
anyway.
Cookie's not going to be enough. We need to see some like 4 staffs.
4 staffs for sure.
They've got to get some 4 staffs. If they can sort of set up a fight in which Falcons commit and get the static link onto Cycler and then they're able to break him away, then maybe they can turn around a high ground defense.
Yeah.
But they need these items, and it's going to take a lot of time because at the moment they're just not finding anywhere close to the same amount of resources from the map as Falcons are.
Yeah, Solar Crest, 4 staffs, just try to get anything that you can to amplify him, but yeah, the farm is just coming slow from them. They're not really getting these items built up, and at this point, now 12k lead, the supports on the side of Falcons are actually getting these items so much faster too. Crit, 4 staff plus Solar Crest done. Snaking, he's got the drum, shard, and his bracers. Even 2k gold, so can look for maybe another Solar Crest or Vlad's, whatever he wants to go for.
Dropping the
across
word
the board,
stinks.
getting too much. The supports are soon to surpass 2 of the cores. We could
That's
see
a
5 of the top 6
stinky
networks
take.
be out for Falcons soon if another fight goes their way. They've got a timing though. Butterfly has been finished on Saika. They have to play around it.
And we are seeing in the team fights, Saika only dying the once when he was caught on his own. Outside of that, he is doing a fair bit of damage. The damage is coming out with the Deuce, especially now, I should say, next time around with this Butterfly being shown as well. And yeah, also just because of that static link, I guess he can't afford to go for anything other than the Hurricane Pike himself. Just so he has that extra range and ability to break away from Mallory's attempts to get on top of him in the team fights.
Hey, it makes sense.
And then after that, maybe we'll see something spicy if they can hold the game out that long.
Yeah. Because looking at the supports, right, you have like almost Greaves on save, but nobody else is really close to that force, so can see why he wants to accelerate it. And Falcons, after commandingly pressuring pretty much the entirety of this game, now they can kind of slow down, finish up a couple of these extra items.
Now, wouldn't even be surprised if we see Saika get the 4-staff component of it first.
I think so. I was thinking the same thing, to be honest.
I wouldn't mind it, especially on a Deuce. You do stuff with the mana, it feels good.
He just needs to he needs to have as much damage as possible. He needs to not get linked, and needs to not get breathe fired.
Yep.
It's tough for him. It really is.
Yeah, Toronto's going to be trying to get that Lotus on for him. Definitely going to be another way to deal with the big threats from Falcons.
I mean, that's optimistic. You know, it's quite expensive, so it does mean that they want to play for just slowing down the pace much more. They do have a lineup that can slow things down with ET overall on the high ground and everything, but
I mean, that's the thing right now. Falcons, they have this 14k lead, but we've not really seen them show any indication of trying to hit the high ground yet.
They probably don't. I mean, maybe they just don't feel that pressure because it is a 4-protect 1 at this point on the side of BBT.
And top Skeeter. Another quick jump and quick kill. They get saved.
Doom's impact.
GPK this time round should be
Not
far
even a
enough
good
away
Doom
to
game.
make it out without any
You're
interruption.
not going to Doom Centaur. Dooming
Yeah, I think that they're
Racer.
not afraid about this Medusa.
Most likely will have BKB and ult
Just
off
because they do
before
have
he
this
gets
triple scaling
Doom.
cores. And the
So
supports,
he's
as we
still
said, you know,
strong.
they're likely to get the 5 of the top 6 net worths. Marana
DK is
has now
also it's a
surpassed
shit Doom
the Storm
game.
and surpassed the Doom. That's the 5 position.
I mean, yeah, that's the thing as well, right? Marana and Hoodwink. These supports
scale.
both do incredible scaling physical damage output.
And you can imagine that Snaking's going to go, perhaps going to start being able to build down that way.
I
Level
think so.
15's been hit. He's got the leap attack speed. You can never really write off these damaging supports with Solar Flare.
See Falcons. I mean, the question is this the lineup from Falcons that you expect to see look towards the Roshan pit anytime soon, or?
I think the world's their oyster. I think they can kind of do whatever they want right
20%
now,
is a
just in terms
copium.
of map control, because they have vision as well.
I give it like 2%,
Very sneaky. I
brother.
have to commend Snaking, because I've seen, I think, 3 or 4 wards now in the last 2 games that we haven't seen too many throughout this tournament, so they're just keeping tabs of BBT nicely, so I think they can pick and choose what they want to do. Now that it's shifted top, they're probably going to go for this Roche. But yeah, they just have options open.
And incredibly unlikely that BB team's going to even attempt to make any moves over there. They'll just try and take the most out of the fact
needs
of
a
the
shard.
map being left vacant by
No.
Falcons, spending
She's
time
not
in the
buying
pit.
shard.
Yeah, they're just trying to finish up one of these
Needs
next two
damage
items.
and
These next
items.
things to amplify and buff up the Deuce, but Falcons gonna accelerate things massively
Yeah,
here in these next few moments.
They will. This is definitely going to be the key for them to, if they want to, break the high ground. They get the Aegis, they've got the full Crimson now on top of the pipe on Amar. They're ready to go.
Yeah, I have to keep checking all these couriers.
Pick
'Cause everybody
20
just
cores
is so great,
equal
so
you
getting
win.
so many of these. Yeah, Gem now on Snake 2 to control vision.
And yeah, GPK's got his BKB, and yeah, I like this. Ags queued
Straight
up
to
next.
Ags. He needs it. I mean, he needs to just play. They're playing for Protect 1. He is not a carry at this point. It is all about the Medusa's game.
And the Ags is going to be big because there is that huge
It's far,
wombo
though.
combo.
It's very far,
I mean,
though,
it is
Owen.
very far. They need a good sort of, 5 or 6 more minutes of this game. And obviously with this 4 minutes on the Aegis from Falcons, highly likely that Falcons might get a lot done in this upcoming 4 minutes.
Yeah, they've got the lanes pushed into. They've got mid and top pushed out, and they have this ward bottom that's been watching Saika the entire time farming. See where they look to hit.
Still a tier 2 to take down on the bottom lane for Falcons.
Imagine that's probably where they're going to end to go now next. As Amar, a Crimson Guard now also. So talking about all these damage mitigations and stuff like that for Medusa, her damage is not that explosive, especially not to Crimson right now. It's all about that next item. They're going to look for a smoke. They're going to try to be sneaky here.
This is risky, especially if it's going to be Skeeter that kind of catches the brunt of the attack with the Aegis on him. What do BB team want to do about this? They've got eyes on Skeeter.
They lose their ward, so not going to be able to see the back lines. They're going to look for
It's a deep wrap
very
around
deep
here.
wrap.
Uh-oh.
Can Toronto, Tokyo, or GPK find some sort of setup? They got
There's
again.
no way they
Skeeter's
can
not the
fight,
one they
man.
want first.
Run.
The timer's ticking. The smoke running out. It's kind of
Hey,
awkward
Falcons.
now for BB team.
They see the mid lane pushing in. The fact that nobody's showing there, they know that there's this move happening.
Amar is ready to
jumps
scout
in.
this out. They're going to try and go on him. They're going to drop the Doom down, see if they can kill off the Centaur. It's a lot
Damn.
of damage. It should
Centaur
be
is
enough.
dead.
W.
Can they get anything more though?
Oh,
Miracle jump
Medusa,
difference.
help.
Trouble.
And
Think about it.
GG.
Saika taking huge amounts of damage, but they get the shakes down.
Or-
They found a second. Marin's got a breakaway.
W.
Keep his distance.
They got a gem. This is pretty big so
Oh,
far.
yeah.
Toronto Tokyo's going to get
The
caught on
third.
the way out. So the gem will return into the hands of Falcons. It's not a bad effort
not bad
there
at
from
all.
BB team. They choose to fight into the Aegis, and they do get a 2-for-2 trade. Which, when you're down as far as they are right now in the net worth, you probably take that.
Yeah, I mean, all things considered, they were able
Yep.
to get this. The Stone Gaze in particular kind of stopped Maureen from being able to full commit onto this Medusa, so not bad. One step of many. I mean, you're still at a huge deficit, of course, but you're going to get a big kill, big surge of experience from taking out this level 18 Centaur.
And it did look risky at the start. I mean, we saw
Level
sort of
20
how
Dusa?
quickly Saika's mana pool just got shredded by
Yeah.
the damage output
I think he
coming
got,
in.
did he get like, I think he had either a big snake or somebody passed him like a Lotus or something, because he got a pretty decent restore afterwards. Maybe it was the Greaves. Didn't quite get to see. All right, best fight we've seen from them so far in this series, let's be honest with you. Get a 2 trade here, and level 20 now up on the Dusa. Good experience. So the Stone Gaze duration is actually pretty relevant now.
And we are seeing, this time round, if they get the jump onto Amar, they can kill this Centaur.
You
As
have to
tanky
use
as he look,
everything.
sure, it takes a lot, but it's proving to not be the worst way to start a fight.
But now cooldowns, 40 seconds on Doom. BBT is quite cooldown reliant to be able to pop those heroes, so Falcons looking to take advantage of those now for the moment. But BBT, as soon as those cooldowns are up again, they could look to go for this fight if they can find a nice type of wraparound like that again. Of course, they lost their vision, and they were not able to recover
Everything
that
is
gem.
very fat though. Satanic soon.
But
He
if they
can hard
can get
commit
vision
now.
down, if they can look for
He
these
has
type of
it.
flank rounds, if they can throw the kitchen sink onto one target, they can kill them.
Well, next fight round, Skeeter, especially taking this tower down, should have the money to get the AC out to him. But only a minute or so left on the Aegis.
They actually still have this ward on the high ground around the triangle, so sneaky little placement. Could be important for them to get a wrap. Skeeter, though, accelerating things more. As you said, 60 seconds on this Aegis, wants to force as much as possible.
Yeah, AC on the courier. They're going to try for the jump mirror, look for the backline. He gives
Oh.
He does get the Doom out, but indeed the Stampede was already there.
What?
He just turn and tear through Miro.
Oh, no.
He's out for 50.
That is not the initiation they wanted at all.
Oh.
And the
Oh my
push now,
God.
it will continue for Falcon. Skeeter, he's going to look for the jump in. He's able to get the Dragon Tail, so they're trying to use the cookie to keep Toronto Tokyo safe. They'll be able to keep him alive.
Got
Now
Aegis.
GPK able to turn, get the Vortex back onto Skeeter. Syke, has he got enough damage to take him down once they have?
That's the Aegis.
It's the Aegis gone.
Yeah, now what?
Having to do this 4 versus 5 though, BB team. Still 30 seconds
Come on,
without
get it.
Hero, and even when he's up, they don't have the Doom.
They still have the other ults though. Stone Gaze plus Kisses plus ET Splitter is at the ready. Falcons, they will respect it. Back up, finish off the Satanic for the Razor. And take out that ward that was placed there from earlier. They knew because of the way the Miro jumped that some type of vision was there, even though it wasn't the greatest type of initiation ever. And now no Doom, 80 seconds when they do respawn. Saika has found that 1 damage item though, on his way toward the next. Is the top net worth?
I mean, without a doubt, considering how far they are behind in net worth, they're still definitely giving quite the fight here, BB team.
Yeah, especially when it comes to these
Quick
high ground
4-minute
pushes. That's
farm.
pretty much where they thrive if they can get some type of dream connection with these Stone
Use
Gazes
the
and stuff
25
like that.
GG,
But
Copium.
again, gonna keep reiterating, looking at the net worth, it really is just the Deucer versus the
That's
world.
a
Those two
Copium.
supports about to surpass the mid and the off lane, even Crit. He's starting to get scaling items too. The Atos, the Gleipnir, it's starting to get queued up onto this Hoodwink as well. Snaking also has a BKB on this Mirana soon.
Tormentor once again. There's going to be Falcons.
Skitter gets a freebie.
Dragon Ball.
GPK halfway towards the Aghanims.
Getting closer and closer. It's all about that big wombo combo. If they can just have them all inside, I mean, it's going to have to just be some type of Stone Gaze that catches onto 3-4 heroes for him to do the damage still. Gold lead continues to grow.
Saika should have the full Daedalus ready for the next defense. 100 gold away, and pretty much going to have it with this next wave as he pushes out.
And how close is Tokyo to his Lotus? Okay, still a bit away, but if they can even get some type of Lotus play onto a Link, it could be huge. Still needs some time, of course, but...
Oh, amplified damage rune in the bottle, full Marine on the next push forward, and as you say, with the Satanic on top of the BKB, they've got multiple ways that they can absolutely charge in onto the high ground, and BB team, they're going to have so many kind of threats to deal with. Their team fight execution
Doom's
has to
net
be completely flawless from
Doom with Devour and Midas getting out from my enemy position 5.
With the Doom. And then they have to play this kind of 4v5 scenario and hope that this
Lul
can get this
W.
good positioning for the Stone Gaze and everything. They're playing around this high ground again, so looking to perhaps catch Falcons off guard.
I mean, do you think, is it a bit of a surprise or a concern for Falcons that because of the support build, they don't have anything like a Lotus to try and deal with the threat of the Doom? Or does that not matter? Or is that a part of the game where the greed could hit them a little bit hard?
I think that they're probably just feeling comfortable because they know how much gold that they're getting on the map. You know that BBT's just been trapped inside the base for the majority of the time, so they probably just think they can outscale, but maybe we will see at least one of those picked up.
GPK, he's going to be able to poke out the BKB from snaking.
Okay.
Yeah, that's the full Lotus done on BB team side of things. Toronto Tokyo, he's going to have that ready to play in the next team fight.
Coming.
He can get that down onto Saika. Should be able to really enable this Medusa to get a lot done in the team fight.
This is sneaky. Someone has to be careful. They're going to show. Rax dies super fast at this AC. But no more creeps. So it's just a range Rax that gets taken out.
Here's a 22. She needs so long.
Wait for the next Roche if they want
She
to.
can get 25 with Scotty.
Items, just waiting to see
Maybe.
when he's going to queue up the potential rapier.
That's
Doesn't
so
need it just
long.
yet. Scotty's going to be very effective versus the enemy lineup too. If he's able to get it, if they can keep slowing things down.
Let's have a look here. Roshan. It's going to be a shorter respawn. 45 seconds until it's back up. Miro farming pretty deep down here. Unlikely to get found by Falcons.
The safest place is the scariest place at this point for them. They have to take these type of risks to find any
Racing
farm
gets
on the map.
25 as well with Dagger. Sucks off her attack speed.
The question is, if BB team, do you think they feel strong enough to try and tackle the next Roche fight?
That feels a bit dangerous because you don't really have vision. If they could have gotten a ward out there perhaps beforehand, then maybe, but I think going out there blind is quite a risk because that's you're making the call that this could be our last fight.
Sure. And I think as you say, the high ground.
Their high ground is strong.
It is indeed where they're feeling pretty good, and they dealt with the Aegis push last time around. Sure, at the end of it all, they still ended up
playing Razor
losing
wrong.
melee racks. But again, considering how far Falcons are ahead, and that's all they got with this lead and with that Aegis push, I think, yeah, BB team's going to be telling themselves, let's just wait for them to come to us.
High ground. Yeah, you kind of have
Wisdom
to at this
rune.
point. You have to play
Wisdom
for them
rune, you
like
dog.
these type of cluttered areas where you can potentially land like a 3-man splitter or something with these pulls, and they do want to buy time, like you were mentioning, until GPK does have this Aghanims finished, and he is very close, right? He's 500 away from it, so if they can get like the
Medusa,
perfect
you need
synergy of
25.
everything just combining together, maybe there's still that chance for this Medusa. It's still a tall task, but She is the top net worth, which is all important.
Yeah, pretty impressive that amongst all the chaos, Saika's been able to stay at that position.
Only one death. And somehow also, GPK has stopped dying, right? I think it was, when was the last time actually that he did die? I don't know, it's been felt like what, 16 minutes or something since he's died? Can't really remember the exact timing, but he had 9 deaths pretty early in this game and he has stopped at the least on that.
Stormags,
They're
W.
gonna buy out. So Saika does spend the gold to get the BKB. They spend all their gold.
Okay. It's going to be a hard high ground siege for Falcons.
They're coming.
And which is a funny thing to say when they have this much lead in gold. And they should have this next stages. They're going to start in the Roshan. BB team looks like they do want to try and take the fight out here.
Okay, and they spent their gold for it. Falcons do stop hitting that Roche for a moment. They also spent quite a bit of their gold, if I'm not mistaken. I saw Mari did finish up a BKB before everything. Now they're going to continue threatening it. It dies fast.
BB team, I don't think they're going to feel they can swing across, especially taking the Watcher. They know that Falcons knows that they would be coming over towards this part of the map. So it looks like if anything, they may consider setting up around this high ground and try and catch them before they make it to the base.
This is a risky move if they do go for it, though, because they don't know exactly that there maybe is no vision there. There could be like some sneaky ward. Let's see if they do look for the jump. I mean, GPK, he's got the arcade, but he wants to get some type of
Insta-kill someone. You want to kill the center again, maybe?
It's risky.
It's very risky. And they'll show the illusion. So now at this point, Falcons, they already were playing careful. Look at them playing on the top side. They were avoiding that walk up the hill anyway.
Okay, respecting enemies.
Still holding on here. Just in case Falcons let anyone drift away up to the high ground on their own.
They're waiting for someone to show on the map and then potentially maybe look to catch if they see them split up.
I mean, maybe it's also just the threat of them being there, right? They know that it's unlikely Falcons are going to walk into a bad fight, but they also know that if BB team are sat on this high ground, they reveal it with the illusions, Falcons, they're not going to immediately come in with a push on this top lane.
Yeah, I mean, they can just go back and finish up these next few items because they are getting closer to some big ones. I mean, I've been waiting for Crit to reveal which one he goes for, by the way, because he's had the Gleipnir queued up for quite some time, but hasn't quite committed for it if we do want to see like a defensive one for him. And the Rapier does get queued up from Saika, so he is still feeling like he does need that explosive carry potential.
Medusa with a Rapier this game does sound kind of terrifying.
Pretty spicy, especially if he's able to hit 25. If we're able to see that split shot use modifiers with the Daedalus and Rapier, definitely still that chance.
I mean, still though,
Falcons,
they seem very relaxed.
They do. They seem very comfortable with just waiting to go for the later stages. BBT playing around this vision.
Do they want to jump Skeeter? GPK's thinking about it.
Oh, GPK got a Timeless Relic also, by the way. So he pretty much got the best things he could have gotten for the situation that they're put in.
Yeah, it's pretty huge. I mean, with the Timeless Relic, right, you're pretty much guaranteed to have enough time with the Vortexes to set up for the Elder Titan to get in position, the Stone Gaze as well, these Stomps, Earth Splitters. It's a lot of wombo combo potential from BB team, but they have to land it perfectly because of how far ahead Falcons are.
Malrine, Refresher has been purchased, so insane amount of damage now on this Razor.
Okay,
jump on two.
They're making the Vortex onto the two. They can
The silence! Oh god! Oh, we can be! He's panicking!
Saka's stunned though, the arrow connected on him.
The Sharpshooter comes in as well. Notice has been thrown down.
Oh no!
Mira's gonna make the jump in over towards the Razor, gets the Doom down onto him. Amar leading forward. Saika trying to stand his ground and fight back. He's doing a lot of damage here.
Actually, winnable.
Doing something.
Can't stick around any longer though. The BKB's about to wear off.
He's running low on mana.
Ogre Seal totems away.
Saika.
Falcons, they're gonna look to certainly chase the Plasmafield, won't catch on. And they don't want to throw themselves into the high ground yet, so Saika will get
kind of close.
To head back.
Oh!
Stunned again, GPK.
He's not going to get the same chance though. He's stunned into the silence. They're calling the cookie. He's not going to save it.
Orchid Bird. It's too much.
GTK, my GP shit.
They used absolutely everything there to kill a target. They didn't kill anybody on the side of Falcons. Able to reset, sustain, Refresher still at the ready for Malrine, so he can use it if he wants to, and he still has his Eyes of Storm ready in 5 seconds or so.
Yeah, still 2 minutes left on the Aegis for Skeeter. The push coming in once more, tier 3 down
damage, wipe check.
Skeeter.
They used the cookie on the illusion.
The force back on the Saika will keep him at a safe distance from Falcons.
That was a risky cookie. Gotta save those to be able to reposition the Dusa as much as possible. But it will push Falcons at least back for the moment. But DK Dragon Form's about to be ready again. They've almost got BKBs at the ready on the Razor as well. And Doom is going to be on cooldown for 50 seconds. Falcons will back up, look to farm up a little bit more. they're content with keeping this one going. It feels like they know that they've got this scaling going. Even though in that last fight too, the Link was actually reflected from the Lotus Orb. You could see that it still wasn't enough for BBT to look to turn to fight with this Medusa.
Refresher.
Falcons there, ready and set up in case BB team do start to try and look for these sneaky smoke plays coming out of the base.
Just get the Rapier. Is the Wisdom Rune still there? There's no way.
Gleipnir now finished up
it looks
onto
bugged.
the Hoodwink. So we see GPK fall into the bottom 3.
Snake King's
still
ready
there.
to start
Holy
work
shit.
on his Satanic.
Pro players, by the way.
Oh, well, look. That'll be a pretty interesting one for him. But sure, why not? And the push commences. Doom, 5 seconds until it does come back up. BKB's at the ready on the side of
Excuse him
Falcons.
with the jump. Straight away going to start off the action on the wall side.
Yeah,
Going to
he
get
did for
Silence in as
30.
well. Quick Manta to remove it. Illusions will block the arrow. Falcons
Pow,
go hop back.
pow,
So
pow.
full
Does
blood
little
gone
in the
next
damage.
time round. That Skeeter's going to be ready to slam down on these heroes.
He's just trying to force this type of reaction. If they can force the Medusa to use a BKB, then Saika just... It's very difficult for him to fight.
I mean, if BB team can hold on for just a few more waves coming in, Saika is going to get very close to this Divine Rapier dream.
He needs both timings, though. I think he needs the Rapier and that 25, it does feel like. Yes, he's going to be able to do decent damage single when he's got that Rapier, if he does get it.
Again.
Feels like he does need that explosive damage on everybody. Because it really is him versus the world.
Oh, check the time. Torment is up again.
Perfect timing, and Aegis
Falcons.
reclaimed, so
The
Skeeter's going to
Razor.
lose HP
No,
during
they
it.
have it already. 1,400 gold.
As I think Snaking did commit for it, by
Oh,
the way.
he did. He's
I think
getting
he
that
committed for the
Satanic.
Satanic.
He's getting that Satanic online.
Holy
Not
shit.
too often you see these supports get it. I think the last time I saw support get a Satanic was like a Hoodwink, I think, getting one in some crazy game. I think it was Boxy at some point in some tournament, but this is not something you see too often. But he's wanting to scale. Again, level 20's been hit now for him too. So that crit is online. And same thing for, I mean, crit as well too. And he is online, so pretty much 5 cores that Falcons have been able to build up.
Yeah, 30k lead pretty much coming up on the numbers here from Falcons.
Almost a 25
They're
Razor.
enjoying this.
The Rapier's
They're-
purchased,
Drains
though.
attack
Oh, here we
speed.
go. Okay.
W.
I mean, can Saika turn this game around here on the TI main stage? It's where it counts the most. The BB team,
Danish
they've never
audience.
been able to take a series against Falcons.
Can you imagine if this will be the way that they do it off of a Rapier purchase?
Or this may just be the end of the game.
Or it
We're
could
going
just
to
be the end
find
of the
out
game. We'll
here.
have to see.
The smoke's coming out. They're ready for the setup. Skeeter's out for the blink. GPK.
Done too.
He's going to get the opening here. Straight away to raise
Okay.
it. Lay down the Doom as well. Staking. He gets
Oh my god, it's working.
Take down Omar as well.
It's working. W.
Back here, potential
Oh.
from BB team.
I hate the panic.
They take out 3 heroes. They're dead for a long time, folks.
They are. I mean, GPK
Why didn't you
found
buy
the perfect
a
2
Hex?
targets, and they got
I
the
hate
Doom
the
onto Mount
Titanic.
Rain. The ideal situation
I
for
bought
them.
Titanic.
And level
Could it be
25,
happening?
it's about to hit as well.
I mean, you know, for the
baby.
sake of the pubs out there and support Mirana's farm
25.
you know, maybe it will be a good thing if a comeback does happen. Can they do it with this Rapier
Oh.
Medusa? And the 25,
hope.
as you say, he's basically
There's
got
hope,
it.
Basically,
guys.
that.
Basically got it.
The important thing is, too, now
There's
at this
hope.
point, when you're able to get these type of kills, these sequences,
Check
What
this
if-
out
what
here.
happened
their
to
respawns
Mirana?
are long,
A
so
white
Doom and
hope,
everything
I
comes
guess.
back up as they respawn.
And as we're seeing
And
here, you know, if they don't
She
deal
turned
with
and
the
died.
Medusa,
You can leap
Saika,
away.
He'll kill them.
He will.
Come
They
on,
will all
Snake
die.
King.
Absolutely. I mean, it's the perfect jump. You couldn't ask for a better one there from
He
GPK.
turned
nice.
and started hitting with a tonic.
GPK.
Even though there's that 22,000 lead.
I mean,
He's,
could
Got
it
the
be
damage
that
on the
redeeming
Dusa.
yeah,
himself.
Falcons, maybe they were just a little too relaxed this game?
Quick relax.
BB team, they're getting the chance to get back into it, absolutely, around this Medusa. And in a style, as you say, that just hasn't been doing too well. The 4 protect 1.
But look at the itemization that they've gone for, too, with it, right? So Vlad's also on save. It's everything about throwing onto Saika at this point. What is GPK queuing? I'm almost like thinking...
If they lose this game,
Can he
it's
just go down
100%
fresher
on
route on the
Satanic
storm?
purchase.
I would have like a double pull. All he really has to do is set up for the Doom or for this Medusa to get in position to get these type of plays. He's got the damage. Miro, he does have a refresher also
Of
finished
course,
up too, so
Satanic.
they will have that
Mirana?
secondary round of them. And so far, I'm just clicking around. No Lincolns, no Lotuses purchased for the side of Falcons. You know, I'm clicking on Snaking, and I'm seeing the Satanic.
He's getting
You've got-
a Hurricane.
This-
At least he's getting a Hurricane.
Yeah,
Yeah,
but I
it
feel
gives
like
you
this-
4 stuff. It's
this-
going to help a little bit.
I definitely feel like that Satanic could have been like a Lincoln's for him, because it feels very greedy from him in particular. But
I mean, let's see.
Let's see how the
Maybe
next fight
Falcons
goes.
are able to just end the game now, as they're coming in with the smoke.
Copy him.
And of course, being a 4 protect 1, if they kill this Medusa, it should be game over. He does have buyback
does have buy.
available, but of course that will be without that Rapier.
But Falcons,
Oh,
they're the
no.
ones wanting to start a fight, because if BBT is able to just get the starting of the fights a lot of times, they can delete heroes.
BB team.
They're reading the movement.
And a bit of a spooky
know.
location here.
Oh, no.
They know.
Quite expect.
They saw the ward placed in their base. They have a sentry
Damn.
there, so they saw that Falcons were sneaking.
They're going to try and jump Malrine.
Oh, come on, Malrine!
Oh, the save!
The card! W!
The save!
Now they're ready for the
There's
turn.
the
In
Disa.
fact, they go straight towards
Oh, shit!
The damage!
Satanic! Why didn't you use Satanic? Why didn't you use Satanic? Uh-oh.
Help him, help him! Oh, he's going top. Nice.
They'll be able to tear Saika away back to safety.
Okay.
GPK pumps the BKB. The ball lightning back up to the high ground. The cores survive. The two of them. It's just Miro that's
Go.
out for 55.
He spent the gold for that refresher, and he gets caught on the front line of everything there.
And we've got to look out for more players like this. Amar
seen
in
him,
the workhorse with that cart. He's ready to bail them out, and if that wasn't there, if he wasn't ready, Malrine was absolutely dead.
I mean, he tried for. I actually didn't even see in the last one. I'll be completely honest. I was wondering what happened with Malrine, why he was like ghost form in the bottom one. But yeah, it was that Aghanims this time. It does play it safe to be able to get the reset from the Doom.
Satanic.
Roshan in 40 seconds. Doom will be respawning in time, and he will have. Okay, he won't have the double Doom. He'll
check
never
this
want
out
it
again.
already.
And see how quick they are to jump. But Malrine, he knows that Amar's ready to back him up. I mean, indeed, without that there, he was absolutely dead.
Very quick reaction. Toronto, Tokyo in a dangerous position right now.
Mana.
Amar.
Satanic.
Oh, he found him. And he's gonna stun.
Oh.
They got the two supports.
And there's nobody to get Toronto Tokyo out of this.
Oh,
Toronto Tokyo's gone.
no.
Saika's going to try and fight back. GPK's in with the Sims. Let's get the
Oh, big W!
Oh,
Again.
saving him again.
Holy shit, Amar's carrying.
Tried to drag Malrine out of the fight and will succeed.
Okay. Very
Gets him away
disciplined.
from
Very
BB team.
disciplined.
Both teams dropping the buybacks here.
Oh.
Saving Toronto Tokyo for BB team.
Many
and
buybacks.
Crit with the one from Falcon's side of things.
Oh, and this card is doing wonders, and it's got such a low cooldown. It's back up in 10 seconds. Every single
Working
time
the
you can
card.
actually use this to bail Malrine out.
Someone's got to find Amar.
They really do. Malrine, he's got the BKB back up
Uh-oh.
also.
Careful.
Level 25's been hit on the DK. Lots of buybacks used. These supports have to be careful. The arrow will scout.
Stone Gaze is up.
Saika in the front lines.
They're going to get the job done. Dragon Tail.
Oh, he needs help now.
Black hole, there's a black hole, white hole, something. No. Give her mana, give her mana.
Oh my god, hit, you dogs! Hit!
Oh my god.
Oh my god.
The Satanic. The Satanic.
Satanic!
Oh,
The Satanic!
damn.
Holy shit.
He was out of mana so early in the fight, but he's
Oh
able
my
to stay on the
God,
ground. They get the connection.
Oh
The
no, there's an
Stone
ag
Gaze
as well.
Oh my goodness, this game is delivering.
Wow.
Aegis,
They're going to be
plus an Aghanims.
so much money on Syker as well. He's still got
Two
a lot of options
eggs.
for what he wants to pick up next. But we'll see this. They absolutely felt here, Falcons, that they had him. You
How
see
did
the
they not
mana drop
finish him?
slow. But Syker, they couldn't quite do the damage beyond his mana pool. He keeps his distance, stands his ground as well, attacking back onto Amar. What a fight.
Unbelievable. Insane stuff. Just little mini, I mean, maybe just butterfly evasion and
Pull
stuff.
him.
To play every little possible small thing,
Thinking.
keeping Saika alive.
Actually throwing the game.
Falcons are starting to feel a bit of that
God,
pressure
man.
after having a 30,000 gold lead.
Okay, buy back and kill the
I mean, there was
Disa.
always a sense that this
Imagine
could be
a
coming,
Lincoln
but
or a
BB
Hex.
team,
Just
they've
imagine
just
it.
never really done something like this before.
No, this is super impressive for Saika in particular. And also, have to give a lot of credit to GPK.
Okay,
This man had 9
45%.
deaths in the game.
Yep.
He's got 10 now, but the pulls he's been able to get,
Somebody
the
help
shots,
Medusa.
they've been crucial for this comeback.
It really feels like all the times in the past in which BB team have tilted out of rough games, they've just been saving it up for today, Fogged, where it counts the most.
Now they've got Banner too. This Rax in jeopardy, and these long respawns. Doom's coming back up. Everything's coming back up for BBT. You couldn't bring down this Medusa once, and now versus Aegis, the gold lead has gone to 0.
Incredible stuff there. And yeah, Falcons.
Oh man.
What would you imagine
This
is the vibe
Satanic,
from their
man.
side of things right now? Like, what are they saying? What are they doing? This is a completely new position for them to really be forced into.
They probably just felt like they were comfortable with the multi-scale because of how much Crit was farming, because of how much Snay was farming, because of everybody. But now I'm looking at the itemization. They're like,
So network,
we need to
you
get ways
dog.
to prevent this Medusa from attacking or prevent something. See, Snay's queued up like a halberd, but
Get enemy
these
wisdom, they
items maybe are
should.
coming after the fact that they needed them. These Dooms have been hitting. The Stone Gazes are connecting, and now it's a Swift Blink. So positioning for Saika, it's always going to be there.
Oh my god. The dive.
Feeling like this Medusa now has the advantage in the game. And the positioning overall, BBT, they've been able to get these beautiful jumps over and over again.
Psycho's in.
Somehow hit level 25 throughout all this.
They try with a jump.
Okay.
With this Aegis, I mean,
What
they
the damage?
struggled to take him down once in a team fight.
He's
Oh, the high-fiving.
Gonna get the jump
Oh,
again.
here we go.
The standing
It's
should
a
be
big
the Aegis gone.
Go.
But you can imagine this was part of the plan, because they just presented the Medusa up. Let's see what the backup is here from BBT. They get the jump. The stun is there.
Oh, no, dude, you didn't pick me. What are you blinking, you stupid dog?
God, it lost.
Oh, my God.
Defend, and they're ready to kill off more as they look towards save. Trying to hide with the
Oh, my fucking God.
Uh-oh. And that's a rapier. Wait, they give it a snaking.
Question mark.
I mean, he's the one with the Satanic. It's like, guys, I didn't farm the Satanic for nothing. Give me the rapier.
Oh, man. It looks like they were
Doom
putting him out there on a silver platter, but
didn't Blinky
it
be
seemed like they had an idea
blink.
to play around it, but now
He
Doom
blinked and
gets
gets stunned. Holy fuck, what a dog.
20,000 gold swings in these fights.
After
That's
making such an
100%
unbelievable
on Doom.
comeback throughout the majority of this game, it
100%
takes one
Doom.
mistake.
Oh, no. Maybe the BB team of old is still within them.
Falcons.
They were so close to turning this around,
fake.
but it's
The
just
hope
been
is
completely
false.
redeemed there by that successful defense from Falcons.
Doom
You can
needs
look
to
at
go
like
in
kinda how it
2
all plays out
seconds
is
before she respawns
Saika
and
has to
dooms 2
swap the
people.
BKB in, right? Because the Aegis is getting reclaimed. He has to swap it in. It wasn't up, so he actually just gets hit by the first stun. Yeah, he's followed up from the chain stun, and they're able to connect absolutely everything, and he can't get anything off before they get all those spells onto him.
Well, here we go. Let's see if they can hold now without the
This
rapier
is so
on the
fucking
Medusa.
over.
Now things are going to get back to being very, very hard for BB team.
Especially because now even snaking with a rapier, his damage is also pretty absurd. And now these Rexes, the final set. 15 seconds, no Doom.
Satanic Rapier, W.
Genuinely could have been the plan all along for snaking. He's like, I'm just going to get Satanic, they're going to get Rapier, they're going to lose the Rapier, and I'm going to take it for myself.
He wishes. Imagine having that much foresight. That'd be pretty impressive. Skitter, the final racks. There's no glyph. You gotta go soon, BBT.
GPK a little slow with the jump there. They get the range right, they're out.
Nightfall was high-fiving as well, feeling cocky in the throw of the game.
They'll have to head back and deal with that one.
Show the replay. Show the replay. Look at Doom.
BBT, can they get that sort of swing back again this game? It's going to require another rapier.
It's going to require another rapier, exactly what I
replay now, go.
should be able to farm that out pretty quickly. But it depends how much time Falcons give BB team in these moments.
What's he gonna sell? I mean, maybe you just sell something. Maybe sell your like Manta or something just to be able to get it.
Yeah.
I feel like he's gonna have to open up an inventory slot.
Sure.
But we'll see. Back up to 30,000 gold lead very quickly, of course, as you were mentioning from that fight swing.
Look at that. It's as if the comeback never happened.
30K.
Really.
They did get almost 2 full sets of racks at least, so some momentum pushing out of the lanes slightly. But it's just this range racks now left top for the side of Falcons. And Psycho, yeah, he needs the rapier. So yeah, sells the Manta.
Okay. That's pretty
much has it gone.
400 gold.
400 gold.
So there should be, well, there will be a second rapier thrown into the mix this game. There it is.
He has to get the BKBs off, though. They have to still get everything. He
just
still
buy a
needs
new
all
one.
his defensive capability. If he gets caught from an initial stun, I still have massive concerns for this Medusa.
Yeah, they've proven that they've been able to burst through him.
Yeah. And also the
team
Falcons. The team just needs to be closer. Let's be real here. That last fight, they put him out so far. They were what, 2,000 range away.
It looked a bit rough. It looked like losing the Aegis was kind of like part of the plan, but then it seemed to play out like there was no plan at all.
Smoke up, Miro. Oh, Ninja Gear.
Get the jump. They're going to drive the dude down. I mean, it's not a bad target. They get rid of Amar. They
Mirana.
get rid of his workhorse car. There's no save.
I mean, if Snay has to be cautious with his positioning, too, on this Mirana, he is very important in this game. If he gives up a rapier, too, the game could just swing back and
The
forth.
concept of a plan.
That's going to be their cruise. That's going to be the key target, though, they have to go for. I think the Doom just has to be thrown onto Amar in every single one of these situations. At least one of them. Otherwise, he's just going to stampede, workhorse out one of the boys. So if they can keep playing around those visions, getting that type of Doom, then they still got a fighting chance for this Medusa.
Sure. And Toronto Tokyo's going to be able to enable a lot, like with this Ags, and now going for the AC.
True. He's actually starting to get some scaling.
He's
got
scary.
the 20 talent. Gone are the days, though, of ET being able to just jump in a lot of the times and be able to do that constant briefcasing. But if he's able to get the AC in match, maybe there's that chance, too, for him.
Now, if you get the AC, and if you can get that rapier maybe from snaking, you know, you never know. This ET could be going far.
Look at Malry and telling them, come high ground, because that was where the blunder definitely did happen before. Other thing to point out, crit Wind Waker is finished up, so other ways to prevent Doom. So now you have to look for quite a few different targets to at least focus fire.
That's true.
Initiations are going to still be, it's kind of been the most important thing for the side of BBT throughout most of this game, but even more so than ever. Looking for this annoying Wink, looking for this Centaur with one of the Dooms.
Well, that's it. Yeah, I'd still imagine overall Amar's going to be the key target.
Yeah, absolutely.
You take him out of the fight, it's absolutely huge, because his saves have been crucial.
Yeah. And I'm wondering to see if maybe he does queue something like a Linken's himself. He does have the gold soon for it on Amar. He can consume that Aghanims and then go for it afterwards. So, yeah, we'll see. There's still a lot of item growth that can come through at both sides in this game.
Smoke time from Falcons. They're ready to go again. Both teams very close to the point where one successful team fight could draw out the finale of this game.
Giga damage.
How much buybacks are there? Or how many are there? It looks like Falcons has the majority. The two supports don't have it, but the three cores do. While on the side of BBT, they kind of have to go all in for most of them here. GPK can play around it, but the rest of them do have to spend their gold, it feels. And Roche, how long is it going to be? It's a fast one, 20 seconds.
And at this point, I'd imagine, has it fallen back to the point where BB team probably don't want to fight around the pit? You know, sure, maybe take a fight outside of the base, but not actually in the pit? Or do you think now, back with another Rapier on the Medusa, they could actually look to go fully aggressive?
It's total chaos at this point. I think you can any fight that you can take if you have vision is important for BBT. So if they can get vision down there, then perhaps, yeah, look for that fight. Miro has also hit 25, so the mute is online. It's a big power spike for them on top of everything.
Absolutely. Whoever he gets the Doom down onto, as long as Psycho's able to follow up, get his BKB off and get the hits in, they will kill. Unless, of course, the jump isn't made indeed onto the Centaur.
So we'll have to see if they do get the connections.
And as you say, the Wind Waker also another option for Falcons to counterplay the jump from BBT.
And yeah, Mallory, I think you'd said it before, but Mallory does have Wind finally, so they do have at least one of the blocking. And they can purchase a couple more. I mean, they have like 7,000 gold on several different heroes.
Yeah, I'd say if anything, Maorian's probably got to look out to get that Linken's thrown onto Amar, if Amar's the one being targeted first.
He can do fancy stuff, right? Yeah. You can Linkens, you can pop Refresher and block, or send another one and stuff like that. This Roche, it dies too fast, they can't contest. And difficult for them to come out there now at this point when Falcons has the vision too.
The Black Dragon?
7 minutes, we could be approaching toward this 60-minute mark also.
And DJ, yeah, you can only imagine the potential there. Something like a Mirror Shield coming out for Psycho.
I mean, explosive damage can come into these Apexes.
Please show the Black Dragon. There's no toolkit for it.
Game. Falcons, though, with this Aegis. See where they look to go.
Let's see. BB team. The remainder of the smoke.
They have to just literally play around vision. If they see an occasion where they can get a multi-hero pull, that's where they kind of just have to take it. Even if they're playing into Aegis, I think they have to seize any opportunity they can get where they get multiple heroes inside this vortex from GPK. Even if it's risky, you don't want Falcons to just get free setup onto high ground pushes.
Falcons.
Tense moments.
They're on their way. Sending in the illusions first, seeing if they can get any information out. BB team remaining completely hidden. Keen to fight underneath their ward setup here, BB team. Falcons, they're careful about how they approach this. They know the BB team's likely to be looking for this sort of play.
It's deep breaths from both sides here. It's patience.
They're getting the vortex opening and straight away over towards Skeeter. They're going to look to burst.
He got Doom. He's useless.
Now they turn attention over towards Amar, but Miro found the Doom target. Amar had to back off. He's trying to push on forward, but the Earth Splitter catches him. Mary trying to heal up here with the Satanic. Is he going to be alive against the 5 of them? It looks pretty good. They can't quite bring Maureen down.
Oh, no.
God, help him! Oh, no.
They're going to try and get it back up to high ground.
Yeah, they're done.
Oh, come on.
2 minutes. No buyback available on Psycho. This could be it for Falcons. They're pushing on. That was the fight that they were looking for.
Another catch.
20 seconds until Psycho can buy back. It's on cooldown. He has the money.
Better be some fucking banter.
Last 20 more seconds. GPK trying to buy them time in with the vortex onto the 2 of them. But Maureen and Skinner, they're looking to close it up. The fortification's there. 7 seconds until Psycho is back.
Can they push them off?
I mean, with these 2 Rapiers now on Falcon's side, I think they push fast. Mirror's in with the Doom. GPK trying to but Amar's in with the save.
Mira not dead.
Skinner to keep hitting the ancient
face.
Interruption. GG is called.
It's over.
Do it 2-0.
No reaction.
Team out once again.
This was one of the better recoveries I've seen from BBT playing versus Falcons throughout this year, but it didn't matter. One mistake on that high ground push, Falcons capitalize. Oh man, A devastating game for BBT.
You have to play like
what
garbage.
A performance from Falcons with a very
Hate to
comfortable,
say it.
stable draft. And Malrine at the end, he just ran through 5 heroes on this Razor with no fear.
He really did. You know, in this sort of game where things got as crazy as they did as the minutes passed and we got to that sort of 60-minute mark, yeah, Malrine showing no fear at any stage of the match, especially at that end point, knowing that he could go in and he could just survive against the 4 of them. He was super aware of what BB Team had already thrown down on the rest of his lineup. He knew he could get away with that sort of play.
Yeah, have to give some commends, of course, to BBT making this type of potential comeback. It was a 30,000 gold lead at some point. They swung it back to 0, but Falcons
He was crying
find
in there.
that one opportunity when it's just a split up Medusa that they're able to take that most important team fight.
Absolutely. Yeah,
Here it comes.
The closest the BB Team's
He's
come
such a
up
nerd.
in the game against Falcons, where they
I love
were
him.
so close to turning it, but then they got a little bit ahead of themselves with that push down mid, losing, you know, Psycho with the Aegis and quickly a second time, as you say, largely down to the key timing of Falcons getting that stun jump immediately on the respawn, the Aegis leaving him no chance to BKB.
How does it feel?
Well, what a game. I hope we get many more of those today. This series, as we saw, Falcons, they take it 2-0, moving on in the competition and knocking BB Team out.
I am here with Crit. I mean, your first win in front of the home crowd. How does that feel? It's very special. I didn't really know how I was going to react playing here the days leading up, like just being at my apartment and then going straight to TI. It's crazy. I'm hearing a lot of support from the crowd, which must be nice, but how do you keep your head in the game during this match? Because it got pretty crazy. Yeah, I mean, we're a very composed team. I think it helps. We have experienced players like that are very good at it. The booths are also very soundproof, so that helps. Yep, soundproof booths will certainly do the job for you. And of course, you talk about experience, but of course, you also have Malrine here as well. This is his first TI main stage. What was it like for him? You know, he seemed so cool, calm, and composed coming into these lanes and just demolishing. You know, was that because you guys were helping him out, supporting him, or is he just a cool character? I think Stas is just a person that's, it's kind of up to him. I mean, we obviously try to help him as much as we can, but he is just, he's such like an energy bomb, and it's kind of just up to him on the day to just be there, and today he just decided to show up and be the best player in the world. He certainly
Make him
did.
speak
Absolute
Danish.
Performance from him and all of you, to be honest. Congratulations. And of course, there's more work to be done. Who would you rather face in your next lower bracket game? Is it Cloud9 or is it Liquid? Well, I don't really know Cloud9 players that well, and I'm good friends with Blitz, so I'd say I'd rather play Cloud9 so Liquid get top 3. All right, Crit, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, Copenhagen, give it up for your local legend,
Not
Crit.
making him speak Danish with a big L.
And we'll pass it back to the panel.
Thank you very much, Nomad, and congratulations to Crit and Team Falcons for moving forward and, of course, securing top 6 here at the International. We'll see how far they can go through this lower bracket. This game, too, though, it looked spicy. This was exactly what everybody woke up here to come see because it could have gone either way. Tigov, this was magic.
It was, and, you know, for BB, they're not, you know, they've been here before. In regards to like last TI, 68,000 comeback, they made it, you know. They also lost a 30,000 comeback. They was, what, 30k down this time with the Raping. Like, they were so close to doing it again. Like, for all-time TI history, BB holds the record for, like, #1 and #2 for winning and losing with comebacks. Like, this is their home ground. They're used to it. But, yeah, unfortunately, they weren't able to overcome the Falcons' kind of class.
But they put up a really good fight, though, towards the end, which was just great to see. It looked like at the start that they were going to go out with
Doom
a
throwing
whimper,
the
but
game
they went
middle.
out with a bang,
Look
Shiver,
at
and that's
Doom.
what TI is here for. But ultimately, this game, I think Falcons played an incredible game, but I want to talk about their identification of who the key target was in this game. We talked about the Medusa a lot on the draft, but Falcons identified that Storm Spirit was their central key in this game to get it moving, to give them an entry into that mid game, to allow them to skirmish. And
There's
once
a
they
comeback.
did, they shut him down entirely. Malrine on that Razor, with that last pick, not only did he counter him, first let him solo, but then they brought Crit to that lane. They camped the Storm Spirit. Malrine then goes bottom and wins that lane. And GPK, this is one of the most difficult early games I've ever seen him play.
Yeah, he's a player always known for kind of crushing his lanes, having this really early
Here
game
we go.
advantage. So him going into the like 6
Where's
minutes,
Doom? Look at
0
Doom now.
0 is just
He blinks and gets stunned because he doesn't BKB. He's so bad. BKB before you blink, you stupid dog. Holy shit.
Pointed out that you loved the way Amar was building his Centaur.
Yeah, I thought his Axe purchase is really good. I think it's kind of underrated nowadays. It's been buffed so much they're invulnerable, so they don't take any Doom damage. And it also gives them haste, so he can run away from like a Doom. And you saw, I think, 2, 3, 4 fights. He basically just saves whoever gets
Help
gone.
him!
There was the one fight top that it was actually on cooldown, and that was the fight that pretty much swung the game and almost gave BB Team the win. But besides that, it honestly did so much work. And even here, you see the DK can't get stunned. They can't stop him. He's in the cart and can just hit the Ancient, and at some point they just win.
It felt like it was like the best usage of Centaur Aghanim's I've ever seen. Like every time I see a Centaur player pick up Ags, it's like they have to use it one time to understand what the spell even does because they don't know. Then they use it, but like Amar, he knew exactly what he had to do the entire time, and yeah, a banging game and great itemization.
Yeah, and that Centaur cart, it's an 8-second duration, correct? 8-second duration, taking that off of Doom, if you can save some key targets, all of a sudden you become the priority Doom target, which is what we saw in the last fight. Miero on his Doom had to Doom Centaur. And what happened after that? That was the first time we've seen Razor not doomed in a fight. Then Malrine runs in, Satanics, runs into 3 heroes, zones all of BB Team away from the Medusa, who was isolated on the side, killed by Skeeter's DK, and we finally saw the power of what Razor can do in fights when he's not carted away for 8 seconds.
Yeah, we really did.
Ben,
I
female
will say, though,
panelist.
seeing BB Team
Why
exit
Alien
here
Killer?
must hurt as they came in with higher expectations than that. For some words from BB Team, we're heading over to Pyrian, who's talking to
Nice.
Saika.
Hear him cry.
Yeah,
Bye.
Thieves, I'm here with Saika. Saika, first of all, we're all really sorry to see you guys go out of the tournament. You put together some really great performances. What went wrong in this series? Just briefly.
I mean, I guess we were just forced. First
what
game
we
we
decide.
had kind of free lanes, and we couldn't really like make move first, I guess. And the second game we just got crushed from lanes, from bot and mid, and the game was hard from that point.
But you guys were so close to pulling it back. It was a fantastic series. Did it feel a little unlucky to bump into your year-long enemies, Falcons, here in the lower bracket?
I mean, I guess you can call it unlucky, but anyway, if you want to win tournament or like get to super far, you have to beat everyone. So that's just life.
So this season, I think we've seen some glimmers of real brilliance for you guys. What are you going to do to come back next year and turn it around and maybe even win a TI?
Kick GPK.
I mean, hard question. I guess we're just going to try to become better. Maybe some changes, not sure.
Okay. And
Ooh.
I know you guys have a ton of fans. Is there
Some
anything you want to do
changes.
for them for supporting you this year?
Yeah, it was a decent year. Thanks to all
Someone's
fans,
getting kicked.
especially CS fans, for supporting us. We could feel it. So yeah, we'll come back stronger.
Well, thank you, Saika. Thank you for taking the time to talk to us. Can we get a round of applause for BB Team and Saika? Thank you. And the tournament, of course,
Ask him why he changed
continues.
her
More on that
stupid
back
name.
now.
Thank you very much, Pyrian and Saika. As we say goodbye to BB Team, they've had a tremendous year. They came top 4 so frequently, Effie. To see them here out in top 8 is uncharacteristic for them.
It is, but they didn't look like they were in top form throughout this tournament, to be honest. That's why they started in lower bracket, but we heard from Saika, you know, they could do some changes, it could be gameplay, it could be someone related to the team, but this team does have a lot of potential. Ultimately, I think they were their own worst enemies. That is always the case with BB Team. You can see them fold under pressure. You can see them be a bit too afraid to make any decisive plays or change up their drafts in an elimination game. And unfortunately, they're out, but they did have a great year.
Yeah, it's been about 2 years of an empty trophy cabinet for them, and with the interview as well, it's the first time I've actually heard a player go, there might be changes. Everyone else, like, when Noun's got eliminated, it's like, we're going to stick together, and I can't wait for next year, you know, it's like that kind of, woo! So, yeah, we'll see what happens with the region, because, you know, if one of the top teams hasn't really made it, then maybe we get some spicy shuffles, but yeah, that's a whole other story, and they had a good run.
Yeah, I think, Gunnar, if you look at a team and consistently indeed falling a little bit short, at some point, a team will have to make choices. I would imagine that from a team perspective, that's very difficult to already think about.
It's fine. The best series is coming up.
This year, the season, the next
China versus SEA.
qualifiers coming up like within a week of this TI ending.
Copium.
there will be moving parts.
What the
I
fuck?
Think, so
The guy has literally
not
perfect
immediately
skin.
after you lose, you're gonna think about it, but in the coming
True.
days, it's gonna be something.
It is definitely going to be something. I think also something that BB Team will think about is this game that we just watched, because they were so close to forcing out a third game to this series.
It's a filter. It almost looked like a filter.
If they were having that Medusa live just a little bit longer here and there, but it was Falcons that was able to pinpoint exactly.
I guess he has
how
some
to get
makeup
to that
abuse.
hero. Isn't that right, Purge?
That's right, Cheever. Yeah, it was a very close game towards the
Dark
end. The
Samiki
team
Perch.
moments were so close. I want to show you some examples of that comeback fight that BB Team had
The BKB
where they almost got back in the game. Now, right before this clip happened, the Mirana arrow was used, kind of scouting to look for this ward here. But what happens is Skeeter's going to use his Bloodthorn item here to increase the accuracy against Medusa, who's got a butterfly. But watch the stun duration. They need a follow-up stun. It can't be arrow. It's going to be the hoodwink stun. But watch this Storm Spirit zipping through. Just by chance, happens to cut the tree. That's going to interrupt the stun that's catching the Medusa, and as a result, she gets to use her Manta and her BKB. That basically starts panic mode for Falcons, because that's the person they're supposed to lock down. She gets her ulti off. She gets her BKB off. The Doom on the right targets happens, and that's why they're able to turn this fight. That stun being interrupted and removing the quick Bloodthorn completely changes the outcome of this fight. Look at how it was later when the game was even up.
Here we
BB
go.
Team is sieging the base. First stun, into second stun, into arrow. Full stun
Doom's supposed to
duration
blink
while
in
Aegis is coming
about
up. He's
now.
gonna swap
Blink
his
in now,
BKB
Doom,
from
and
his
Doom
backpack
people.
here into his inventory. It's going to come up just a little bit late. And watch
Blinking
the
and
frame
Doom.
perfect
And here it
stun
comes.
from Mara
Here
on
comes the
center.
Doom.
Catches
Doom.
the Medusa,
I
catching
cannot.
stun
I literally
again.
cannot.
Follow up with another stun. This is the DK stun now. She takes 2 lives and doesn't get to be unstunned for a single second of it here. That is how you beat the Medusa. That was the plan for Falcons, but the fact that they messed up that previous fight almost gave BB Team a chance to win this game. It was really close.
Thanks, Purge. 1 second, Gunner. 1 second, and we could have had a whole different story here.
Yeah, I think even the BKB, it was kind of a sketchy high ground. I would say they had to do something. I think they were feeling the pressure of the game, that it was getting to the point where they're stronger, but they need to keep pushing forward and getting more and more, because I think their draft definitely had a point where if the game goes like 60, 70 minutes, even with the Rapier on the Medusa and how strong she is, they're not going to just win for free. So they wanted to close it out, and it just wasn't enough that time.
Yeah, also, actually, the Doom on Mir, he ended up blinking in the second Centaur stun. So on Medusa's second life, the Doom couldn't cover for her because it was a very well-timed stomp or an unlucky timed blink by Doom. So it was just a matter of little things.
A matter of little things. That's sometimes all you need to get victorious here in the International. It is Team Falcons that move forward. We'll see them again tomorrow. For now, they'll get a little bit of a break, and that means we are also moving forward with our next lower bracket match. We are going to watch Aurora taking on Extreme Gaming, and before we get there, we are going to learn a little bit more about Extreme.
W China versus SEA.
比赛的气氛就是很高昂的，大家
There's a gun. There's a gun here.
想必就是大家都比较开心吧，因为大家都感觉这次可能状态不是特别好，然后能进场馆就还有继续往上冲的那种可能性吧。我觉得我们会就是一直进化，然后看能不能就尽量往上冲吧。对战雪碧之前，我们就做了很多准备吧。然后第一场的时候，我们在前20分钟基本上那个地图都是黑的，大家只能龟缩在那个野区等着对面来。然后后面在局势有一些好转的时候，可能我们太冲动了，在没有买活的情况下，然后冲高地被翻盘了。然后后面2把我们就调整了一下吧，然后就是在战术上选择的比较成功吧，就比较轻松的赢了，就这样。到目前为止，可能赢下 Spirit 算比较开心吧。
Really？
就是对于对阵欧若拉，我们还是比较有信心的。欧若拉战队是一支比较偏防守反击，然后比较偏打中后期的队伍吧。然后我觉得我们打他们，就要么就是前面就是可能会打到比较后面。我觉得欧若拉也是一支就是不能小看的对手吧，就我们会尽全力跟他们对阵。 我感觉剩下的队伍最强的应该是 Liquid， 因为在跟他们打的时候，感觉他们的每个人的决策，然后包括团队的决策都做得比较的完美吧，就感觉他们挺厉害。最不开心的一刻，那肯定是被液体第2把就是速通了，玩了个伐木机，然后就感觉那把挺无奈的吧，就是开局我们拿了一个1血，然后我们就被19比1给速通了。
就输给他们之后，我们对阵容和那个打法上做出一些调整嘛。
我们调整了一下心态吧，因为我们觉得我们打液体第1把打完，然后可能心态不是很放松吧，第2把有点太紧绷了大家，然后在一些英雄的选择上也做了一些调整。
我还是很期待，就是能在观众面前打比赛吧。对我来说意义也算挺大吧，因为这也算是我第1次 TI。
我觉得有希望，但是需要大家就是比每一天都比之前做得更好，我觉得有机会。
我觉得我们1%概率吧。
1 in 8 probability, he says. Well, I think we'll see about that. 1 in 8 is no longer correct. I think it's now 1 in 7, as there's 7 teams left. We'll see how they do against Aurora. Extreme Gaming versus Aurora is our next match in the lower bracket, and I'm once again joined by Lacoste and still with Effie and Tigov. As we're gonna break this matchup down, we have heard just now from XM is his first time playing in front of a crowd. There are actually 2 first-timers here, Lacoste. Of the 3 remaining, 2 against each other.
Yeah, XM, he's been playing Dota for a really long time. He goes back to 2017. He played for CDC, he played for Azure, Vici, eHome, all these Chinese giants pretty much, but never played on stage, which is a bit of a surprising one, considering how skilled he was. But now he has the chance. And if we look at his hero pool, some heroes that he does play, Sniper, Viper, these Pangos, he's a hero specialist, and it's very difficult to lane against this guy.
And he's the most annoying kind of hero specialist, because he specializes in shutting down the enemy on lane, not in rotations, not in tempo, but just out-filthing the enemy. He plays Viper and Sniper like Lacoste mentioned, but even before, when he was getting famous, he was also playing Death Prophet and Necrophos and all of these green heroes that are so slow around the map, but so disgusting. But he's been doing it for so long that even these slow heroes that he specializes in, when he plays them, they look tempo. When he plays Sniper, you see him rotating to side lanes and ganking, TPing in.
Yeah, you do see them, and one thing you will also see is their opponents, because it is time to bring the teams out on stage. Let's welcome in Aurora.
There's a Pro SCA TV stream.
Welcome on stage, Aurora Gaming.
23 Savage, Laurenov, Jabs, Q, Ollie, and Coach Sunvi taking the stage. They started out in the upper bracket, but had to continue a lower bracket run, knocking out Heroic already. So 1 region eliminated. Can they eliminate another region here today?
One is not like the other.
Up to Extreme Gaming.
Who is this? Not from SCA.
Welcome on stage, Extreme Gaming.
We got Ame, XM, XXS, Zinq, DY, and Coach Maps, and they have a lot of loud fans here in the Royal Arena, as you might be able to hear. They are in the lower bracket because Team Liquid knocked them down, but they therefore were able to eliminate the defending champions. Can they continue their run in this lower bracket? We'll find out. 1 best of 3 between them and the continuous road here. For both of these teams, it would mean so much to win this best of 3 for a multitude of reasons, Tigov. For Aurora, this year, they have not been able to breach top 8.
Yeah, and also, you know, the region at TI hasn't really got further than top 8. So for SEA to win this, to come further on, it would help a lot. It, you know, just fix that. And then also for Extreme China, this is probably one of the worst TIs for the region, right? Normally, they're grand finalists, top 3, top 4. And Extreme, again, the only team here. So it is scary to think that the winner of this series will be the only non-European team left at the international.
And you have put a lot of stock in that at the start of the day. You're
I
like,
did.
one of these teams, gotta do it.
I mean, they have to. You know, like, as much as I love Europe, I kind of want to see Europe versus not Europe for the grand finals. So whoever wins this, I am going to be 5% biased for the rest of the...
5?
Yeah, just 5.
5%.
Because I'm normally very... I don't mind who wins, but for this one, they've gained 5% of my opinion of them winning.
To which regional team then does your 5% bias apply now?
Oh, Extreme.
Well, we can back that up with numbers. I mean,
Yes.
he seems very convinced, and I think Lacoste, it's a little bit of a David Goliath once again here.
Yeah, same as in the previous series. 2024 didn't look too good for Aurora against Extreme Gaming. They had only 2 dubs when it comes down to games, 11 losses, never managed to win a whole series against them. This is the clash of 2 different playstyles when it comes down to what they want to bring in the first 10 minutes of the game, how they play post 30 minutes. I think also the stats that we have the second worst team at stacking camps, that's Extreme Gaming, against the best stacking team. So they're focusing more on the later stages of the game. Aurora, they will need to speed things up if they want to match the pace of Extreme Gaming.
Yeah, and that's where my concern comes in for Aurora. Like, strategically, Extreme has looked their weakest against Liquid, who, you know, crushed them in a 19-minute game. Extreme was trying to pick up a PA. There was no room to farm. And Aurora, so far, hasn't shown that speed of play.
Yeah, and if you look at the average win time for both of these teams, this is a huge difference. Extreme Gaming, when they've won at an average of 35 minutes, whereas Aurora at 45 minutes. And playing this very late game oriented playstyle can work against a lot of other teams, but not Extreme. Like T mentioned, they looked the weakest versus teams like Liquid that can beat them quickly, but outside of the laning stage, Extreme have little to no flaws, and they are an excellent late game team too. If Aurora wants to take them to that minute 40 plus chaos, Extreme have been there before, time and time again throughout the year.
And I think that's where Extreme have learned a lot from the Liquid series. Like, against Spirit, they were picking up the Tusk with a Luna and a Visage, and in another game they had a Dying with a Centaur in the offlane. Like, they made sure their lanes were so strong that they could break their opponent. They're not as quick as Liquid, but they've at least kind of shifted in that kind of trajectory of playstyle.
And you did mention Tusk as a hero. I think this hero, whoever has the first pick, is not going to be able to play it. We can see some of the unique hero picks for Extreme Gaming. As tournament progressed, we saw Ahmed bang out the first Medusa of the tournament that did play Slark as a position 4, Timbersaw as a position 4, Muerta. Win rate 0, unfortunately, but the hero looked good in some of the games. Not when you looked at like the whole thing, but in the laning stage it did look good. These are the hero specialists, and Ame also has massive hero pool that he's not afraid to bring out some of the older heroes that are not considered to be meta right now.
And that's the cool thing about Extreme Gaming, that I'll bring up the last series for a little bit, but something that BB Team lacked is the ability to get creative when elimination is on the line. That's not the case for XG, because a lot of these unique heroes we saw were pulled out in their elimination series versus Spirit. That's when they busted out their Undying plus Medusa. That's when they busted out their Muerta. They are not afraid to try new things, and if they're in a position where they're playing against an opponent that doesn't crush them on lanes, that opens up for so much creativity in their draft because they can survive the early game onslaught.
I mean, they're also just not afraid to pick.
I'm
the
just
same
one
heroes.
TI.
Like,
Nobody
his hero pool, but
deserves
he doesn't
TI.
really
You
vary.
earn
Like,
it.
If he wants to pick
you
sniper,
stupid
he picks
cunts.
sniper. It doesn't matter if there's a counter, because down the line, then the next pick from Extreme will then be able to fix a problem that might get created. I think it is very good to have a core player that isn't your offlaner.
What is he doing?
Confident in just going, just pick me, my hero at any point in the draft,
Hand
and
warmer.
I'll play you the best game I can try.
And he's not the only person on XG that had that
Falcon
approach.
and
Pick me my
Sheeran
hero
is
no
back.
matter what. We heard from Coach Maps of XG after they picked Muerta in that game 1 versus Spirit.
Roche,
He was
all
asked
4
why
shares
Muerta,
today.
and then he said at the
Of
start of the
course.
draft, Ame said, pick me Muerta, I do see other heroes. He did not care.
Until after his ancient exploded.
Yeah. But then they also adapted, and it's a good thing to know that the confidence of the team is with a person that can make a call like that, even if it doesn't sometimes work out. You got to trust your players always. When you guys are talking about XM and his hero pool, I kind of feel like we should look at the matchup in the mid lane with Lorinov there as well, because if we're saying that maybe Aurora is not such a fast-paced team, is Lorinov the player, Lacoste, where the speed from Aurora would have to come from?
Depending on the hero that he's playing, he's also the type of a player that will play Viper, that will play Sniper, so they do have quite a overlapping hero pool, but he also does play some other heroes, like a Timbersaw from the mid lane, which I think is going to be heavily contested. This is also a flex pick for them. This is when they look the best. When he was playing the Timbersaw, he also has Shadowfiend in his pool if it's a really good matchup for him. XM, his hero pool is really not that big.
No, I think for this series at least, we've mentioned so many times in the road to the International how important Lorinov is for the team. If we see a world where it's like a Viper for XM against a melee hero for Lorinov, and then the supports of Aurora can't rotate, that is kind of like potentially the beginning of the end. So already I'm looking for active supports on Aurora, and potentially a matchup that can go 50-50. I don't want to see the Sniper versus Storm where XM just gets to, you know, hoo-hoo-ha-ha his way through the laning phase.
I agree with T entirely. I think we're going to see a lot of targeted bans on XM's hero pool, because that is how you protect Lorinov. If not, we're going to see these filthy counter picks come out, and then Aurora's early game strategy is going to crumble, because they're very dependent on their three-man ball that involves Lorinov plus Ollie plus Q. When these three can play together in tandem and Lorinov gets a good start with good net worth, they make a lot happen, and Aurora can look active. When that doesn't happen and Lorinov is playing catch-up in the Ancients, they can lose so quickly.
So you're putting a lot of stock there also in the support duo being able to help Lorinov.
Yeah, for sure. And maybe even we could look towards 23 Savage a little bit. Like, he played Spectre recently, and he played a very active. Sure, he went for Claymore and Radiance, but he was always looking for the next chance to join a fight. He played Faces Forward as well, here we haven't seen too much. Uses Twin Gate, wants to throw out some Chronos. Like, he's throwing enough contribution early on, maybe not as much as other carries, but I think 23 Savage, if he can be a little bit more active as well, that can help a lot. But right now, all the pressure feels like Lorinov is on his shoulders at the moment.
I'm looking at the position 4 and 5. I think when Q is having a blast of a game, he's kind of leading the team, feeling himself, making all these moves across the map. Their games against Heroic, if he didn't have that Tusk on position 4, if he didn't go for the right item build 2 times in a row, they would not win that game. I'm still slightly worried for Aurora Gaming, because out of the 8 teams that we had today, they were the only team with the sub 50% win rate, actually sitting at 43. And if we look at some of the games that they played, that they got here against Heroic, game 2, it was pretty much Heroic sided. And then you had game 3 where they were playing against 20k gold lead. So this team, they are very good, very clutch when it comes down to post like 30-40 minute fights, but they need to get there somehow.
Do you think Jinyu, you know, he cooked up the Slark support, the Timber support, again, Alk support a little bit. Do you think he's got anything like that prepared for us for the main stage? Or has he been told, hey, you're playing just Rubik and Mirana for the rest of the tournament? Like,
I think they want to speed things up, so the itemization that he did when they were playing against Team Spirit, Tusk 2 times, double bracer, magic wand, straight into, you know, Solar Crest, no blink, no shenanigans, built of Vlad so that they can push and end the game. So I think he has a pretty good understanding what's really good right now.
Yeah, I do want to get back a little bit to the win rate of Aurora. I think it's heavily skewed, Lacoste, by the first day. Some teams need a little bit of a warm-up on the first day, and Aurora, in the first day of groups, they went 0-4. Their opponents were Team Liquid and Team Spirit. And I think we can give them a little bit of a pass, because since then they have looked very good.
That's true, but also if we look at some of the games that they did push really to the limits, game 3 against Team Zero, one of the craziest games we had at the Road to TI, this is the team that kind of thrives in that environment when things get pretty chaotic with the tier 5 items and everything, and this is how they break you. But I don't think Extreme Gaming will let them get to that point.
All right, so we're going to see them, Effie, trying to push the game long. That's Aurora's plan?
Ideally, that's not their plan, because this meta does not favor you to farm up to that point to play the late game draft. If you're doing that, you're already conceding so much. So while if it does get to that point, Aurora are comfortable with that, they should still look towards enabling Lorinov, like we mentioned, in the early to mid game. And that's kind of why we saw the win rate of these two teams versus each other. Aurora's is quite low. It's because Extreme Gaming, they also thrive in the late game, but they're capable of winning games in 35 minutes, like we saw in their average match win. They're just a very hard matchup for them in that sense, where you want to take it to late game, we can do that. You want to fight mid game, we're better than that at you. Lanes, we're also better than that at you.
To me, this matchup is all about adaptation. How much you're going to be adapting. You didn't play for a couple of days. We've seen Extreme Gaming adapting quite quickly after losing to to Team Liquid, and then playing against Spirit, using that speed to beat Team Spirit. While on the other side, you have Aurora. Jabs, in an interview, he did talk about improving as a captain, but not improving as a player, and you need to be able to bring your A game when it comes down to the main stage.
That's another thing as well in regards to the interview. Like in one of the coach interviews, we had somebody say that like they're focusing on themselves for the draft rather than fully kind of leaning into what their opponent's doing. And I think a team like Aurora, they're not strong enough to go, this is our Dota, try and beat us in the draft. I think they have to respect what their opponent often does. Otherwise, we are going to have these kind of mismatch of drafts where it complicates it just a little bit more. And that is something I think they have worked on. And we saw it in the Heroic series, at least in Game 2 and 3, where they were leaning more into playing into their opponent.
Yeah, talking about the series that we saw both of these two teams play last, we said Extreme Gaming has had a lot of different heroes shown. They also lost one of their games against Team Spirit. Do we feel like potentially Aurora, that have struggled against Extreme, as we pointed out, have learned something from the series that Extreme played against Team Spirit that they could potentially pinpoint a weakness?
I think that if you watch that series, something you need to address is XM. Like XM, throughout that series, shifted the priority in his heroes earlier than when he used to, because typically XG were picking him on 18. They were closing a phase with either Viper, Sniper, Puck, or Storm. And as the series progressed, the priority went up. And I think that a lot of XG's playstyle revolves around XM kind of stomping that mid lane and not needing to bring supports to it, thereby enabling them to play their supports on Ame. If Aurora watched that and they shut down XM's hero pool, then they have a shot to overwhelm them in that sense.
They needed to adjust because throughout 2024, first 6 months, XM was the best player in terms of giving him priority to what he's going to get in draft. So 23-24 pick pretty much was always for XM, and that's why what XM makes a lot of sense. They needed to shift it because his hero pool is not as big, and they also want to get his hero early, knowing that most likely it's not going to survive the second and the third banning phase.
Yeah.
Spirit also did the Aurora style of draft, which is like lots of team fight, high cooldown. So if they do that, then Aurora might struggle. So hopefully don't go all for the big team fight, have some layers of aggression elsewhere.
But we have talked as if Aurora are at a big disadvantage here, but I do want to give them credit where it's due. We've often said that Aurora are a team that have two sides to them, one that is incredibly dominant and crushes the team in front of them, and one that completely crumbles. So they are capable of beating the best teams. It's just that their stability in being in that form, I don't know what contributes to it, but it hasn't been there yet.
Let's find out if it's here today, as we are ready to get our first game started.
Let's go. C versus China.
Aurora Gaming versus Extreme Gaming.
We're here with the draft of Extreme versus Aurora, with Extreme starting on the Radiant side, Aurora on the Dire side, with first pick, meaning overall last pick goes the way of Extreme. And let's see what they have in store for each other. We're going to see a lot of the usual suspects already removed from the pool. And when we're talking about seeing XM's hero pool targeted, it is mostly showing right now, Lacoste, in that Sniper being overall first ban for Aurora.
Yeah, I think if they still stay in the tournament until the end, we're never going to see XM Sniper again, because people understand how strong it is. It gives them ability to rotate early on, as he's already... Like, Sniper is not a hero that can rotate easily, but he makes the hero look very playable and can make moves to different... Like we saw a triple kill when the last time they played with Sniper, and Aurora Gaming will pick up the Wind Ranger.
Something they haven't really done. After day one, when they lost 2-0 to Liquid with first phase Windrunner, they completely shelved it and pushed it to a later pick. So going back to kind of a day one playstyle.
Ooh, we haven't seen this hero. The whole previous series was ignored. For a little while, this hero was a very popular pick in the support role.
Extreme utilize Tinker really well because they're not afraid to look for that next fight for Tinker to play behind. A lot of teams, when they pick Tinker before, it's like Tinker plus Kunkka, only defensive tools, no map play. But the way that Extreme utilized Tinker against Spirit, it was really refreshing to see. Like pushing the hero, utilize the cooldown reduction, get the auras and the items into the fight, and just don't be afraid to just showcase why this hero was one of the strongest at least.
And also, when you think about Tinker as a hero and how to make him work in a draft, it just naturally fits into XG's core players. Like XM, we've talked about him being kind of a turret player, not much of a rotator or a tempo setter. And XXS has been playing a lot of Visage, a lot of Enigma, these heroes that run down lanes and push. Tinker loves playing with cores like that because he just goes behind his Viper, he goes behind his Visage, he stacks marches, and they take towers.
Tinker takes a lot of farm priority in the team, and we can go back to Jinkyu's itemization that he did in the last series that they played against Team Spirit, because they had Tinker in 2 of those games, which means that Tinker wants to take over the triangle, he wants to get to his, Glimmer Cape, he wants to get some Holy Locket, Guardian Greaves, whatever is necessary for the game, which means that your other position 4 is not going to be able to get as much farm. That's why Jinkyu is changing his item build as well.
Yeah, we got ourselves a second ban phase on the screen. Aurora removed, Omni Knight and Luna. I don't think that needs further explanation. And we have Extreme Gaming going into their bonus time to think about what to ban next. It makes me wonder if there's any heroes left in the pool, T-Gov, that we have overlooked that are some of the usual suspects. Because, for example, Doom is still in the pool, but I don't know if either of these teams really want Doom.
I mean, the usual at the moment would be the Treant Protector, the supports that are slightly more defensive in nature, but maybe that's what Extreme want Aurora to pick up, because if you have a scaling carry plus defensive supports that can't map play, that enables Tinker to feel better. So that's why I don't think they are, leaning towards what have been some of the tournament favorites for the bans.
Ooh.
Muerta coming out again.
I thought a 0% win rate, right?
It's, yeah, 4 for 4 on losses, I believe.
Oof. Rough. I want to see some Clockwork for Aurora Gaming, because it can be paired up Clockwork +1, because you have Wind Ranger with the setup. It's always going to be good against Muerta. A little bit of extra stun. Either that or some real kiting. What Muerta doesn't like is when she uses her ulti and she can't deal damage. Same can be said about the Wind Ranger, but I would say Batrider maybe for Q, or if they want to pick up Clockwork, I feel like these 2 picks would fit in real nicely for Aurora.
There's also Treant Protector as a lane partner for Wind Ranger, we haven't mentioned, but I love the confidence to pick Muerta here, because like it was mentioned, the win rate is low, but they looked good when they played it versus Spirit. I mean, that game could have been theirs if 1 or 2 things had gone differently. And Muerta, as a hero, it addresses the safe lane Wind Ranger flex in a really good way, because I do think if you're just talking about hero-to-hero matchup here, Muerta wins that.
Yeah. ET from Aurora, now you can, I mean, technically, like you said, Muerta flex could exist, but with the ET, she presses ultimate, all right, go to sleep. You now don't get to right-click, you get to disengage, take your fight, and Aurora utilizes ET quite nicely, where they always layer it with that additional damage source to utilize the passive really nicely. The magic resistance and physical.
You said there's a flex potential from Muerta. Is there flex potential for the Wind Ranger, as we do see the Clockwork still picked up for Aurora? Wind Ranger has been played by Jabs on that offlane. I don't know how good the carry-to-carry matchup is for Wind Ranger versus Muerta. I normally assumed that Muerta
I wanted
counters.
to see that hero so many times, because Muerta feels really nice against Wind Ranger. During your ulti, you're not taking physical damage. You're also building into items that can kite Wind Ranger. With your Hurricane Pike, you have Maelstrom, so with the procs, you can go through the Wind Ranger's Wind Run. And there's the Mars. So you need something to tie up this lineup, something that can keep them in place so that you can deal damage with Muerta. I would love to see maybe some Darkseer for Aurora to give them more team fight, because right now they don't have any.
Yeah, and Extreme is just making such a bold statement here with the picks, where the Marcy plus Muerta lane, that is, got a lot of kill potential. Tinker plus Mars, it's actually really hard to kill. You got Spear to disengage, you got the Matrix, the heal from the March of Machines. Their side lanes are, you don't really need to help them. They're very independent, which means the last pick for XM, you see 5 heroes, what do you want to play, boss? Now you kind of push forward in the game. And Aurora, they have some map play where Clock can find their backlines, but because of how greedy Winona is, mid, offlane, or carry, the build is going to be the same. Maelstrom into BKB, Gleipnir, no BKB. They had to find a hero that could just be in front, because that is not Winona. And Timbersaw, a hero that we've praised so many times for Aurora, often first phase banned. was able to sneak its way through the draft and does fix some of the things that we needed. Timber is really good against Tinker, Mars, and Marcy. You just run through the map, and Muerta, such a greedy carry. So yeah, love the Timber pick.
The Timber pick is great. We talked about how Aurora have looked best with Timber. Lorinov just plays it incredibly, but it's going to provide them with so much damage. But not just that, the Eternal Shroud. Once Timber gets this Eternal Shroud, he can just completely face tank the Mars Arena for his team and turn after that. They don't have the damage at the moment on XG to kill this Timber song.
The trade-off for Aurora, though, is they don't have the damage. Sorry, Timber's unkillable, technically, but where's the team fight after the first 25, 30 minutes of the game? Like, once you enter, you know, the average win time for Aurora, they are lacking just a little bit compared to Extreme. But the journey there, yeah, they are going to be very scary if they play behind the Timbersaw. And of course, banning out Viper from XM, you need to make sure Lorinov can get through the lane.
Yeah. And removing this Darkseer that we did mention makes a lot of sense. They need some team fight, and also because they have ET and Clockwork, means that Clockwork is going to be played as position 4, because ET, you know, is not a hero that can be played as position 4 as effectively. So what else are we looking for from the off lane? I'd say maybe some Visage, maybe some Beastmaster, but then you're going to have like double melee. The reason why I liked it, I thought they might pick up that Darkseer instead of Timbersaw, which I would prefer, but I want to see what they're cooking on Aurora.
Now that the Timbersaw is in play as beefy frontliner, would you be okay with switching that Wind Ranger to the offlane position so that you pick a new carry for 23 Savage instead?
I've been thinking about that, but nobody did it yet, because you want to have
Aurora.
Oh, they played it?
They played Wind Ranger offlane, yeah.
That's doable. You can still buy into like some aura items, I've seen like double, triple bracer into mech Greaves, and then you start to scale with your, you know, Gleipnirs and stuff, but you can also go for more greedy items if it's a good game for it.
I think it only works if they put like a Faceless Void carry, where they accept that the early game is all Timbersaw, and then eventually Winner will become a core and become relevant, and Void will have all the farm, right? But if they don't do that type of carry pick, then a high playmaking kind of map progression offlaner could also be really good.
Okay.
The issue with Wind Ranger as a carry here, they ban out XM Storm, that just leaves his puck in the pool of heroes you've seen played. The issue with Wind Ranger carry is she's solved quite well by XG's picks. Like, you're gonna have the arena from Mars either protecting his team or as a tool to kill her before she has BKB. Muerta has the better hero matchup, and she's gonna be pressured on lanes. Also, once they start to play into Tinker's March, Wind Ranger cannot comfortably join fights versus March if she hasn't already farmed up a couple of items. So maybe just flex it to offlane and pick the Void that you talked about, T, because it looks like that would be much better than for them than the heroes they have now.
It's like Void carry or Visage offlane is kind of where I'm leaning. Like, just, you know Timber's going to break the early game for you, so take the buildings. That's Visage.
Yeah.
Or secure
What
your
did I
late
miss?
Enigma, though.
Same
A lot of
thing,
yapping?
right?
Sure, break the map. You got Eidolons, you buy Drum, Vlad. It's also kind of, I guess, in between the 2 points I'm making. Enigma secures your late game with Black Hole, but also takes the early game pressure with the Eidolon. So yeah, kind of meeting in the middle there and rounds out the draft nicely.
Also, by kind of solving Muerta, you can just Black Hole her when she ulties, then your Wind Ranger is in a much better position to scale into the late game.
A lot of XM's heroes have been banned so far. He doesn't, maybe he wants to bring out something new, but from what I'm seeing, maybe, you know, it's a relatively good puck game. They don't have the real lockdown. You have early damage against the Timbersaw, against the Wind Ranger. Coil pre-BKB is going to be very effective.
They got a lot of time to think about what they want to pick, but they don't need it. They'll
Queen
just
of
straight up pick
Pain.
that Queen of Pain.
Big
Pure
W.
damage against Timbersaw. We wanted to see this hero throughout the road to TI so many times, but nobody wanted to touch it as much. But Queen of Pain, this is the hero when we were coming into TI, every single mid laner did play it. It provides you with a lot of damage. The new build with no Shadow Strike whatsoever and limited lockdown, it feels like a really nice co-op game.
I love it in this game. They, like you mentioned, limited lockdown, but outside of having this pure damage for Timbersaw, it's also excellent at rotating. So you can shut down this Enigma on Queen of Pain if you get a power rain or two, and then you just take away the power of Enigma's push, of his blink BKB timing on that Black Hole, and you enable your Muerta further.
So do you believe in the draft of Extreme or Aurora?
I like Extreme's draft. I think it ticks almost every box. I think XM got a great hero here, and as the game scales, it can get scary for them if Aurora get to that mass where Enigma's just going to get these great black holes, Timbersaw is going to get really farmed, Wind Ranger is going to be valuable, but I don't think XG will let Aurora get to that point.
Yeah, for Aurora, it's like early game feels really good, but then they need items to fix the Queen of Pain problem that Extreme have created. So if they can kind of balance the amount of times XM will just slaughter the back lines, Hex on Timbersaw, game comes
back in. Is it like 40 minutes in between games?
I'm leaning Extreme.
A bit
of
emoji angry.
Aurora, they're so aggressive that the items come into play and then they fix it. But yeah, this Queen of Pain pick is very, very scary.
How is Aurora going to
deal
deal
looks
with
like she had a stroke. Okay,
that's a good
not
question.
very
I
nice.
don't think they have the answer because Wind Ranger, when
Buzzing.
she is playing into this Mars matchup, into a lot of lockdown, she needs to buy Maelstrom into BKB, so you will not have Gleipnir available. Enigma will need to be that hero that's going to use Black Hole on this Queen of Pain. Otherwise, XM, he has a pretty free entry to the game.
I'm hearing a lot of pressure on Jabs, having to Black Hole and Muerta
And take
Queen of
towers.
Pain and take towers. That's a tough ask.
Good luck.
All right, so then I would imagine that for Extreme, they're going to try to shut down Jabs a little bit, Effie.
They should. I think Queen of Pain, like I mentioned, is an excellent rotator, but all of XG's heroes can play make if their side lanes get off to an okay enough start. You can all of a sudden bring your Marcy to the Queen of Pain. You can do these two-man smokes. You can invade the enemy jungle.
Okay, let's see what's going to happen in this first game of this best of 3. Before we head into the game, though, we're heading over to the stage where Tsunami is with Coach Sunby.
Thank you very much. I am joined by Sunby, coach of Aurora, where I was hoping to go back in time a little bit with you because
no.
It was a few months ago at PGL Wallachia that you spoke to me about the concept of fraudulent wins, which are wins that your team gets the W, but you're not really happy at how they got it. So I was wondering about your heroic series earlier. What was your stance on that as a coach?
I'm happy we won. I mean, like, honestly, yeah, it was probably one of those fraudulent wins, but win's a win, dub's a dub.
We take those, especially if it gets you to a stage like this. And how about taking heroes like Timbersaw? You are one of the few teams that have found success with it at this event. And was it a Jabs idea, was it a Lornoff idea, or you didn't even know until the very end?
It is a bit of a scary pick, but I mean, yeah, no, our Timbersaw is really good. You know, other people, they just not like us.
You guys are built different. Well, I can't wait to see how it plays out, Sunby. Looking forward to this game number 1 as we send it to our casters.
All right.
Thank you so much, Neil, with the always
Oh
good
my.
interview, hearing how they feel about the draft, how they feel about the Timbersaw, scary hero, and one that we weren't sure if we were even going to be able to see. It's so iconic for Aurora.
Yeah, there's
Is
a
that
couple heroes
pro
who've had
China
those,
or pro
Ls
SEA?
over and over again, but the teams come back to them because they have the confidence. And he says,
Plus
they not
20 if
like
you're
us.
China.
We have the Timbersaw unlock here.
Or emoji angry if you're SEA.
Yeah, well, I'm really excited to see how the rest of this game goes, too. Already through the draft, we saw some crazy switch-ups at the end there. The Enigma, we saw this as an answer a couple of different times against these, like, iconic
The Chinese
position
frogs are getting
ones.
destroyed.
You think back to the way that, you know, Beast Coast were able to take down Hector, Vitaly playing on it, and this time all of that pressure is on Jabs. Can he hit the big black holes? Are they going to be able to shut down Ame?
It's the Aurora Classic, right? Leaving that last pick as late as they can in the draft for Jabs and putting a lot of pressure on him, right? Whether it's trying to go for a faster game with the
Enough
Visage or trying to
Timber
be
a
the
lot.
person who has
Surely
to do
Cup
so
wins
much
this.
in this one on this Enigma. It's just something that they've gone to before, and it's been successful. So all the pressure on Jabs, he knows how to handle it.
We'll see how it goes. As already out across the lanes, XM
I see
playing
Cop,
on a
I
Queen
vote
of
on
Pain,
Cop.
another super iconic hero, and one that is probably going to create a good amount of issues early on here. We've seen these Dagon build rushes, this item that's been like completely out of competitive, but now with this masochist facet, you see it get rushed so often, and then you start getting this crazy intense burst damage out of her.
Yeah, I think the Queen of Pain, alongside pretty much every hero in this game, I look at the players and I think, yeah, they're happy. You know, like we're watching this draft and just thinking that they've all played a lot of these heroes. They all feel very comfortable on them. It just seems like comfort was the name for both teams here. I feel like they should all be super confident with their hero picks and player combinations. And that always makes for a very exciting mid-game.
Well, we'll see how the early laning stage goes out. Already looking pretty solid for Aurora, and of
Wait,
course
their
the
name.
Enigma. If
Chinese
you're not
be
able
like,
to kill those Eidolons
how can
in
I
the
get an
lane,
X in my
it starts
name?
to become a pretty big issue. Ame will have some trouble CSing against that most likely, and actually has the support of DY here in the position 5 Tinker, which if you're coming back from Dota after a long ways away, you'll not be super used to this, but he actually doesn't even have any cosmetics. That's how you know he's a 5-player.
That's right, yeah.
Thank you, Utilities. My build. Come on, die.
Battery assault. DY getting ran down. Will it be enough damage? The answer is yes. Jabs drawing that first blood.
Yes, the Martian Machine now heals, but it doesn't heal that much at this point in the game. So not going to keep DY alive here. The Clockwork at the earlier levels.
Die. That's a clever one,
Very
Chad.
hard to deal with the battery assault
This
if
Chad
it
is so
gets up close
clever.
on top of you for most supports.
Die. More like die.
Well, and, you know, of course, that big switch up of having Xingqiu on
A little
Marcy does
W.
kind of raise some questions. Like, are they going to be able to get enough farm on the
Machine heals
Xingqiu,
now?
who so often
yes,
for
he
this
picked
team
it past it.
has been the playmaker, the one that gets a ton of farm, turns into that sort of fourth core? Will he be able to have a good game if Tinker's just farming up all around the map? Or maybe DY's going to play it differently?
Yeah, I imagine that Xingqiu's still going to get the lion's share of it, because you're right. I mean, they rely on him to make those rotations here, and alongside a Queen of Pain, yeah, we have ourselves a little bit more mobile XM than we sometimes do with his more static playstyle. So he's going to need Xingqiu's help.
Yeah, this ain't Viper. That's, no. It's a little bit of a different from him or the little dwarf sniper that he sometimes runs. As comes on over, tries to interrupt the pull, but not quite going to be able to do that. Ollie makes sure that that one gets off, and 23 Savage playing on the Wind Ranger.
I don't think so.
For me, like this and Luna,
I think SC is going to get
are
R-worded.
like the heroes of the tournament. We've seen them so often. We know how you itemize. We know what the counters are. It feels like that's always one of the key things you need to watch for in these drafts.
Yeah, it's been getting harder and harder to win with this Wind Ranger hero because teams have just played against it so much that they recognize that with this Whirlwind facet, she just has like this window in a team fight.
Right.
And you have to play around that, and oftentimes it has to be with the BKB, so a lot of it's about just ensuring that when you try and go in, you get the finish. And they have a couple very good heroes for that, right? They have the ET to set up, they have the Clockwork to set up, and then they have the Black Hole as well. So there's definitely a way you can see where they can just chain it all together on Aurora, and it's going to be really hard to fight back as XG.
I want to see what the timing is that they try and pressure. Are we going to see some of these Twin Gate movements come out? Has been a thing that happens every now and then if the lanes get shoved a little bit too far.
Get a little spirit action there, you know,
absolutely.
the momentum ET coming all the way around.
That's a good call. Could be pretty nice. XM so far 28-7 versus the 23-2, a slight lead there. But yeah, the big one right at this moment feels like it's Muerta sort of styling a little bit on the Enigma. In spite of that early kill, Ame's getting a lot of CS here.
Ooh, fun
that's definitely one of the things you're kind of hoping for Enigma.
No
is
answer
you don't
to
get, like, mad counter picks here. You know, think about
Enigma.
the bristles, the gyrocopters. This isn't the worst situation, but it's still a ranged hero who has
It's a good
ranged
Enigma
support
game,
who's
but
also
it's
hard to kind
SEA
of bully,
Enigma.
with the Clockwork as long as DY keeps his space. So Ame's able to just kind of sit and click away. But Jabs, it's not like he's having like a terrible time. So net worth-wise, they're still pretty close.
You see there that early ward place down too, already anticipating that there could be a movement through. I mean, even honestly, a power shot or something like that could really cause some issues if the wave is really super shoved out, but they have to be in a position where they can get aggressive. So far, just hanging out, trying to bully back XXS when they can.
Yeah, the 6 happens first for XM here, so he immediately takes the high ground, is trying to pressure onto Lornov. Seeing if he can find something with that pure damage, but...
And Queen of Pain do it.
Yeah, no rotation, so... But still some respect there from Lornov, of course. He's looking to get 6 himself.
Right. Yeah, just going to whittle him down. If Lornov steps too far forward, that's a pretty easy move for a kill. The big thing to watch, 6-minute runes coming up as Q is going to stack those Ancients, and it is going to be an Arcane rune.
Oh, that's so good for your first rotation as Queen of Pain. Having that faster Sonic Wave to come back.
And now even glyphing the wave, wanting to run back behind it, takes a tower shot or two, but is going to bully
Cop
all
is
the way
going to
forward.
absolutely
Now,
demolish
ZQ
this
is
game.
nearby, so too is Ollie.
Yeah, he's close on Ollie, but Lornov is so far behind.
Here comes
He's
the
still
kill.
at 5.5 right now. He's a full level down on this Queen as the creeps are still coming in, so there's not really this like spirit into Stomp setup because the creeps are back at the tier 1 dying. Lornov is out of XP range right now.
He needs to get these creeps killed right here. If he gets this, then he... Well,
No,
actually,
he missed
doesn't.
like a full wave.
Oh,
like,
man.
The range creep finally gets through.
He didn't even get it off of those other
Ukrainian
ones because he had
mid
his 2
player.
supports nearby.
That's so brutal.
Those soaking a little bit of XP means Lornov still doesn't get level 6. And you can see how rough this little window ends up being here. Some pressure onto that tower. And XM might just be able to do it again, honestly. 7-minute mark, though.
Yeah, that's going to pull the supports away here. They're going to go back for these Wisdom Runes, each grabbing one here.
But yeah, you can see needs to be very wary, and XM, as soon as he's off the map, you've got to play careful on these side lanes. Even if he's just farming up in the jungle without any extra knowledge of that, I mean, could be a very easy rotation for a kill onto Aurora.
And we just saw Lornov get 6. That's now level 7 there for XM in the mid. So quite the gap here.
And that extra time means Jabs, he gets to his level 6 as well. Unlikely you get great usage out of this killing Ame, but if you can, it would obviously be amazing.
You can't lose late game with Enigma.
3 down bottom, though.
There's no counter. How do you lose this?
Tempting fate slightly there, as Ollie and Q are going to back away. Kind of like an awkward support duo to make rotations and get kills until you start getting those ultis online.
Cop, get the rune and we're ready.
You really need the hookshot
for
action.
action.
For Q. He's currently double stacking in the jungle, though, using his flare. So they're trying to make a big bank at Ancients.
Yeah,
help out their cores.
W.
A nice way to try and set Loranov up for some more success later. But in the meantime, it's constant pressure, and this tower now down below half HP. Just whittling away slightly.
Little Invis play here, they're going for it.
A jump forward, wanting to find
Bye-bye.
a dispose, pulls back. Is it enough damage? He's super low, and it is. I think you even saw a blood grenade get thrown in there.
It was
as they
earlier, man.
find just enough damage.
Yeah,
That thing was
with him there
half
just to
a
make
second
sure that first
earlier.
rotation was going to be successful, and well, it didn't take much rotating. Just gets it right there in the mid. As 23 Savage now down bottom, matching up versus Ame.
Would love to get something here. Although, again, like you said, he's getting somewhat low on 23 Savage, too.
Yeah, try and dive into a
Quap does not have
thinker.
Sonic Wave, but a rotation with just a couple points there might make the difference. And at DY, forcing 23 Savage back.
He actually can't get through the twin gate. He's going to have to TP back up top.
So now they know that he's stuck up here. And Aurora not able to get things going their way early, off to a
Looking very bad.
1,000 gold lead at just 9 minutes.
Yeah, and that's that mid tower down. Also level 8 on XM, has the 4 points in the Scream of Pain, because he took the second point in the Shadow Strike to help out with the laning stage, and it didn't even really punish him, because he didn't have to rotate. You know, he got some help coming to mid lane. He had this big level advantage over the Timbersaw as well. So this has been going very, very well for all 3 cores of XG, as you can see, as they're the ones at the top of the chart. But they're not that far behind.
No.
Sure, Lornov's not having the best
When was
time.
the last time an SA team got
But,
top 3?
Unfortunately, I guess the
At TI.
Enigma doesn't have the best early rotations. Neither does this
Was
Wind
it
Ranger. We all know
orange?
how greedy she feels. She wants this Maelstrom.
At TI 3?
And
It
then
can't
into
be.
that early BKB more than likely. It's going to be hard to afford an
TI
early gripe
6?
here in this one.
It definitely feels like they're very much taking measured losses at this point in Aurora. We just saw a smoke be used by Aurora. to
It's
clear
actually
an
was
ancient
orange.
stack.
Yeah,
Like,
11
so that way
years.
he wouldn't take extra damage on the Timbersaw. He could stay out on the map. All of those ancients are now dead.
I say he can't even get
It's,
top
you know,
3.
obviously not being
Holy
used to get a
shit.
kill, but it's being used to generate
11
net worth
years.
independent from that.
Yeah, and some experience as well here for the support duo, right? Because again, we need level 6 here. Try and get Q as well as Ollie into those ultimates.
And I think this was the other thing to consider. If we think back to that draft,
You lost a
there was a
Fnatic
question on that
6.
fourth
Well,
pick.
my
Do we
team
take
got
Timber?
bad
Do we
at
take
that point.
Darkseer?
So close to hookshot.
My team was
They're-
so fucking
they're
washed up.
really right there, but it's not going to quite be enough.
19 XP away.
They're coming to invade to try and steal it away. The stacks have already been taken, though. So at the very least, making the move to clear those first, and now they're going to try and block out those camps.
All right, they're under a ward here as well, as they will get 6 on the clockwork. So XM knows that they're nearby.
How many of these losses can you take before you start to need to make some counter move of your own? It's only 1 kill to 1 kill, but the pressure around the map definitely being applied by XG.
Yeah, and I mean, you can see XXS up there. I mean, he's 0-0-0 on a Mars at 11 minutes. Like,
right.
He has just been chilling. Last hit's 85 for himself. He's super wealthy. Hasn't really felt pressure. Xinq's even been rotating around, heading towards that mid lane, but no pressure coming XXS's way. And now they're just going to go right into this tower. 23 Savage very low on mana. Can't come in for a commitment. Doesn't even have a whirlwind because he's been farming. They're not sending up with the support duo. This tower is going to fall.
So another tower going to be claimed by XG. Not fully extending out a lead. It's still sitting around that 3K mark, which
Okay,
obviously
still
we've seen
okay.
people come back from multiple times. And would not even be surprised if this was an anticipated loss given how they've been playing around it. But nonetheless, you got to imagine at some point they're going to make some type of move. Is DY?
Oh,
this is, this
Oh,
is
yeah.
a lot of farm for Ame. Oh, man.
This is something you would love to interrupt as Aurora. This is kind of what they would be excellent at, right? Like this Spirits playing in here with ET. This is the dream, finding a giant fight like this. Hook shots in, but They're not ready. They don't have the vision for it.
Can't fight in the cop. He's way too strong. Oh, look at
the way of
this.
XG. I mean, they are going back their own way to their own ancients on the side of Aurora. So no contesting this. This is a ton of farm.
Right. This is a lot of gold. And Ame going straight for a Mjolnir. A build that I haven't seen in a while, but maybe a testament to how they feel this game is going to go. They're like, all right, if Aurora's not going to fight us, we don't need to get fighting items either. We can just make the moves. And instead, XG, they're going to take the fight to them a little bit, go to engage, but again, it's just a little bit late on this move. The stacks have already been taken. Jabs is an option, though. XXS.
Jabs.
He's just behind those trees right there. Does he realize where Jabs is at? Reveals him for the moment. Malefic's down.
Oh!
On to 3, but there's no help nearby. TP
No hesitation.
Team, please.
Big W.
And there's the shackle shot. Connection out. DY in trouble. Sonic wave, but it's not quite enough to kill off Jabs. Can they look for more? Lorenov finding DY. They're going to kill the Tinker.
Holy.
Find the finish on to ZQ. Just barely getting out of there. The Chakram's not quite on the mark. And Aurora, they're going to back away.
Oh, great escape there from Xingqiu. Almost got 3, but Jabs, he didn't even know that he got a 3rd here on the black hole because of the blood sport. Guy can't see in the arena and he catches 3.
That's crazy. Well, not often you see the 3-hero black hole at, what, 12, 13 minutes, and then nobody surround him to help. But it ended up working out for Aurora as the TPs came in. You know what's funny about that is that Jabs had to tell his team, hey, I got them all, guys. Come TP, because they couldn't see it.
Yeah, they got no idea what's going on here.
You can't see inside that arena. And so Malefic's down, black hole, and then, guys, I got him.
Yeah, Xingqiu was mid going for the rebound there, so he doesn't have it in this play either, so he can't assist his team on the actual fight immediately after.
14-minute. XM stepping forward. There's
Oh, Tinker abuse.
Right there.
They want that wisdom rune, but Q's in.
And they managed to take it. Q with the wisdom rune. Hook shots to get out, not wanting to take this fight.
Does not have that facet.
That's hook up facet, yeah.
Just to clear up. Just wants to escape and survive.
Well, still, XG with the slight gold lead in spite of the way that that fight went. Because this is the problem, right? Once Black Hole is down, you don't have that many great fighting spells.
That's true, but I think that actually went pretty well for Aurora. They were trying to really choke them
Hyper
out,
damage.
trying to get in there, get the 14-minute wisdom rune right, knowing that they
do
can't
roast
fight,
pretty
but Q
quickly as
able
well
to
now.
sneak it away and then immediately hook shot. Like that's a lot of time where XG could have been farming up more stacks, and they do come in and obviously take a lot of this network away from Aurora. But
MKB equal win the game.
I feel like XG just kind of swung for a big haymaker and only got him a little bit.
Trent, it is 15 minutes, and there is a carry with 1,100 HP in this game.
Listen, Ame, you know, he's an older player. He's a fan of the classics. He doesn't even know what a Gleipnir is.
That's right.
And he just says, "What? I will shoot. I will do the damage. My teammates are supposed to control them. That's not my job."
I mean, he is very, very
W.
susceptible to getting blown up in this.
We're rooting for it,
game
but we
if
changed to
things go a
China.
little bit
Because
wrong.
China
I'm
is
reminded
better.
of that PA game that he had the other day.
No, we don't talk about that. They're looking good in this one.
It's a glass cannon build, that's for sure. If they can find Ame in these fights, he's going to be in trouble. But so far, he's either been able to stay out of them or buy some extra time for himself. Ame wanting to be that big damage dealer later, the uncrowned king. In the meantime, for the rest of the squad, it is slowly extending that
Enigma
lead for
build.
XG, while Aurora try and build into these items that allow them to fight.
Yeah, you can see right there, working on that pipe there from Jabs, and then the BKB probably going to be the most important one there for 23 Savage, and we'll see how these timings match up with a potential first Roche as well.
All right, will they be able to secure that and then really put the screws to them? In the meantime, XM going in, I think it was for Shivas I saw, after finishing off the Dagon 1.
Yep. So, does have the Veil coming out.
It's a 5K gold lead.
5K.
They have some pretty good vision here for Aurora. Have an idea of where they're moving. XM going over their wards, so they're trying to set up a ping. Q has the hook shot. All these nearby. This looks pretty good.
Get him.
This is it.
Not quite on the mark, and as soon as that's down, like the whole fight falls apart. Jab's TP'd in for that. He's got pipe drums right now. Would love to be able to set up for a fight, but no chance to connect.
Oh, that's a painful one there for Q. Someone who's been so consistent on these support roles and has clutched out many a gank for this team over the year. Not able to get that one.
Right. Well, and with, again, sort of the straight-up matchup here, you got to imagine that Aurora, they're seeing something in the draft, they're seeing something in how they anticipate this game going, where they're confident with it going later. They're very much willing to sort of look towards a
fantasy
black
points.
hole as the
Who the hell cares
answer.
about fantasy
Obviously,
points?
the Wind Ranger can just be such a monster in that window as well. We'll see if they can get there.
Yeah. They're not panicking, right? It's not like Jabs is rushing like Blink BKB. He finished the drums, he finished the pipe. Looks like things are going to be okay. Our support duo is extremely good at defending towers,
compendium?
right? As long as no one gets picked off and it's too one-sided of a fight or anything,
right?
ET and Clockwork are really hard to push into. Especially, like, as you pointed out, when you have a carry with a pretty small HP pool.
Right. Yeah, Muerta always a little bit susceptible to that. But XG, they are going to make the move into the pit now. So
Let's
the
see,
first
Muerta
Roche
use
attempt
damage
of this series. And Aurora, they are smoked up.
He's
Keeping
in. I mean, they have the ward here.
Okay. And realizing what's going on, it will be XG smoking up now in turn.
All right, we got that Blink Arena on XXS.
So Aurora
You want the
willing to
Aegis?
give up
You
towers
can just
across
buy
the
it
map,
secondhand,
but not
guys.
willing to give up this Aegis.
You don't spend $500
That ward.
on compendium.
He is
You're
rapping.
welcome.
Eidolon's killing sentries. This is going to reveal Zing's Q's
It's not
position.
the same.
Now
Lol.
seeing him with Q, don't want to start on that Marcy.
Yeah, he knows they can't hookshot him, right? Or this fight's not going to go well for Aurora, so Zing-Q getting a good read on this one. He's also very tanky. Double bracer, has the crown.
Fighting into these Martian machines.
Chasing out with the Lance of Pursuit.
And XM is going to TP for the Illusion Rune. Okay, yeah, they're like, all right, well, you know what? Nobody's taking Roche then. We're just going to leave it alone. We'll just go back to farming.
Yeah, this is not Focus Fire Wind Ranger with single target abilities, so
right.
it's a little faster, but it's not fast enough to try and take the Roche.
Well, an interesting moment there. And yeah, I guess that is the thing, is that really Ame on this Muerta is the only one that can really truly sneak the Roche. Just with a Pierce the Veil, it does so much damage. The other heroes in this game not really capable of taking it out. And so you can see Ame sitting top of the chart, 11,000 net worth right now. And the main hero that's sort of catching up independent from the cores is that Tinker, as we were talking about. He's having a nice time. Already with the Holy Locket in the mech.
Yeah, DY not the player you think of when you think of scaling and farming a bunch on a support, but knows he has to do it on this one.
Right, and almost like single target, I would imagine, just completely focused on keeping Ame alive in these engagements with that barrier and everything else that he can throw on him.
Yeah, it's maxed out here, so ready to go.
So 7,000 gold lead. Hits just keep on coming as Roche is going to go down south, but a smoke up now comes from Aurora. They've got the clock and the Enigma together. Loren off in mid.
Cast slow game.
It feels like you got to do some like hook shot into calls.
Enigma, can you get Blink BKB? I beg you, please.
Anybody else doesn't feel like it feels like you're committing a lot to get the finish?
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, 23 Savage does have the BKB, which means he can now build into that Gleipnir.
Okay.
That'll help you out a lot, but XM still almost done the Shivas, just about done, and then you imagine it'll be defensive item after. Something to make sure that he doesn't get chain stun down if they have any sort of a gap, or if he can just escape from the root. Would be the way to go here.
Or you can just go mass damage. Level up the Dagon, man.
Sure. Yeah, you got Tinker. Just put all the pressure on DY. He's got to lock it in a mech. He'll be fine.
Yeah, save me, buddy. Aurora, they're going to take down this tier 1 tower, and then they're going to hit into the pit.
This is pretty good. Down. Daytime, but XG making their way here as well.
Can they get here in time? They're starting to run this direction. Roche down to half HP already.
Sending out the Spirit.
Okay, W, gotta go faster.
See Ame.
It's gonna be disaster.
He's in Q. He's the first one getting close, but you can't rebound off of enemies. They're just gonna claim this, I think. They're getting there in time. Q looking at
W from Q.
Pushback.
W.
And now, XG, do you really want to fight into this Aegis?
China equal pussy. What the fuck?
He's just in here now? Okay. Needs to be careful. Pops the BKB and then the TP out. So understanding that was going to go really badly. But Jazz, he's not so lucky.
Wait,
not
what?
able to
How?
get out of there. They're going to find and kill that Enigma.
How?
So they lose the ET and they lose the Enigma in that fight. But claim the Aegis.
Is it cheating? How do they have vision?
XG. Was kind of looking like they were just going to try and secure this Aegis and move on from there.
it just feels like every fight that goes on, like even when good things are happening for Aurora, I'm looking at this gold lead just go up and up and up for, actually, this is the Tinker effect, I guess.
Yeah, they're not going to get their Wisdom Rune, but they could pierce the Veil and just take their Tormentor if they want to.
Maybe an opportunity.
Don't even need to if they just all run on up here. No Pierce the Veil required with a Mjolnir.
Lorenov sees it's being taken. Can he steal it away? Not quite. Tried to sneak it, but more of these objectives into the hand of XG.
Everyone's up, though.
Everybody's up. They didn't use that many spells.
Jabs is really close to the Blink Dagger, though. And he's not here for this if they start a fight.
I mean, this right now, XG is playing like they're the ones that have the Aegis. Dispose. Make sure that Ame doesn't get a free hook shot on him. But that's the extent of it. They take the tier 2 tower, and they're still the ones that are playing forward. Aurora not willing to give them a full fight yet. They don't feel like they can win it, I guess.
Everything's coming together right now, though, right? Blink Dagger's going to be out here in a moment for Jabs. The Gleipnir is done for 23 Savage. They're going to have to smoke out, and they're just going to have to hit a hook shot. It's pretty much that simple. Q wants to get in there. He wants to be committed. He's got that Blade Mail.
They're so close to this Gleipnir, too, for 23 Savage. Just needs another 150 gold. The Blink Dagger is now done for Jabs. It's got to be go time right about here. Does not actually have it delivered yet, which would make the difference. But there is the completed Gleipnir. Can they get together and take the fight now? Currently, there's only 2 heroes up here.
They have good vision.
And Ame.
They're going to smoke up. All right.
Now moving. In towards mid they go. They find him. Xingqiu right at the start. Dispose. Didn't hit the shackle, and now control is out. Do they have enough to bring him down?
Is fine.
Savage living. Hook shot lands.
W.
Jabs on the side. Finds Ame.
Jabs not looking good.
Doesn't have any friends nearby. Ame gets slept for the moment.
Oh, the sleep.
What's going on down south? Lorenov can't get over to it. That was a full black hole, full sleep. Ame is
China's getting humiliated.
A regen rune, but it's not going to be enough
to
keep him alive. Aurora, they waited for their moment.
Oh my.
They take the fight. Exactly
China.
what they needed, and can they find XXS2? Shackle, but the blink away. There's the TP out.
Yeah, no one else going to find him there. Hey, that isolation play by Jabs, right?
Yeah,
he knows he doesn't have the allies there, but 23 Savage got the initiation in the middle there onto Xingqiu, kind of messed up how they want to play that fight. DY falls quickly after, and even though there was no one helping to get the kill during the black hole, there was also no damage coming out, which they desperately needed from XG. I mean, 247.
Yeah.
That's pretty low.
I mean, I guess that's true. If you can just keep Muerta away and fight everybody else, you'll have a pretty good time.
Yeah, got hit by the Earth Splitter as well, too, so it was just immediately like backing away from Ame. There wasn't a really good opportunity to try and fight.
Well, like we said, Aurora, they were waiting for a moment when they felt like they could win a fight, and they did just do it. Can they replicate that again without an Aegis this time? We'll have to see. As it does look like, at least for now, XG gonna have to lick their wounds a little bit. That ward just barely not caught. And of course, it is gonna be that BKB coming out next for XM.
Yeah, gonna need it for the full commitments into these fights. Q also level 12 here on the Clockwork, so greatly increasing your potential there for the initiation. That's gonna help a lot. But XXS now have that bailout item of the Yules, either for the initiations or just trying to delay stuff in a team fight.
W. Whatever happened to W spam?
Much needed.
The good old days.
And now 4 heroes getting together up top.
W.
There's an opportunity here for XG to take more around the map. And Ame, I mean, he's still very, very squishy. Up to, what, 2100 HP at this point, going next into an MKB. He is going to hit so hard if he's free to just go to town.
Yeah, you can see there the way that they're confidently stepping up because they have DY just mass spamming heals. He's just sitting in there with his Holy Locket ready to jump on him if necessary. And decided not to finish into the Greaves. Had them queued up for a while.
You got the blink. BKB is coming.
Yeah, that makes sense.
Yeah, it was a little automatic.
Late game Enigma uncountered.
Well, and the other thing is you got to think about that natural order.
Cops impact is negative right now.
So often it has like the most effect in the fight.
Where's the 9K lead from?
You can see it sometimes. It feels like.
Is it support? I guess.
Needing that extra magic resist as another Tormentor. Gonna get taken down, DY. Now getting that warp flare. More ways to try and interrupt things, and the full MKB done for Ame. How hard can he hit? As, again, Aurora taking the more passive approach at this phase in the game. They have Black Hole back up again. Don't feel the need to really put the pressure on. You need to wait, obviously, for that Roche fight. Because
she's going to get Black Hole every fight.
In the next 2 minutes, and Roche is like an insta-spawn, they're in a pretty bad spot. That ward scouting out that smoke. And you can see immediately Aurora just run to the side of the map.
Yeah, they are scanning here. They're going to know that 23 Savage just moved through here. Oh,
there's no way when you see that.
That can't happen.
BKB? Does he need to?
He's just running. Ollie.
They'll give him Ollie. That's a big smoke. They only get the ET. That's fine. There's no Roche to immediately grab here. They can catch the wave mid and pressure that mid tower, though. And again, try and force some sort of a jump in from Aurora. And that looks like it's going to be the plan. They just set Ame up here. Get defensive DY right next to him. And look at this tower go.
Another tier 2 tower taken.
They're just farming camps all over the map as Aurora. Just, no, we will not be baited into this. We'll fight you high ground. We'll fight you high ground. We'll fight you at the Roche pit. Those are the 2 places for us right now.
It feels like this is what the Aurora games come down to often. I feel like they very much are just like, you know, willing to take these measured losses and not really put themselves in a bad position. But it does mean that they sometimes feel like they're playing from behind a little bit.
Well, if there's anything they've learned over the past couple of years, is that anything can happen in the late game.
Oh, yeah.
So certainly the C mentality of, let's go late game and see what happens.
No neutral? Oh, no, it's ceremonial rope that he gets. Okay. So opting for that one on the tier 3 Newts.
Seaman.
6-6. And waiting to see how long this Roche respawn is going to be.
Oh, a huge pickup, though. The farming after the Blade Mail. Q has the Aghanims. This is super important for map control.
Whoa,
just spamming out these flares constantly.
Wow.
Nice.
He was able to get a lot of farm on that clockwork.
Yeah, he's been busy.
And around a mid lane Roche respawn time, 1.5 minutes, as the BKB should be completed at that point by Ame, barring some type of crazy fight that happens, but Scepter lift up now, pops the BKB, might just need to TP out of here.
Yeah.
23 Savage.
Wait, she keeps firing when she's TPing?
Here until Xingqiu maybe gets a basher.
Right. Well, and even then, you got to deal with the win run.
That's abuse.
Need to get Abyssal Blade. I'm sure he's eyeing it up. But Jabs is
queuing that also works if she's stunned? It shouldn't, right? Why is she attacking when she's TPing?
Again, unanswered threat at this point in time in the game. And they don't really have anything that will make it easier to deal with that as time goes on.
Well, smoking up, they're going to run into XXS.
Big jump if they can get him. No vision inside. Jabs pops all of that
there's a lot of damage.
But XXS down to a little bit lower than half HP. Now they
come on!
Again. DY, though, he's still taking a lot. XM runs into all of them. 23 Savage, no BKB means no life. And 2 dead. An easy fight win there for XG.
Yeah, maybe trying to find something there on Aurora where they can get the blink into the black hole, but things did not start out the way they were hoping for. And now with only 10 seconds left here until the Roche is going to respawn, they're in an excellent position here on XG.
Trying to catch these waves and slow them down, but yeah, another unfortunate placement there on the hook shot, ends up missing, splitting the uprights, and now you have a little bit of a scary situation. Jabs does have that BKB ready, but now also has the dagger on him, so needs to wait for that to expire before he can run back in.
They just don't have the damage to kill them right now.
It's too hard to deal with. Yeah. You have buyback on the Wind Ranger, but you hate to use it here. This is going to be a full set of racks. Ame, he takes it so quickly. Dodging away from the Spirit will not get slept.
Oh, if they don't get racks here, this seems really good for Aurora. Because now they can at least fight the Roche.
Right, that's true.
Because they, in theory, probably could have just went immediately, but they might not have been sure that it was up yet. They don't have that same global vision that Aurora do with the ability of the flare, so it would have been risky if you back for the Roche pit, then it hadn't even spawned, right? Oh, we don't put that stat up there, production, come on.
I mean,
he's trying.
You got to call it how it is sometimes. It's an unfortunate situation, but it's how it goes. One of those was to get away, though, so he hit that one.
Yeah, that's true. And there's that vision as well from Aurora, now knowing that that Roche is up, going to make their way down here. And Jabs. We talked about it. As the game started, the draft, the panel, they talked
Here
about
we
it.
go.
The pressure on Jabs. Well, it's reached its pivotal moment.
That's
Here we
It's
go.
Blink, it's BKB. It's a Roche that they desperately need to either just deny right away, like by somehow winning the fight and make it kind of middling
Can
there
the
versus
BKB
XG, or outright take it themselves.
ult anyone?
But if this just goes the
But
way of
Ame.
XG, and Ame gets to march down
If
there
he doesn't hit
with his
Ame,
Aegis
I
and
think
handle this
he's loose.
Muerta, it's looking like a pretty hard high ground defense.
You've got to put on a stop here. At a certain point, you got to say, this is how far you go and no further.
Some sneak. I like that sneaky ward there. That's good. From C right there from the high ground.
Line in the sand. Let's see if they can hold it, though. XM, he's the one that's up front and center with that defense matrix on. Lorenov can decide to run in if he wants. It's pretty scary into all of those heroes, but somebody kind of needs to get thrown forward so that way Jabs can follow up with the black hole.
It'd be nice if they had a smoke. That would be super helpful for Aurora, but I don't think they have any, unfortunately. Actually, you can see it queued up on Ollie. It's like, please come back and stock. 30 seconds till it restocks.
And, well, if they wait until that smoke comes in, the other thing to note right now is that Tinker's out pushing around the rest of the map. He's shoving out all the lanes while this is happening because he can come back in at a moment's notice. But
no, don't pick me support Tinker. Oh, no.
The scary part, though, is that if you do wait another 30 seconds for that smoke, Roche might start switching over to the other side, so they want to start it now.
Okay.
Oh, this is
Minor
good. They forced
W.
the BKB.
BKB from Lorenov 2 now. But with Arena down, that's the big spell used on the side of XG. That's been how they've been able to defend against this Wind Ranger. And now both teams buy the smoke immediately. DY, he gets his out a little bit quicker. Oh, they're going to be smoked up earlier because of the Tinker. The other one's flying out, and now Aurora already making the move to try and take down Roche. Are they going to be able to get it in time?
Oh, this is some risky positioning.
Roche made some moves. They
Ollie
already
and
made
Q.
the call. The two supports off to the side. XM finds him right at the start. Can they go for more? Misses the spear. And now, Lorenov.
Oh, he gets it up.
Forward, still looking
Okay,
for their
gets some
moment. Where's
spells
the
off.
black hole? It's a little ways
Not
away.
buyback.
Rooted. Still great vision.
Oh.
He gets it broken, and now he's found. He's going to die. Jabs, he gets the black hole, but he goes down. That's not what they needed. Hook shot off the mark. It's all falling apart for Aurora. This is not the way the fight was supposed to go. As Q is going to TP out, they are going to lose this Aegis, spear out, Lorenov down. XG, they reign supreme here in the pit.
Oh, what an initiation there from XG, making their way over along the tree line. You're trying to hide your two supports here, but there's the Shivas, right? Like, just jumps right in there, they get found, the fight breaks down from there. I got a clumped up Clockwork and Enigma. He can't hit anything on Q because everyone's in his way. He's trying to get the triple flares out. And then that break on the on the Blink, right, on Jazz. Right when he was about to go, I think he lost it.
Oh, it's painful. That one hurts a lot, as you're going to see here, this replay, how it all went down. Oh,
So I guess Winner just went up and died to Ame instantly, or what?
ET. I mean, you at least get some of your spells off, so it's not the worst situation there, like the Gleipnir on the DY, but
Yeah,
they
he
can't
goes
get
in
this
and
perfect setup for 23 Savage.
dun,
He comes in here with
dead.
the BKB and the Whirlwind, but yeah, Ame stands tall and delivers the damage that they need on the side of XG. It's one way they play these fights, and they're getting it.
Unreal stuff coming out there. And I mean, XM and Ame in this game, the king and the queen, making it all happen. They are 23,000 gold up right now at 35 minutes, and it's felt like it has been all them all game.
Keeping it very simple here, just going for the racks and walking away, trying to be savage. Has the BKB, has the Whirlwind, but doesn't have a good opportunity of a fight.
Ame just an absolute monster in this game in terms of what he's capable of doing if you get too close. He's buying his third damage item. This guy has a BKB, a Hurricane Pike, and then just 3 damage items. Will rip you to shreds. The Rocket Flare gets spammed.
Yikes,
They also
yikes,
now have a
yikes.
refresher on the Mars. But it is very good high ground defense. So I think with this round, are XG gonna stick around? It's kind of feeling like they're not too afraid to. With the heal bots coming in, they have the calling. Ame down. XXS jumps forward. Giants.
Ame dying.
Ame is very low. Obviously, still has that Aegis in hand, but 23 Savage is going to run forward, trying to find DY, getting him low, getting him dead. Sonic Wave, they dodge that one. Q, he hits the hook shot. That's what they needed.
Oh,
now pulling in XM. The silence is there. Refresher, BKB round 2. Do they have enough to deal with it? They've already caught him. 23 Savage.
Oh man, they made this fight happen, but the Black Hole's just coming back now in 3 seconds.
And they
Jabs
don't
just
have
sitting there
buyback.
waiting, smoked up.
They don't have buyback.
Black Hole.
He can't do it alone. Jabs has so much damage ready, has so much control ready, but they don't quite have what they need. Maybe with like the big AoE hits, if they can catch all of them, but it's not likely that that's going to happen. As the last set of racks is going to be claimed, XG, they have looked so strong throughout this game. As they head on forward, hit the tier 4 towers, still 40 seconds without a Wind Ranger.
This is why I say never gets top 3.
And they just cannot go in and fight this. They are about to have Clockwork back up again for potentially a final stand here to see if they can stop all of this bleeding, but XM ready to jump in. He finds him immediately onto Jabs. No chance to get anything off of the jump forward. Q takes him down too. The hook shot's in, but it's not nearly enough. Ancient exposed. Ame still taking a lot of damage with that blade mail. But in the end, they're gonna take down the Clockwork. They're gonna head in onto the Ancient. They're gonna pop Clip just to try and stay alive as long as they can on Aurora here. A buyback comes out. 23 Savage is actually back up again.
Oh, Ame's not done though. He's going back in with the sidekick.
Not willing to back out at all. The run forward here, they can taste the victory. If they can go in for the finish, only a few thousand extra HP. The jump in, 23 Savage is dead. GG is called. XG, they win game 1.
Now, we often talk about it as XM being the tower who gets to stand there and hit on his Vipers and Snipers.
What
but
an
it's the
easy
Sniper
game.
of the Muerta here. It might lose 4 times in a row, but not
Oh,
a fin.
alright, quick stretch.
Ame
Everybody
won
go
it,
for a
he got it,
stretch.
and it gives them the W
Can't
here
sit
for
down all
XG.
day.
Very impressive performance from XG as we head on back to the panel, let them break down that action.
Thank you very much, Trenton Lyrical here to
What do you get if you duplicate yourself? W.
We talked a lot about Muerta, I feel like, for these past 2 weeks. And
Finally it came out. Really happy about seeing this hero as a carry, as a counter to Wind Ranger as well, with the itemization and everything. The hero feels nice to play. The thing you need with Muerta is not to play against any counters, and you also want to have some kind of a setup. I think this whole draft kind of took the wrong turn for Aurora when they picked this ET, and also with the Timbersaw. I feel like they needed some extra lockdown, something that this Muerta is going to be afraid of, some Brewmaster, some Batrider that can keep her in place. And with the itemization, you could see that both Queen of Pain and Muerta, they were not afraid at all. They were building in these late BKBs, and we're going to see the Roche fight that kind of ended up pretty poorly for Aurora still.
Sorry, but this fight is so interesting because 23 runs back into the pit because he wanted to take the fight, but the rest of his team disengaged. So there was a big miscommunication here, which led into a BKB TP misplay. So when I was watching that back, that felt a little bit scary for Aurora, that at this stage of the tournament, they still haven't reached a consensus in shot calling.
Yeah, and before that, the entire early game was destroyed by Extreme because they utilized the Queen of Pain really nicely. They shut down the Timbersaw, going for 2 points in Dagger to pressure the 3-1-1 build from Lorinov. And on top of that, they bring the supports. By minute 8, minute 9, they're taking the mid-tier 1 tower against Timber. And then when Enigma, like the whole concept of Aurora's draft was Enigma plays behind Timber, take every single tier 1 tower, get a quick BKB on when Roshan play the game. But the fact that they shut down the Timber, they prevented from Black Hole even feeling good. And then the point that Effie made as well with that Roshan. Like, I like the fact that Aurora tried to utilize Roshan as a comeback mechanism, but once they get the tier 1, once they take the Roshan, they just didn't fight that well to capitalize on it. And then the rest of the game was Extreme, very slowly waiting for the items, waiting for their opportunity until they fully broke down Aurora.
Yeah, that Quap pick worked out really beautifully. Like you guys mentioned, the supports coming mid-early, shutting down Timbersaw even more. But another thing that XG did based off of that mid lane dominance was they took over the Ancients and the triangle of Aurora very early on. And that's why after the laning stage, the network lead just kept building and building. It's because neither Timbersaw nor Enigma had access to their Ancients or their big camp. That was taken away from them for like the first 18 minutes of the game.
And when Extreme have this advantage, you can really see the impact of Tinker, right? Tinker in this game did 35,300 healing by himself. The entirety of Aurora did 125. So you can see just kind of the mismatch in the fights, just how sustainable Extreme are. And with the layering of the Mars Arena, with the Psychic of the Marcy, the heals of the Tinker, you can keep heroes like Murto or Quap alive in these fights.
The reason why I also like the whole setup from Extreme Gaming is this is not a 4 protect 1 strategy that we sometimes see with some of these carries where like you have solo Wind Ranger, some mid laner that doesn't deal as much damage, but now you had Queen of Pain, and this Queen of Pain had a pretty free game. Also, when you play with Murta, you need somebody to set things up for you. So there's XXS Mars going in. He died only once. All 3 cores combined died only 2 times on side of Extreme Gaming, which tells a big story how this game was played. And I also want to point out that Ame, his positioning was top tier. Did die once, but there was this like 1 gank after that. Sure, you have Tinker with his shield, with the Glimmer Cape, with all his items behind, with the marches, so it makes it easier, but he was never pretty much black hole beside that 1 solo black hole where rest of the Aurora, they were unable to connect on Ame.
Yeah.
And Extreme Gaming have such a good read of the game on when to farm and when to fight, because after they lost that fight mid where Murta got black holed, there was an Aegis, didn't go that great for them. They just chilled. We didn't see them making any moves for 5 minutes. They farmed up a BKB on Queen of Pain, they farmed up a BKB on Murta, and a Refresher Orb on Mars, and they took the game.
And 100% kill participation on XM's Queen of Pain. First time they pulled this Queen of Pain out for XM, delivered T.
Probably not the last time.
Probably not the last,
No.
but also we were talking about the values of like first pick, second pick in the draft, and how 24 pick isn't the the craziest thing anymore. We've seen Tundra utilize Night Stalker now. We see Extreme utilize Queen of Pain. Like there are some picks still available that teams aren't really respecting that much, or at least they've forgotten. Like we're so many days deep into the Rosenton International that some heroes are like, whatever, they don't exist anymore because we're in the tournament, and then you bring them back and yeah, you close out a game quite quickly.
I think it's that a lot of teams lack confidence to bring out a new hero or a hero they haven't practiced much on 24. And that is the difference between the series we just saw, BB Team versus Falcons, and this one. They will play whatever they need to on that last pick. And DY on his Tinker, like you mentioned, Chiefs, 35k hero healing. But not just that, the synergy of having Tinker and Mars in a lineup, pretty awesome, because Tinker takes care of the auras, takes care of tanking your team up, which enables Mars to just have different itemization. It enables him to go Blink, Yule's Refresher instead of the standard aura recipe that offliners are doing.
Now, I do wonder, a game like this, we said there was a lot of pressure going to be on Jabs, on his Enigma. Why couldn't they force out more fights, Lacoste? Because I felt like this was a fairly slow game, which favored Extreme extremely, and I just don't know why Aurora couldn't find more fights.
He had Jinkyu, he had XXS and XM on his ass throughout the whole game, pretty much. They were jumping him. He was unable to land a good black hole. There was like 1 black hole when they jumped him near the tower. He was a quick reaction from him using that Malefice, but other than that, he got shut down.
I mean, who's he meant to play with? When Lorinov has no mid tower, no game to play, you can't expect an Enigma by himself to walk to the tier 1 towers to make these, map progression moves that you often see. So because of Lorinov having a bad mid lane, Jabs can't have a game, and then your Windrunner, again, very greedy carry. So it's why the game felt so slow, because, Extreme, they identified, wait, Aurora can't do anything. They only have to farm to try and get back into this game. So it's why it kind of lasted so long, but next time, Lorinov has to get out of laning phase with some type of advantage if this is going to go to a game 3.
And maybe also a little bit of a different support duo that might be able to make more rotations, because I normally think Clockwork, you play around his hook, you can make moves.
The 2 supports are identical, like Clock and ET. They want someone else to start the fight for them to reinitiate and turn it around, and then the other support needs to do damage. But with ET and Clock, unless you have levels, yay, I keep you alive for like 5 seconds, and then you're dead.
And that also just goes back to the Queen of Pain last pick. It wasn't just a gotcha for the Timber slot, but it got the 2 supports as well. If ET and Clock were to play on the mid lane and play to help Lorinov, who was in a bad position, they couldn't have done anything because they're just countered by Blink. ET starts punching, Quap blinks away. She gets stuck in power cogs, she blinks away. So it was like truly a perfect Queen of Pain pick.
So how are we going to prepare for game number 2 that's coming our way? Because it kind of feels like both, this first game feels like both an outplay and an outdraft. Is that fair to say? It kind of felt like we saw Aurora being a little bit outclassed.
I would happily say this is an outdraft, because I think Aurora, entering TI, you see all this information, and you decide to go with one of the weaker openings of Windrunner. Like, teams have kind of moved
I
away
am
from this
back, guys.
Like, the foundation of your draft, and then utilizing it as a third,
back.
fourth pick down the line. And Aurora themselves, they did first pick Windrunner on day 1 and lost with it. It's like you've had all this time to prep. I'm surprised you've gone for like your losing strategy as your welcome to the main stage. So I hope they have cooked up some other ideas. I want to see more flair from 23 Savage. Like, allow him to see more information. Give me the Morphling on a later pick, the Void, anything else.
Yeah, if we look at the matches that they played, the second game where they were playing against Heroic on the brink of elimination, pretty much they needed to shift things around, and this is where they had different bans in the first stage, and also the draft that they ended up with, they cooked it pretty hard with this Tusk, with this Shadow Demon, left it in a pool, Spectre, plus also Darkseer to have that damage, something to play off with tempo heroes. A little surprised again that they didn't pick up Darkseer in the second phase. They had the opportunity to do so. It got banned in the last phase, so they need to shift things around because what they had in this first game was a clear out draft.
But it's going to be going, I would imagine it's going to be swapped in terms of priorities, and we've been saying a lot other than I feel like these last 2 games that we've watched where the overall last pick is actually very impactful and very strong. Normally, it is the first pick that has the highest strength because of all the heroes that are at the moment ban-worthy, and therefore getting one of the strongest heroes straight out of that first banning phase. Normally, it's first pick that has a little bit of the upper hand, which was just now Aurora.
Yes, but I think you need to respect that first pick. You have to set up your draft with strong hero picks, i.e. not Windrunner. And then every time you pick another hero, you're protecting from the enemy being able to fully counterpick you, counterplay you with the last pick. And that's where like having Clock and ET as your support duo, and all the pressure on Timber to have a good lane for your draft to even to enter the game, it's too scripted, it's too obvious. I think teams that use draft well are the ones that keep their draft like robust to kind of any opposition. Like they can play any matchup, they can play 20 minutes in kind of any world. So right now, they're being a little bit too volatile from first pick, hence why they get punished by Queen of Pain.
Too scripted.
Yes.
So you want something very unscripted. You know what is always unscripted? Slacks and Tsunami.
That's right, Sheever. We are not scripted. Absolutely. Fantastic. Thank you so much, Sheeps, for that fantastic intro. We are here in the crowd tsunami. How are we doing?
I'm loving it because, as you can see, we've had a theme going on for this TI.
That's right.
We've got a carnival of people joining us. Most of them are on the stage, but I think we need a few more additions to the Dota Freak Show that we are privy to right now.
You just call all the pro players in the arena freaks? That's not cool.
It's a term of endearment. They're freakishly good at Dota.
Oh, okay, well, let's find some people that are just freakishly freaks in the audience, ladies and gentlemen. We have some prizes here. Now, I am here for you to rat on your friends, okay?
Yes.
I want to go through the crowd. We're going to have the audience judge which one of you has the weirdest Dota habit. So
I'm looking for some anomalies out here.
Anomalies, in fact.
Who's out here like building boots of travel on every single game? Or you spam the same hero no matter what the draft is?
Yes.
Or you bemoan the death of techies and just kind of wither away?
That's a fun little joke there, Simone. Who doesn't play Dota and works Dota events?
I'm not familiar.
Hey, I'm just kidding. I love you, Sully. All right. Does anyone here have a friend in the audience with a weird habit? Hello? You raised your hand? All right, here we have prizes. Okay. I'm going to grab you. Sir, is this your friend here? Where's your friend?
My friend is back home.
Your friend's back home? You get surprised. You got to be here with... All right, just a test here. What's your friend do?
So my friend, when he farms wolves, he kills small ones first.
I love that.
Every single time?
And we rush
I think that's kind of normal. I know. A crowd is killing the small wolves weird? Did we get a no, that's you're weird, man. Don't judge your friend. Goodness gracious. Let's try and get over here. Are you guys friends?
But I have a friend. He's watching at home.
Again, gentlemen, please. The rules are very simple. What does your friend do?
Whenever he's winning and then he gets ganked, he takes his monitor and punches it.
How are you?
How is it?
For real? How many monitors has this guy gone through?
He's destroyed like 5 now.
Oh, that's just anger issues, guys. I'm not sure that's a... All right, crowd, is that weird? Can we hear applause? Okay. That's mild weirdness. I mean, who hasn't punched a monitor?
Really,
It's
really.
me, because I'm not a psychopath. Did you find somebody, Tsunami?
I did. Slacks, turn around. I had to climb my way up into the rafters, actually. I'm waving, keep looking, keep spinning. In the corner.
Corner?
How much, you really think I covered that much distance in like 10 seconds, brother?
Where are you?
Turn around.
Oh, there you are.
There you go. You're pointing right at me.
Hi,
Because
buddy.
I had two people flag me down as they both have something that they would like to share because I've got two new candidates to the Freak Show.
Hello.
So, we have already joined me, Slacks.
Hi.
Hello.
I'm here too now.
Okay,
Go ahead.
great, because you've got to give some prizes. Gentlemen, introduce yourself. What's your name?
My name is Mike.
And what is your Dota quirk that you are famous for?
So, me and my brother here, John, we both play using WASD to move the map.
Ooh. Now, there's a lot of, you know...
Get that weeb out of my shot!
There's a lot of tension in the audience. But let the record show
That's
that
me, I do
believe
that.
at one point Matumba Man used to use WASD.
Yeah.
So there's a precedent for
I do that.
really good players doing it. Now, you're saying, oh my god, you really think that validates you?
I was just gonna say, you just validated me in front of all of my friends.
What do you think, audience? I heard a little bit of ooze. How freaky are these guys?
All right.
Not really.
I'm gonna give you
I do that.
punch hats. 'Cause you guys
I do
Well,
that.
That's because I don't know how you're hitting hooks with WASD, but, you know.
We,
I did
Time with the
WASD.
anime characters in the back, you're definitely weird. Be happy. Fantastic. Thank you very much. And we'll just throw these double meepos in here. Does this guy do anything weird in his Dota games?
I don't know.
You don't know. Do you do anything weird?
Each boot goes on a different inventory slot. Is that weird?
That's pretty weird.
That works for me. Take it. All right, you better wear those meepo hats. We have unfortunately run out of time in this epic piece. Thank you all so much for watching, and we'll get to our next game shortly. Goodbye.
Thank you very much, Slacks and Tsunami. Tiga, what's your worst Dota habit, you'd reckon?
Oh, you're starting with me?
Yeah.
Voice lining enemies, supports who don't help their cause when they die, and then pinging facets, but that got removed from the game. So doing anything possible to help me win my MMR. It's very important. MMR means everything. It's not just a number.
She said weird, not toxic, too.
Yes.
I mean, it's weirdly, I guess, yeah, true. I'm a support player. I don't do anything. I just buy
He's
wards.
saying he's
simple.
very normal.
Yeah.
I know. My weird quirk in Dota is legacy keys. I believe that legacy keys makes you worse as a player. You as well?
No!
Oh God,
I'm old school.
Every time a new hero comes out and I look at the legacy keys, I'm like, God, why did I do that? You know, and then some heroes have really bad legacy keys that you have to go across the keyboard. Like Weaver, Geminate attack is K. You want to auto cast it, Alt K. You're like fingers
What's the
flying.
legacy key?
Not great, Cheever.
Not great, but I would imagine you are not alone in doing that, as we are also gonna see the players walk out in a little bit and not be alone anymore on that grand stage. The question is, will Aurora force out a third game to this best-of-3 series?
Oh, they won
Just
one.
a reminder that we are in the lower
Oh, no,
bracket.
actually.
Both of these squads have secured
They lost
top
one,
8
huh?
at this
Aurora
international,
lost.
and they want to move further. They want
Right.
to move to tomorrow, where top 6 is what they will get. One game up now for Extreme Gaming, so the onus is on Aurora Gaming, and the onus is making Aurora step it up in terms of tempo, I think, Lacoste. We want to see them being able to make the plays.
Yeah, and I'm really glad you kept talking during the walk-ins until they closed the door, because we don't want to say they are not going to be able to do it, you know, because they're still on the stage. That was very nice of you. But a difficult one. They haven't made a single serious win so far in 2024, and it shows. Like
Against,
really
you should mention against Extreme. They have
Yes.
one series.
They
just not
have some
against
serious
Extreme
wins in
Gaming.
2024. Otherwise, they would not be here. But overall, I think they need to step it up with the draft, and they need to be able to punch back. Also, seen quite a lot of like these smaller mistakes when it comes down to rotations. They've been stacking a lot, something that they did throughout the whole road to TI, but it has not been working because Extreme Gaming, they also stepped it up in terms of stacking game. They were the second worst team at stacking, and I've seen quite a lot of stacks, especially when you have Muerta on the team. That's what you want to have.
Yeah, and we mentioned earlier that in the previous game, it wasn't just Extreme Gaming stacking, it was also them, T-Gov, making sure that Aurora couldn't.
Yeah, again, it's like for Aurora, when you look at a draft and you can see a key piece or two being everything for them to get to the mid game, pro teams are just going to exploit that, delete that hero, and now you can't really get to play your game. So I think, at least for this upcoming draft, I want Aurora to kind of hold their draft a little bit closer to them. Like, don't really reveal stuff until at least the final pick or two. Don't make it so, like I said earlier, like it's relatively scripted. I don't want to be so predictable. And support duo, it needs to be one damage dealer, one initiator that can roam the map together, help the mid lane, invade the stacks like you're mentioning. But if they do what they did in the last game, then it is going to be a very difficult game where they need it to go 45 minutes plus to be competitive.
Or you at least need to see side lanes correctly to draft a duo of supports like that, because ET Clog can work on paper if they're countering things on side lanes. Like, let's say you're countering a primal in one lane and then the ET is just paired with a ranged carry in one. That makes sense, but they picked the ET Clog with only seeing Tinker and Muerta, and having this idea that both of our supports can counter Tinker, but neither of them are very great against Muerta. We'll just correct that later. That can't work against a team like XG.
Let's see then what Aurora brings to the table in game number 2, and if they can force out a third game to this series. It is time for game 2.
Aurora Gaming versus Extreme Gaming. Game 2.
It will be Aurora this time round, playing from Radiant, and Extreme Gaming playing from the Dire side, with Extreme getting that first pick. Aurora overall last pick. We'll see what kind of strategic advantage they'll try to get with that one. In terms of bans coming out in that first phase, we are still having this sniper in the pool, which I feel like I still have to mention, T, because XM is our resident sniper player.
Yeah, for sure. And if Extreme want to first pick it overall, then that is an extremely bold entry to a draft. But I think from first pick, Extreme will most likely second phase it at the very end, the fourth final pick of the second phase. So maybe it isn't banned due to that. And if Aurora really, really cares about it, they'll then use their single ban in the second phase to take it out. But for now, it does get to survive the first round of bans.
It does. We got an Omni Knight, Shadow Demon, Naga, Sand King, Tinker, and Tusk banned so far. So with that, the Tinker being banned, it means that we got a couple more making it through, like the Marana and the Centaur as well. Those were both banned in the previous game, and we'll see which one, if either of the two, Extreme wants to ban going into this second game. They have, of course, the opportunity to pick up anything they want. And they're taking into their bonus time pretty heavily. I think that's quite unusual. Lacoste, both teams have a decent amount of time going into game 2. You get 15 minutes, game end to game start, to think about it. And that means normally the entire ban sequence, this is something you can prep, you can think about. But they do use a large chunk of their time to end up banning out the Elder Titan, which is, of course, a comfort pick for Ollie on the side of Aurora. And they pick up Marana, who we know can be flexed on the side of Extreme Gaming.
Marana, I don't think they played it like in any other roles other than position 4, because when we were talking about the series, when they played against Team Spirit, they also picked up Marana. Yatoro, he was the one who liked to play this hero, especially when paired up with some of these stronger position 5s, but they do play it exclusively from the position 4, where Jin-Q tends to have like multiple different itemizations with no boots, solar drums type of a build, or he builds like a triple bracer into Shard, into Hurricane Pike, becomes another core. We've seen in the previous series what Marana can do, especially if she steals a Divine Rapier from the enemies.
Yeah, and the tricky thing for Aurora is that they're the second pick team and they give away Marana, which means that they only have one ban in the next phase. And when you give away Marana, you're opening up your draft to ranged carries like Muerta, like Wind Ranger, like Luna. But in this case, one of them is going to be through because you just don't have enough bans to cover for the way people have been playing Marana, which is just buffing up one carry with all of the damage and playing off of that.
And a lot of bans towards the melee heroes, right? You've got Tusk taken away by Aurora, you've got the ET and the Omni Knight from Extreme. So the big position 5s that you might expect to be picked up at the moment, they're not there. People have kind of lost a little bit of faith in Treant. Maybe it was overrated in the first couple of days of the Road to International, but at the moment it's there, an instant pick with the Storm Spray.
That's a early Storm. And they do, as said, only have one ban to protect this Storm.
Boba would be proud.
And just take out the puck then you're just going to have to take the L in whichever ranged carry comes out for XG. What?
I'm saying Sniper. We've seen this matchup. He destroyed a mid matchup against the Storm Spirit. There's also Monkey King. There are a couple of these bad matchups that Storm doesn't like to play into early on, especially if there's another rotation. And Mirana is one of the easiest heroes to rotate to the mid lane.
Yeah, no. When you pick Storm in the first phase, that single ban, and it's against Extreme, if it's not Sniper, then...
Yeah, but then you're going to be up against the puck.
Yeah, but there's also puck. That's the scary thing, is that they have been running puck on XG very often too.
Yeah, no, for sure. I think if I had to pick between the two, when I see XM and what he did to the Sniper before, or the Storm before, unless they pick two really aggressive supports and just keep ganking mid, it's just a lot of respect you need to give towards XM.
And that's only talking about XM's hero pool. But now we have to think about the carry hero pool for Ame. Like we mentioned, all heavily enabled by Solar Flare on Mirana. Luna, who has been was the trending carry of the playoffs of Road to TI, she could make a re-emergence here too.
Yeah, it ends up being Kunkka and Wind Ranger being removed from the pool by Extreme, so Luna is still in.
Oh my God!
And we'll see which
Damn,
one
the draft is
Aurora
slow.
wants to remove, whether that is the puck or the Sniper. I think actually maybe you're just going to accept that your lane's going to be hard and ban out Luna.
The Dota
instead.
freak show
But
that we are privy
It's
to
getting
right
modded.
now.
Just call all the pro
It is
players
up
in
to
here
them to pick
freaks.
straight
That's not
out
cool.
of this banning
It's
phase.
a term of endearment that
They
we're
ban out
freakishly good at
XM's
Dota.
Ah, okay, well, let's find some people that are
Viper,
just
leaving
freakishly
other two
freaks in the audience,
signatures
ladies and gentlemen.
in the
We have
pool.
some prizes
That
here.
might
Now,
tell
I
us
am here for
a
you to
little bit
rap
more
on your
about
friends,
what they're
okay? I want to
planning
go through
on
the crowd.
picking here,
We're going to have the
Lacoste.
audience judge.
Big W.
Which one of
I
you
mean,
has
they
the
open up with the
weirdest
Storm Spirit.
Dota
There's a lot of
habit?
heroes
So
I'm
still
looking for some
available in the
anomalies
pool
out
that
here.
can
Anomalies.
easily counter
Who's
the
out here
heroes, so
like
they need to
building
find
boots
a
of
way
travel
how to
on every
use the
single
Storm Spirit.
game,
We've
or
seen
you
BB
spam the same hero no matter what the
Keeper of the
draft
Light with the Storm
is?
Spirit,
Yes.
2
Or
times,
you
and it was very
bemoan the death of
successful.
techies
So
and
he needs
just
something.
kind of
This
wither
hero's
Who
gonna
was
need
that?
any kind of a
Joke
help,
there.
maybe some kind of a save
Dota
that could come
events.
out so
Ah,
that
just
he
kidding. I
doesn't
love
die
it.
straight away.
All right.
That's a
Does
little bit of a
anyone here
save.
have a friend in the audience
Yeah.
with a weird
It's
habit?
a
Hello?
little bit of an
You raised your
unusual
hand?
one as well.
All right, here we have
They
prizes.
haven't played
Okay.
Bane so far at the Road to the International or the International.
Who's getting modded? Who was it?
I'm
Was it,
skeptical a little bit. Bane is another one of those heroes where you used to win lanes a lot. Nowadays, you don't really win lanes as much because the offlane +4 can just bully you out if they play in tandem. And if
This
the
guy
map
want to
gets
be thrown to
difficult when
Tokyo
they
so
run into
bad.
a lot, then all you really have is a nightmare to your name.
And you're just very slow on moving around.
Bullock's coach. It was
Only a
Bullock's
comfortable
coach.
twin-gate support rotation if there's a follow-up spell that he's setting up for, like a Mars Spear on the Nightmare, if there's something like an Invoker with Sunstrikes, but you already see the Storm pick.
With this Bane pickup, they didn't reveal anything, and they're also keeping a little bit of flex open in terms of
Bane.
their carry pool, so they do not want to, hardly commit with the position 5
Bane,
melee
Bane,
hero.
Bane.
Then you would not be able to pick some of these melee heroes. The Spectre that they did have, but Sniper is going to come out.
But I would have preferred if Aurora picked up their position 4 up here. I think the Bane tells so much with
Chinese
them
women.
kind of conceding your safe lane. Like Centaur
Reddit
plus
mod.
potentially Sniper as a lane, or Centaur Morana. Sniper will just be mid and Centaur and Morana will be the lane, but if
It's
you
me
pick up a
100%
Snapfire or
Smiley.
Rubik
Good
or any other
static.
4-roll, I
Can
think it
prove
does
it.
the same thing in regards
Post
to
a picture of you with the
draft
laptop.
mentioning the cost, but the Bane,
If you don't, you get
we'll
permabanned
see
for
how they
lying.
go, but they get into the map, keep finding heroes, and that's why Centaur Sniper is also so scary. Bane can never get to the Sniper.
I think Jabs needs his Mars in this game to lock down these heroes. Sniper, forcing him to buy an early BKB, great against Centaur. Mirana can't leap away, so you need
Dota Detective says he
something
can
like
prove
this
it.
to keep him in place. And there's the Spectre,
Prove
the,
it.
the melee hero that we
Prove
did
it.
mention that could potentially come out.
And I wanted to say,
guy
when we
needs a
saw
haircut.
Aurora with their backs against the road last
What
time,
is
it
that,
was
huh?
against Heroic in a best-of-3, and they were 1 game down in that best-of-3 series. And when
Spectre.
it really mattered, they also then pulled out the
They're
Spectre.
gonna lose
That
again.
It was the first Spectre that we'd seen in its entirety, and it worked out. They were willing, Effie, to take the risk.
They did, and that's the kind of confidence you need in elimination games, like we mentioned, and 23 looked really good on that Spectre. It's also
gonna
going to
lose
enable
again.
them to have a hero to always handle the sniper
Spectre.
later on in the game. The issue is, T was mentioning how with the Bane they conceded their safe lane.
Why I've been so
You double
attracted
ramp
to
with the
you?
Spectre. That is the free lane
When
for
you're very
Centaur and
handsome,
Mirana.
tall,
So it's on Storm
manly,
plus Willow to make these
successful.
plays around the map that Spectre can haunt on.
You own a
and
house.
come back to the game from, because it's looking like a low network.
Women
safe
just love
lane
that.
from Aurora so far.
Yeah, and with Extreme, triple bracer plus blade mail with Centaur.
Huge cock. It's well known.
Accept any gank onto you from Aurora. You'll buy so much time for people to come onto you. Their last pick, and they go for the void themselves. Yeah, again, I don't mind it.
Okay, we get some different Dota at least.
That is your late game secured.
Void.
And there's no real map play from Aurora.
Link clip,
coming
you
up here.
scroll up.
Bane
It's
and
the
Willow
clip is
want to
right there.
fight
Just
heroes.
scroll
Storm
up.
might join, but there's no real damage once they get there. They have control from Storm. They have a little bit of damage with Bedlam. But that's about it. Until Spectre gets Blade Mail plus Radiance or Blade Mail Orchid or any of this, they don't really find anything. Hence why the Void pick isn't really too much of a threat. They're not going to lose any
X
towers,
cutie,
no towers
cutie,
out for
sing
Aurora.
cutie.
Pickoff is a little bit awkward. And I am really worried for Aurora. There's so much pressure on Jabs to kind of do everything in the early game. Pretty much once again.
Also, there's a Silver Edge buyer in Faceless Void, so you can break the Spectre later on in the game and kill her quickly, which also explains the Viper ban over the Sniper or the Puck that we talked about. They wanted to protect the Spectre from Viper too, not just the Storm.
Not just a Storm.
In terms of control, they do have Bane, they do have Storm Jump, Dark Willow with the Terrorized Brambles. These are the things that Faceless Void doesn't like to play into. So now we're looking into position 5 that is going to lane with Faceless Void. They did remove DY's Phoenix, which is one of his better heroes. So some of the stronger position 5s that are range still left in a pool, I would say it could be a really good Jakiro game because you have Ice Pad against Bane, so you can stop his grip. You have damage inside a Chronosphere. You want to pair him up with something that's going to secure Faceless Void pretty much a lane and entry to the game where he's not being the lowest net worth core.
We saw position 5 Marana twice today. They also have the option to just play
That's
5
also a
and
flex.
pick a Snapfire and lane that with the Centaur, because that
Yes.
hero is also still in the pool.
Let's see, only a couple of seconds left into their bonus time. DY has ultimately the last call. On the side of Aurora, it looks like once again we need a hero for Jabs. So once again, there will be a lot of pressure on his performance in this upcoming game. Beastmaster and
W
Enigma
to
now
the
removed
detectives.
from the pool.
I mean, it's probably just
Where's that
Mark.
guy claimed he was him? Where's the faker?
Ban it.
Okay. Progress the map a little bit. You know you got some cheap fight.
Ban the fake.
Yeah, we already said there's an issue of damage early on for Aurora. Now you're going to have to kill a hero who's getting life drained as well. If you want to right-click them with Spectre or Storm, there's a decrypt. It just punishes Aurora's draft immensely. And Storm's going to have a bad lane against Sniper. Bane, Willow, Spectre shouldn't find pickoffs against Centaur or Void due to their elusiveness with the Pugna behind. Again, Jabs, your last pick here.
His last pick. Are there any arguments against picking Mars at this point?
Lack of damage once again. Like you're just subscribing to more control, but we're like you're gonna every time Aurora take a fight with a Mars, it'll be I've arena'd, but who's killing?
You've been
I've
modded.
terrorized, who's killing? I've haunted, but
Get
no one's
more for
killing.
upcoming days.
Sorry, I think the
Hard.
Doom is
Anybody
also
got some
a
good
option when you're
ideas?
shutting down Faceless Void. The Doom is still available.
What about me
Even
and
though I
my
would
wife,
prefer
Hoodwink?
Mars. Okay, they're cooking.
Sure. They needed something.
Lycan,
which was stable,
oh my
which was
god.
Like they lacked so much.
New
purpose in
hero?
the lineup at the moment where 45 minutes, sure, they're having fun, but before that,
What
there's
is the
nothing.
emote?
So,
Give
sure,
them good
the
emotes.
Lycan, it gives a bit of map play.
My wife,
but
Hoodwink,
Lycan into Centaur,
got
into the Void,
an abortion?
even a Sniper. Like,
What's that
taking a
emote
Stampede
called?
away from you. You got Concussive Grenade as well for like the Sniper to disengage. If you ever get chronoed, you should die to the...
Miscarriage.
fair play to people
There
like
it
him,
is.
but I
Fat family.
don't like their draft.
Well, it is the first
Fat
Lycan
loss.
of the tournament. Last time they picked the first hero of the
Fat
tournament
loss.
was, as I mentioned, with the Spectre in their heroic series, and it worked out for them then. So they have been cooking. Effie, do you like what they're serving?
No.
We were happy.
So
Fat
I
family.
So I think Lycan's best entry into the game is the lane versus Void will go well. Like he will farm on that lane, and you bring Lauren off. Like with this idea that Lauren doesn't get crushed on the mid lane, like let's give him some leeway. Maybe he doesn't get completely demolished by XM on Sniper. If he can rotate,
My wife!
they can kick Void out really early, take control of the map, and all of a sudden their Spectre has a game to play, heroes to jump on. But if they can't do that, if they can't get that stifling tower with this Lycan pre-minute 10, I'm not sure what their entry into the game is. I don't see it outside of that.
Yeah, I'm not liking this last pick. Them having Pugna and Mirana, this was the last pick overall. Usually what you want to do with Lycan as a hero is to kill the supports. When you have these supports who don't have any means to deal with your right clicks. So now you have the Cripify, you have leaps, you're buying your early shard on Mirana, so you have 3 leap charges, you have time walk as well. I don't think the supports are going to suffer at all.
Get prediction what Yankees will be wearing.
Find out if Aurora can push this to a third and deciding game, or if Extreme is going to take this one 2-0. Before we head to the game, though, we're going to look on stage to Tsunami, who's there with maps.
Yeah, that's pretty good.
Thank you very much. I am joined by Extreme's coach, Maps, where a lot of people talk about first-time TI players, but you're a first-time TI coach. And I was wondering how the experience has been for you. Has it been exciting or has it been scary?
很多人的关注点其实都在于选手第一次打比赛，但是你作为教练，首次参加 TI， 你的过程感觉是什么样？是不是会更兴奋呢，或者会感到害怕？
就还行吧，然后也没有很多的情绪吧，就做好自己的事情。
It's alright, not too much emotions. I'll just do what I do best.
I see your players have taught you well to keep the ice in the veins. And how about when it comes to picks? I know Ame requested Muerta, but how about things like XM Sniper? Does he ask for it, or do you like giving it to him because you know he's so good at it?
其实我们想问的是，选手有时候会要求一些英雄，比如说阿妹他会要求奶绿，那 XM 的火枪，你是觉得他很厉害，就直接帮他选呢，还是他要求的呢？
奶绿跟火枪差不多，都是他们的绝活嘛。然后，那对面放的话，那就选吧，就跟他的幽鬼一样。
Muerta and snipers are both of their specialties, so if the enemy team doesn't ban it, we'll pick it.
You guys are comfortable in the game, and clearly you're comfortable on the stage. Maps, best of luck in this game number 2 as we pass it to our casters.
Thank you so much, Tsunami. Always great to hear in Royal Arena. How y'all feeling today for game 2? That is right. Hoping to see a game 3. Hoping to see if we can get all the way to the end.
This could be the last SEA Dota game.
In this game? What's going on?
I don't know. The panel, you heard it. Lacoste, he wasn't liking it. That last pick, it gave them pause. There's good reasoning behind it. You saw the ban on the Beastmaster. I think that what they really needed here, like Mira was saying, FE on the panel, just we have to take this tower, we have to take over the map, right? So there's heroes that were left, like there was a Visage, maybe you could try and do it that way, but it's going to be the Lycan, someone who has not been tested yet in this tournament, right? Try and take over this lane, and if they can't do that, if they can't create the space for the Spectre, it does indeed look like it'll be a bad time. But Aurora, I like it. I like the fact they're going for this big pick, the boldness there. See if it works out.
Well, and you know what's funny is we were talking all of this stuff about the off lane, maybe getting to see the little purple man, the Darkseer. We kind of have like the super surge Ion Shell later if you can get to the Aghanim Scepter potentially. You know, maybe
you can turn any hero into Darkseer. That's quite the talent.
It's pretty cool. It'd be fun. You know, just get the Wolf Bite onto Spectre. That's a very, very scary Ghost Lady. If they can get to that territory. Now the problem is, and what I'm a little bit worried about, is that XM might have a pretty good time in this game.
Sniper's a retard hero.
You know, Map said specialty. If it's a good game for it, we're gonna pick it. And they definitely did that.
Yes, he has already shown some obliteration tactics on the Sniper in this mid lane. They banned the Viper instead to open up the game for the Spectres. Don't want to have to deal with that break. So the 23 Savage would actually have a chance in this one. But yeah, that means you're picking your poison. And he's a very scary sniper, so.
Well, and the other thing that, you know, we've sort of been seeing there, don't worry, nobody saw it. It's okay, it's fine.
It's overtime, right?
Holy shit. One thing that we have seen as an answer recently has been this like lack of vision and then not being able to find it. XM on the ghillie suit means that if he's in that stance, he's not going to get revealed as he's right-clicking heroes, which means that Lornev might not be able to find an opening onto him, might not be able to jump him.
Yeah, that's what they call as a Storm Spirit versus that sniper, but these core snipers, you know, they don't need that tricky shrapnel.
No scatter shot for them. So we'll keep our eyes on that matchup, how that one works out. So far, 9-5 versus 9-2. It's looking okay. The question is, as
Have a
those
sniper
levels
mid.
get up, will you still be
Make
able
sure
to
they take
maintain
both
that? And of
runes
course,
against the
what
opponent and
happens
he
at level
cries.
6 and what happens with these support rotations? Very different support lineup for Aurora in this game. Definitely want to get more active. Oh god. 23 Savage got to run away there.
Yeah, melee hero in a lane versus Centaur, not a great time. Panel
Oh, it's
discussing
like
how
a
this looks like a
wow.
pretty free lane if you're
Really
XG.
good.
And you certainly can't disagree too much with that one, right? Like even potential rotations then for XinQ if he wants to, could make his way even like through the twin gate because like there's a lot of room to maneuver here and you kind of know you can leave the Centaur alone. He's gonna jump in and steal that
Oli,
Lotus
come
with
on.
the innate there on the Maranas. You always love getting
XinQ
that from your
scoffed
team.
at
That's
him.
very annoying to deal with. Did have the Nightmare ready, but Ollie not opting to use it at that point. And you can see after the initial 2 waves, what's happened mid, as indicated in those last hit denies chart. Now 17-10 versus 11-4. And
Thank God they
Laurent,
buffed
he
Sniper
can't
again.
even step up to the wave. This is the pain that you feel in this matchup and what can go so wrong. See if he can deal with it. We'll have that wave pushing into him at least pretty soon here as DY is getting bullied around. Q back behind
gonna
the
DY?
tower here.
Chavs are just running through his wall here as they just chase him with these wolves.
Yeah, what was he doing? He was way under there. And instead, it's
Courier.
This hero's too fast. He's too much.
Why is DY able to get out of
Oh
it?
my God.
Fancy footwork. He's so fast. You can't stop him. The Wolves trying to get around, and that's finally going to be there for the body block. But no, he gets around the other side. Oh my God. DY is just, he's trying to get his steps in right now. He's on the little treadmill, and he makes it away in time.
It's just too much. I mean, we're talking about this Lycan, but another hero that we don't see too much anymore, this Pugna here, can be helping out with the early damage there on the Nether Blast, and of course, later on in the game, the life drain saves. Always something you have to keep an eye on.
Oh yeah, absolutely. Well, XM still standing as Storm has been
It looks like a
off to the
sniper
jungle,
picker.
had not
Whenever you
gotten
see
another
sniper, look at the
CS
person.
Since we saw him.
That's what I imagine a sniper
Still
picker would
sitting
look
right
like.
there at about 17 now. And it is interesting because when you see that, oh wait a minute, 23 Savage, more hits, Nightmare to get a little bit of separation that keeps him alive. When we saw the Faceless Void, we were thinking about all these like lane punishers, and Lycan does feel to be sort of putting the pressure on a little bit at the very least, but not able to keep him completely out of contention.
Yeah, if they're able to maybe get that kill on
There
TY
it
and
is.
then try and pressure further on Ame, that might have worked out here. They're trying again,
Look
and
up
this time he feels
superiority.
like he's not getting out.
Oh yeah, DY found
There we go.
Jabs, much like last game, drawing that first blood. Will throw one last hit there onto Ame, who will then time walk and take it off of him. And Lorenov even being denied his jungle right now as XM wraps around and gonna force Lorenov all the way into a bad situation.
He's just trying to give him absolutely nothing here in this one.
Does manage to get that last hit at the very least. But yeah, he knows how to put the hurt on him. And again, like there's only one place that you go as a Storm Spirit, off into that jungle there.
Well,
23
at least
Savage takes
top is
another
looking
double
good.
to the face. And then gonna have to head back.
They're
DY
camping him.
now making the move in too.
Oh,
Q
bottle refill,
will go
huh?
for a bottle refill, much needed. And not able to get in time to stack up those Ancients.
Yeah, he tried to leave some vision behind, but I think it was spotted by Q, who's going to bring out a sentry, I believe. Yeah, so he saw what DY was up to. They want to try and contest in there, because you know the Storm's going to wind up there, right? They're going to try and get some stacks going. He's going to try and farm. But they want to ensure that they're ready to rotate over there, especially when you have the Stampede and you can have these quick
Lycan
jumps
against Sniper is
down
good.
from Ame there with the
Spec
Chronosphere.
against Sniper is good. They have
Absolutely.
3 cores that
Jabs
counter
here,
Sniper.
with the Alpha Wolves facet as
3
well, the
cores.
way that it works now, like you can go up to level 6. That's really cool, right? But
Sure,
it takes
it
a
should be
little
fine.
while longer to come online, right? Because you kind of have to get all the way up there. But then they do get very scary.
Yeah, these wolves become
Pain.
menaces. I think the thing that like you're talking about, I'm a little worried about at this stage is I'm just seeing these CS totals and kind of feeling similar to what happened last game where XG start off with a good start. Oh, but look at this, Ollie making the move over, and XXS is not going to be able to keep him back, although if there's 2 heroes in the area, now he can't do it. So yeah, bringing 2 ensures that Aurora not able to steal that Wisdom Rune.
Okay, honestly, that feels kind of good though, right? 23 Savage just gets to sit on the wave and actually farm as the Spectre for a little
Honestly,
bit.
yeah.
2 heroes having to go back for the Wisdom Rune. And he doesn't die. I mean, how many supports have fed in that situation? In fact, he's going to TP up top and try and make a play here.
Yeah, where are they going to look for this? You're close to level 6 on spec too. Not close enough to make a move with this Bane, most likely. But Q coming in
coming
with
up.
Ollie.
Big
DY
W.
is back behind the tower to help keep people alive with the decrep. There's not really an easy go here. I'm not sure if this is going to end up working out. Now Ame has 6-2.
Yeah, he plants that ward back there, but doesn't actually see Q or Ollie right now.
Going for it? No. And Creep Wave, these moves, they're just not working for Aurora here.
It's a painful one. And grouping up like this is probably
They have
going
no
to lose their
damage.
XP again here. Might be some late 6s as ZinQ comes mid.
Come
Still holding
on.
the arrow right now.
Unlucky.
It's down on the bottom side where there's an Invis rune.
Yeah, that means the Wolves can't deny it either, so ZinQ just going to take it. Chucks out an arrow during the fade time.
All right, Spectre has 6. It feels like they need to make a move at some point here for Aurora. Obviously, a good option might be to look towards the sniper.
Radiance build.
But of course, with that Stampede at the ready on XXS, there's double global help that could come in. XM still sitting pretty, punching and plinking away at that tower. Movement in from the 2 supports.
Yeah, ZinQ's close.
Thinking about it, wanting to jump, tries to find him. The pull is going to be there, but the
There
arrow
we
is
go.
already out. And there's the Spectre moving in. Finding a kill here would be huge.
tanky.
And, but he gets rooted for the moment.
but
That
they
keeps
know.
him away. Ame's still off to the side as Ollie will get brought down by
Boom.
the ulti from XM. The Wolves on XM can't finish him off.
No, he jumped back as well on 23 Savage. Just didn't like the look of it there with the root coming out. That means they're going to lose that mid tower here. Already a hard game for Aurora, the lowest farmed core in the game, and now has lost his tier 1 tower.
I mean, and you can imagine how that fight would look a lot better if there wasn't that Centaur that had the Stampede up and online. Savage moves in, he has this urn done. Would love to get a first charge on that, but it just doesn't look like it's going to end up happening that
Centaur
easily.
is so good.
That being said, Shadow Step will be up before Stampede will.
3K lead again already.
XXS has just had a phenomenal 2 games here, especially in the laning stage in both of these. First the Mars and
This
now
the
over
end.
the Centaur. He just has not been bothered at all. Can they finally get a kill as I curse him?
This is a hard kill to get. This guy is very tanky, but dropping lower and lower, and with no help coming in, an arrow finally finishes him off.
Kinda easy.
Or rather, it catches onto the Bane, but that's going to be an urn charge for 23 Savage.
Has their Shadow Step just to ensure they actually get it. And luckily the kill also going to Lornov. I think they're pretty happy about that. You know, 23 Savage, he's going to be busy. He'll be farming it up, but they need some help here.
If there is one upside to the Spectre pick nowadays, it's how quickly you can decide to go again just because of that low cooldown on the Shadow Step.
Yeah, but you also are playing with quite a few cooldowns as well, right? Like jabs, you have to be worrying about the shapeshift there too, so you kind of have to coordinate a lot of these longer ultimates. 120 seconds on the Fiend's Grip even. Like it's mostly Bedlam and Shadow Step that are always ready to go. And of course, no longer able to pass that over, or else this could be kind of a cute combo.
That would be really nice as a way to do it, but we'll need to get in there a little bit closer to make the moves work on Willow, but Ollie.
There's the confidence here
Oh,
on
here they
XXS.
come.
Yeah, he killed me once, but just try it again. Nice setup.
The Nightmare
Here they come,
will keep
snipers
23
coming.
Savage alive, but that is still dangerous. And now with the Renoff moving in with the haste and how much damage can they do? Ollie turn, but with the sniper there, they have to call off the charge, I think. Renoff, as a matter of fact, might be in some further trouble. 23 Savage, he
Oh,
jumps away, but
23 garbage.
They bring it on too.
Come on. Where is the rest of the team?
Careful, you could die also.
Where's the Lycan, TPO? Where's
Aurora
fucking support?
try and make the jump onto XXS, and that time they won't be successful.
Yeah, we're talking about these ideas of Aurora trying to knock down the tier 1 tower and try and slow this game down, but then a Faceless Void is just jumping through the Twin Gate and grabbing a kill here. Comes right back up top, jabs, does have the shapeshift back now, has the Vlads, but still 4 points here in these Wolves.
And also still underneath a ward, understanding exactly what could go wrong there. As Ame has the Mask of Madness done, going next towards that Maelstrom. All 3 cores right now of XG having a very good game with a 4,000 gold lead. Aurora, they have the tools to take fights.
Okay.
It's just a matter of will it come together perfectly, and can they find the right targets to go on too?
They've got level 6 on the Dark Willow. They're not going aggressive.
There you go. Kill the sniper.
Ready to go. Shadow Step
Void always
at the
sees
ready.
it instantly.
Jumps forward. There's the terrorize.
Oh my god.
Got him for the moment, but guess what? It's not doing
Nice.
all that
You
much.
got
It
a
kills
sniper.
off the
The
storm,
Void.
but
No mana.
he's
Oh,
in
you
trouble.
found.
Gets
Get
the
him.
jump away. Ame
Nice.
tries
see
to
he doing
back out.
it.
A couple more hits.
Doing
Will he
it.
have another time walk up? He will. And that stops any extra aggression on to the Faceless Void. And yes, that was not a misclick. That was not anything else. That was a time zone.
Yeah, that is the anti-Storm Spirit technology right there. Just gives them a really bad time and a lot of damage to you and your allies. There's nothing you can do as a Storm there. You are leashed inside, so you're just kind of locked in place there for Lornov.
Now, the upside to that is later on, there's some pretty good items to deal with it that Lycan is already a decent of the way towards, which is the Boots of Bearing.
Yep.
Which does allow you to just walk out of it pretty quickly. And the question is, will it end up doing enough for them? As we get close to that 14-minute mark, next round of Wisdom Runes, you can see Lycan, the main one that's having a good game right now, queuing up the Nullifier next.
I mean, you can see why, right? They just had this opportunity where maybe they could go for a quick kill into XM, but then the decrep comes out from the Pugna, and they just can't keep the aggression going there from Lornov, so need somebody to help them out. And you can't have Jabs constantly struggling to kill people because they just keep getting decrept over and over again, and then maybe you invest into some Ghost Scepters there too to just double it up, so. It's kind of an expensive item to go for right away, especially when it's just like you're also building a Radiance at the same time.
Oh yeah.
So it's a painful build up here from the side of Aurora.
Oh, this
Ame's
global.
nearby, but they're just going to take the kill onto DY, who will
Nice
eventually go down. Was able to burn through a lot of Lorenov's HP there. And he's kind of up that Orchid too. So yeah, Wisdom's about to spawn, and 14-minute rune.
Big Oli grab coming in.
Regen. So again, bit unlucky for the Storm. And yeah, those will be denied by Jabs.
Overall, though, the lead not really getting too out of control so far here for XG. They do have the Blink Dagger here, now finished up on the Centaur, so they could, in theory, get a little bit aggressive, but there's not really a big need for it right now. Right?
Well,
you might as well just wait for the Gleipnir on XM.
And the other thing is that it feels like this game, as opposed to last game,
they're
you
jumping.
actually have ways to jump in and do exactly this. Like XM takes a lot of damage. The
Oh God, they have so much
and
shape
actually
for this guy.
forcing out the Stampede will keep him
They're,
alive.
they're literally
These
sucking
little
him up
pokes
this
and
game.
prods, it's pretty annoying for XG to deal with.
Yeah, it doesn't mean Jabs doesn't have his wolves with him, though, you know? Like,
That's
he's trying
true.
to set this stuff up here, and he can't farm quite as fast. Just going to be slowing down that next item here.
Is farming out some of the lanes
doesn't
with
have
him
alpha
while this
ult yet.
happens. But
Dude
yeah,
has
when
a
they're
gig
out
alpha ult.
scouting and trying to find kills, not really much of an opportunity for that one. Smoke up now by the two supports. And with a Spectre in the game, it makes these kill-oriented heroes very capable of finding a bring down. You can see DY is just right next to Ame that entire time.
Yeah, I thought maybe they were setting up for an IO draft or something when they opened with this earlier Bane, but this kind of shows why, right? This idea of just smoking up and setting up for global mobility, that's always been a classic part of the Bane tactics. Seeing if you can get a Fiend's Grip into a Shadow Step play. And, you know, they were close. Like, Ame had been here pretty recently. Now he's under the ward.
This is really big if they can get this one in time. Underneath the ward, they have the Fiend's Grip ready.
Oh,
Ali
big
gonna
W.
walk forward.
They don't have damage, so.
Oh, it's really dangerous, but if they can connect here, it would be really good for them. They move
Oh.
forward immediately. Now they jump in with 23 Savage, and that's the kill that they needed.
Here we go.
Still smoked
see
up
Dota
here.
still in it.
Side of XG, do they get a return kill?
Well,
That's the
he's
question.
been greedy.
Success has this blink. Will he find him in the trees?
Off to the side, gets him right away. Arrow
Arrow.
comes out. Is there enough time though?
Fly.
No. Lorenov.
Okay,
gets
they
out.
blew
Now
the
can they
load.
go for a second
Oh.
Oli?
Runs into
Hello?
everybody bravely.
What the fuck,
and
Giga
Jabs
Chad?
jumped upon right away. Lorenov comes in
Oh,
for the
Sniper's
follow.
dead.
Aurora fighting forward now after
Oli,
they take
Oli,
down that
wow.
faceless void.
Well done.
They're gonna take 3 more.
They're fighting
Big
for their lives
W's.
here on the TI stage. They
And
take
he did
down
that, yes? He
that
did that.
potential time field. They don't have the opportunity to assist. Xingqiu does die to a neutral, so
Oily.
that's one less kill for them. But overall, something they just needed this on Aurora right now, right? Like after that game one,
yeah, I
they
get
came
that.
down here. They need that big pick onto Ame into the quick team fight after, especially after that jump onto Lornov. But they didn't have the
Okay.
damage to finish him off in the tree line there because XM was too far back and getting delayed.
Well, and
Big
it's all
three,
of their
sniper
heroes kind
counters
of
is
coming
working.
together at the right moment, it feels like also. These are fighting-oriented heroes that Aurora
Already,
had
and soon.
after so many towers being given up in the last game. It felt like, as you
No,
said,
actually,
this is something that was
nullifier,
needed.
that's
And
the
now,
wolf.
partway to that nullifier being completed, you got to look towards XG and say, well, what's going to be our answer to this? You got a time zone faceless void. It's always scary.
And we'll see if Aurora can actually maybe knock down a tower of their own at some
They
point.
need
in
to
this
buy
game. Everyone else is
Basher.
quite good.
on Sniper to make
Fair
it
enough.
work.
Savage is getting pretty aggressive up top here. They have tons of vision ahead of the Spectre right now. Just so many wards here from Ollie trying to take over this top half of the map.
Right, and down bottom is where XG is very much stuck together, situated, not wanting anybody else to get caught off guard. As XM will move towards the mid, Dark Willow starts to head this direction, smoked with the Storm. XXS not a great target to go on, and as Bane will join up with them, it's a smoke instead coming from Extreme.
Okay.
Jabs has that nullifier coming here. Just as this fight's about to break out, an amplified damage rune in the river. Oh, he goes for it.
Time zone, but he gets out. He got out of there. They're leashed up on the two supports. They're going to Lorenov able to escape. Now do they want to go in? Wait a minute, nullifier.
Okay.
Wolves eat up DY. Jabs, that's kind of a cool little play. You nullify, and then you just send your wolves in to kill.
Yeah, then there's no more help.
I like that.
Alright, 2 for 1 and he's Chrono.
Alright, so right now on Aurora,
Time
you do
zone
lose
or
your
whatever the
supports,
fuck
but what
it's
you can
called.
say now is we go again, right? You have this Orchid on the Storm. You have, what, 25 seconds until the next Shadow Step, as it's only got the 50-second cooldown now. They've got to be looking to get aggressive once more, and that's where this vision comes into play on the top half of the map. Maybe XM heads in towards this jungle part and they start smoking this way.
SCA's gonna win.
He goes
They're not
just
gonna throw
a
this
little
game.
bit forward. I mean, they already see him with the creeps there. DY coming over.
Oh, he's too quick.
Yeah.
Or is he? Oh,
no, he just dropped
He's
one.
thinking, oh wait, no, yeah, now he's gonna get it.
But off to the side
Oh.
instead.
Boom!
They find
Pick
and
up.
kill
Quick
ZQ.
yoink.
And now
A little bit
looking
of
for
a yoink.
Ame. No, not going to go
Is he
for him.
getting Radiant soon? Almost. Oh
Shadow
my
Step on
god.
cooldown for 40 more seconds.
Go,
So Q would love
go,
to go in right here to find
They're actually
somebody,
gonna
but
win.
you need more help than just
They're actually gonna
yourself,
win.
I guess, since they don't even have the Spectre to come in.
I mean, they still have this pressure down bottom here with the Storm Spirit. It's only 19.5 minutes though, so we're a little bit away from that Wisdom Rune.
Right.
Get a tower.
It's one of those times where maybe kind of want to keep the pressure up down here. There's just too much to do on this map these days.
Nolly drops down. A Sentry Ward will pick up a neutral item. And could think about a Roche sometime soon.
Oh, we do finally have Jabs going for, as you mentioned, the Boots Bearing. Super helpful versus the time field. Time zone.
There it is. It's time zone, Trent.
Time zone.
It's like the pain zone.
Okay. Oh, look at this.
DY in trouble in the pain zone.
Oh, yeah.
It's
the
going to
fight.
fall.
Oh shit, the
And
Spectre
they
looks
end up
legit.
bringing it down.
Oh my
XXS
god.
jumps in, he gets the stun onto 2. Wants to find him. Can he get any extra
Sniper
hits
gaming.
onto these guys? With the retaliate damage
These
being
fucking
too intense,
supports
they
are
can't make the
hugging
move.
each other.
Man, these wolves are so annoying to deal with. They're
Yeah.
going to need to get a gem at some point.
Early game, they're absolutely terrifying there. They just do a ridiculous amount of damage. They've got the control there too. I guess in case you haven't seen Alpha Wolves, you get the hamstring, which is the part where they have the next 4 attacks from units controlled by Lycan and deal bonus damage. So you just get to like burst people down. That one's pretty handy.
Do require a decent amount of micro nowadays as well. Really annoying to play with, but they, Jab's definitely somebody that's been known for his micro in the past.
Yeah, and even though you have the sniper, you also get
Bane,
the evasion
AoE,
at
brain
level
sap.
6, so that can also be
Can have a
another
W.
high tail ability that they get. But yeah, as you said, a little micro intensive.
Okay, they got Radiant. Now this is a big
So Wisdom's
deal.
picking up by the couple of cores and into double Tormentor. One of them heads on over the Bane's way. Xingqiu don't die. Okay, he lives. DY gets the other one. And still just 3,000 gold separating these two squads.
Ollie can look to close that gap a little bit there with his shard, of course, you know?
True.
Can actually push waves a little bit on the Bane once you have the shard for the AoE brain sap.
Couple big items right now, though. That's the full Crimson Guard for the Centaur, and then also a Radiance completed now on the spec.
Yep, this is an item that now also scales on strength, so feels really good for a Centaur.
Yeah. Radiance, obviously,
Oh, sorry, health.
classic.
Sorry, not strength anymore.
Right.
It is health. Let me clarify. But
There you
Centaur
go.
has a lot of health.
He has a lot of both.
because he has a lot of strength.
He's a big boy. 22 minutes in.
Okay, here we go.
And
Run
the
them over
Wolves
now.
Scouting out a few things. They see the region. That one gets denied by XM. Now run the Wolves forward. Gonna root them. Dude, look at how strong these things are. Like, what the hell is that?
Yeah, it's really annoying because it also just like breaks your formations. Like, you have this idea of like where you're trying to go at certain times, and you got your farm patterns and everything, and suddenly this wolf's just biting you. So you have to like run back to your tower. You have to feel safe because you don't have the shadow steps coming, especially when he does stuff like
What's
this.
happening?
Yeah.
Observer actually falling asleep.
He just jumps in, drops down the dagger, hits DY a couple of times, and then gets out.
Doesn't want you to feel any sense of safety here on this side of the map.
I mean, killing DY feels like it's going to be a little bit of a hobby for them this game.
This too. We got ourselves a Spectre TPing into the outpost. They are coming right down for this Roche. By the side of XG, they've already smoked up here. They have the Solar Flare available. It's still just level 1 though. They don't have 12 yet on the Marana.
I mean, you need to be careful here.
They're coming fast.
Get very scary, but they have the Boots of Barians. They can get out of it if they need to.
And Ame's got that Mjolnir again. He's got all damage.
Got to be careful about this. Roche is going to fall though before they get here, and now an opportunity for XG to still take the fight if they feel so inclined. Arrow goes out, not going to connect. Jump forward.
Still fighting. That's an L.
Still holding Stampede. Doesn't want to drop it. They don't know if they're fighting yet.
Oh, the hamstring. Hamstring. 23 Savage. Now Blade Mail jumps away.
Okay, you can reset here.
And unlike the last game, this time Aurora get the Aegis and they get out. Just as long as Ollie stays in the trees. Just stay over that way, buddy.
What a great use of the root there on the hamstring. Just keeping that Faceless Void back. They don't really want to commit. They want to hold that Stampede just in case the fight goes a little bit awkward, or so they can get that perfect jump in there for Ame, but they just don't see it fast enough on the Roche there. Aurora, much better macro plays in this game, kind of getting the full state of the map, getting that big vision because of this Lycan, and just constantly really just annoying. XG, like the way they're using the shadow steps on the supports just to try and bully them around a little bit, always make them feel uncomfortable going to the fights. And now you have 23 Savage, of course, with the Radiance, and now having the Iron Talon to just farm his way around the map.
I will say that this feels like a Jabs hero. When I think of Jabs, I think of like Nature's Prophet, you know, running in, blocking camps, being annoying, and as you say, these wolves constantly scouting things out, you know, harassing supports. It fits his play style quite well. It's a smoke up now from the two supports, and they're actually going to Stampede now. Not sure what that one was about, but nonetheless, Stampede down.
I am also not sure what just happened there.
Maybe a misclick. Regardless, this game feeling a lot better for Aurora. They get a Vlad's now on the Marana. But with Boots of Bearing done and eyes towards Amanta, you know, this sort of somewhat greedy hero Spectre feels like it's gotten through the most difficult part of the game for her. See if they have the tools to close this one out, because right now, things feeling pretty good for them.
I would love to get aggressive right now if I was Aurora too, right? Like try and get a smoke up or something going. No, there's no Stampede.
Right.
Problem is they don't have any vision. They've been very diligent about the D wards all over the dire side of the map because of these wolves. Right? They're spamming sentries everywhere. They want to know where they're moving. You're always going to have these obs sentry combos dropped down by XG so they can see where the wolves are moving to kind of get an idea of what maybe they're planning on the side of Aurora. Ollie just confident enough to stand right here by this ob sentry though.
BKB done for the Storm.
Maybe that's what they're waiting for here in combination with his Aegis. They want to get into this fight. But again, still the time zone.
Yeah, I mean, that is sort of the elephant in the room right now. When you think about Chronosphere, you just catch and kill these people, not having that option as much, but the root is there, the silence is out. Do they want to go for more? Ame up on the high ground. Being away, the time zone comes out and they walk out of it.
Yes.
And they're looking okay. They do lose Ollie, but now leashed up for the moment is Lorena.
The hell is going on? They're doing no damage. Oh
so
my
they burn
god.
through the Aegis, both supports gone, no terrorize to counterplay this, and in fact, 23 Savage is going to die.
Really bad.
So with no supports
Oh my
nearby,
God.
they can't get him out. All right, maybe we were making fun of it too soon. It looked pretty good.
Time zone's good. I mean, it's still similar problems, right? Where like they tried to counterplay by just leaving it, and they just took a bunch of damage in the meantime.
True.
Yeah, and there's your only damage, unfortunately, is a Spectre who's just dishing it all back.
Take a look at this again. I'm not sure if the Boots of Baron just couldn't come out, or
No,
if
they
he's too
did
far
come
away.
out, but they just used it to run immediately, I believe.
Yeah. Ame found the perfect moment there, and yeah, up on the high ground, just the sniper beat him to death. My goodness.
He just got completely isolated by his team. Everyone else was like, hey, I'm out of the time zone. But unfortunately, 23 Savage is on the wrong side, right? No one else is over there. He just dies once, dies twice. And you don't have any of your tools coming out from that support duo, unfortunately.
Well, Jabs looks to be eyeing up the AC next. So a little bit of help for his teammates. Defiant Shell claimed for the Faceless Void. And Ollie was
Focus
kind of
Centaur.
hunting DY,
6
manages
kill
to
lead
get out of
late,
trouble.
game against Void.
And they've got this issue where if they don't just get a raw grip onto someone, it's kind of just all in on Lornov, right? He's just like jump for this fight and try and get the pull in. How else do you actually start an engagement here? How can you lock people
Still
down?
winnable.
They don't really have that great of avenues to do it, for sure.
What are you
Gonna
doing?
need more items to help solve that problem.
Lornov playing it kind of tight here at the 28-minute mark. Don't know if he really wants to go for this. Would be kind of risky.
Can't die with
They are
BKB.
all here just daring someone to try and get this Wisdom Rune.
Yeah, they'll kill the Wolf, too. They send those in. A decent amount of them killed throughout the course of this game. A lot of sentries getting dropped. And eyes towards the Blink next for Q. After the Yule Scepter. More ways to try and sort of play around these fights.
Storm looks really
and get in
stinky
the action
last few
when the
days.
time comes. Because that is the thing, right? If Sniper is just free to hit away, in a way, part of what made that last fight feel so weird was that it was 23 that went in first. And if you can kind of wait and then, you know, wait for the fight to progress and then jump Sniper, things probably feel a lot better, but requires getting wards down or something else there.
And also having some tools versus the disarm as well there.
Oh, yeah.
We'll have the Manta, so that should allow 23 Savage to keep the attack up onto that Sniper.
Well, the Wolves go forward, they hit the buildings, starting to drop. They live a long time.
Damn, they're tanky.
Don't manage to quite kill that tier 1 tower, but getting closer to it. And the smoke will not bear fruit, it looks like. Yeah, all the Wolf talents.
Very talented Wolves.
And at least for now, not going into the Wolf bite either for the Lycan.
Can you get damage on towers?
Right.
We'll see. Maybe some point the Agnes will come out here.
I mean, this is annoying split push to deal with. And again,
Oh,
for
yes,
XG,
I
it
get that for
feels like they
this.
want to play much more grouped together, which does hurt this style a lot more. Look at the building damage. It's just been working away at it. And now Shiva's almost completed for that
Damn.
Centaur.
This game really slowed down.
Saw how impactful that could be in game number 1, finding the right targets off the back of the XM Queen of Pain.
Yeah, Q just betting it all here on the Blink Dagger for that Dark Willow. Trying to make those big solo plays.
He is, I mean,
Poke's
I think you
getting
just can't
tired.
do anything at XXS at this point. Like, he has so much armor. He's got 4,000 HP in a Crimson. No. Like, he's just a force that you're not going to mess with.
No, you just have to straight up ignore him.
Yeah.
There's no killing this hero right now until he's the last one left.
The Wolves just
BKB.
not being hit by
Shard, soon in this as well. Then Pike, impossible to catch him.
Super annoying to play against. And ZQ in the meantime is also eyeing up an AC. Interesting. Scout out Roche, still 20 seconds till it's capable of respawning. Does have the feeling like that is going to be that next
No
pressure
Chirgi
point.
can save us here, I think. Little bro, I'm sorry.
Again, I mean, they were quick on the Roche last time for Aurora, but if they're not in position, we know how terrifying it's going to be to fight there because of the time zone.
Yeah. Well, and they got it too, so potentially if it's a quick spawn, XG could just take it and they might not even know.
Yeah, that's true.
Yeah, so 35 seconds away. And as XXS will tank the tower and start to bring it down, this makes the contest option even harder for them.
It's a good trade, though. Same time, you can see Lornov take the tower up top.
Oh, and they're not even going to get it. Backdoor kicks in.
Still don't know if they do much about this, though. They can just take a little bit of chip damage on the top tier 3 here as Lornov will just march
Marius,
up.
you're back, sir.
Beg them to
You're
come
back.
home. I don't think they're going to give them the opportunity, though.
Again, quick Roche spawn. If they can get them to force them back, XG, they're going to be in a weird situation for the Rose contest. So yeah, they are all taking back.
Oh, he time zones.
Oh my god,
Oh
he just
my
destroyed
God.
him.
What the
Not
fuck?
ready for that one at
What the fuck was
Oh my god, man.
W arrow.
The trees, another casualty.
And that's why he's a cutie.
As Aurora, they are going to lose 2 off the back of this.
I think he just bet on the fact that he'd be better. I think he just thought I'll be able to zip. He was wrong.
Ame was too quick. Ame was ready. And just like that, that is going to be a devastating loss for Aurora. Set up again for the Roche now, but the more important thing is you're losing this net worth on the core that was already in pain. I mean, the lowest of the cores was the Storm Spirit. The question is, can they get this Aegis now? I feel like they should be able to, even without time zone, but you can see they're actually going to play it safe. They're not going right into the pit. Maybe just wait for everybody and then go.
Yeah, you know there's an ancient camp to be farmed here by Ame, so.
That's true.
Quickly get that, but that time, it's going to allow the Wolves to get down here from jabs. I'm sure he'll maybe send one in to scout out. There are Ob Sentry combos down here from XG, though, so they'll know if the Wolves make their way through.
Well,
and here they come over the Twin Gate. He's going to see, oh, he could actually attack those wards, but he's too busy. Got to go into the Roche and say, oh, they're not in here, nice. But instead, they're all smoked up. They're hiding, and they're moving towards you. Now, we have the blink here on Q. He could break the smoke and get out. He can set up for Lornov. There's no time zone for 15 seconds, but there is a Lincoln Sphere picked up from this Faceless Void all of a sudden.
They might not know about that. Jump forward, XXS finds the
That was
stun.
done. Oh my god, got destroyed.
A couple more seconds, can they get him out in time? Thinking about going, Lorenov jumps away.
Jabs just got blown up alongside Ollie.
They didn't stand a chance there.
Blink stomped dead.
It's way too much damage. That's the problem. And like the fact of the matter is that
Don't ban me Bulldog. I don't ban anyone here.
Sniper also has
this
this
looks kind of over.
ridiculous
Is anyone on this
take-aim
safe front
ability
here?
that
You
not
can do a
only
kick
makes him
bite
not
to
be
them.
able to hit him with ghillie suit, but it gives him 20
Kick
armor when
bite.
he pops it. So they just jump on to
Kick by
Sniper and
SCA.
suddenly this guy's sitting
You'll never
with
win
45
TI.
armor.
You'll never beat TI at
you
top
look at the
3.
build, because he's trying to solve a lot of problems in this game. He needs the Nullifier because of the
Go
debuff.
back.
He needs the bait.
Maybe
Boots of
pug,
Barrier because of
pug.
the time zone. He doesn't have a BKB. The damage, he took like 1,250 damage from the Centaur.
Goodbye,
Most of it just
SCA.
magic, right? He's getting hit by the Starstorm. He doesn't have his BKB on the leg, and he doesn't have any sort of magic resistance. He's at 30% right now, and he's just getting blown up because of one stun.
It is crazy if you look at how much damage got done in that tiny little window there. And now Aegis on Ame.
Oh, 23 Savage, he shadow steps in here, wants a free pick on the Xingqiu because of the ward.
And he gets
Okay.
it.
All right.
Minor W.
Slow them down.
You gotta find whatever you can get here. There needs to be these little windows where like something is going right. Ame, time zones. He's coming for you. You gotta get out of there. There's nowhere to go. The storm goes down and showing the value of this much maligned facet choice.
It's just so good versus Storm Spirit.
It's actually winning them the game.
Yeah, he can't play. Like, Ame is just using it as a one-to-one counter. He does not care about anyone else in this game. He has a job. He has a target that he's going to kill with his time zone, and he has done it.
He's been gifted a very special set of skills.
He knows what is near.
He's coming for you.
He's Ukrainian.
Gonna get the grab here though.
W.
Nice. That is what you need.
You're such a bad boy. Hold up, that might be winnable.
That's right.
LB.
Absolute classic here of the Spectre versus the Sniper. You're
LB.
seeing why. Of course, Ame the one with the Aegis. Means no second.
It's not an
opportunity
8K
there. They're
lead.
counting on just
Actually, this is winnable.
XM
I think we
in
need
this
to
game
calm
and not
down.
allowing that to happen, but it was a ward that was just freshly placed down there from Ollie.
In a way, that like Ollie needs to be the one to get so
Big
much
late
value out of these
game
Fiend
ultis
scripts, 'cause
usually
they
they
can
choke
do that
on.
to
They
either
choke.
Sniper or the Faceless Void. Like he is not insurmountable here. You can break the Lincolns and go right forward. But yeah, they had an idea that there was a ward
Lincoln
there.
Spectre.
Q also, yeah, it's
Void.
Willow. What do I need next? A Midas. I need the Midas here on the Willow.
Are you
so
kidding me?
There is a plan for Q, and the plan is to get nice and big and golden and shiny. See if he can take over this game there.
There's your tanky, or did you
And
just
now
ignore
a Blink
Centaur?
Dagger
Who
as
cares
well.
about Centaur?
Seeing the necessities of these grips here. As another
step.
jump here. But he's back out. Look at that damage though.
The illusions are a problem. I mean, and even
Go.
against Ame, he's brought down to half HP to these Spectre illusions.
This Bloodthorn combination is just a quick assassination here.
How strong can you get in this game for
Deny
Spectre?
it!
You're also queuing up a nullifier for him. Instead, decides to go back for the Aghanims first. Is now what they've got queued up. And Ame, the big bad carry of last game, a couple levels behind right now, but still with the Aegis and incredibly hard to kill.
The Haunt would be so nice for them if they can get that Aghanim done.
Yeah. The old school ability.
I would do so much in these engagements.
Well, and the other big question too is like, if
well.
these pickoffs keep happening, is there eventually a window where Aurora can win a fight?
4K lead. Hold
big
up.
5-on-5 engagements feels like they get
Catching up.
dominated
SA
by the
frogs.
Faceless Void. But if they
Rise
can find
up.
these little picks here and there, that feels a
Out
lot
of your
more
caves.
up to the tempo
And
of
then
trying to play it. It's 23
Uh-oh.
Savage. He's just going in to clean up the farm of Creep Wave.
Yeah, he can do that because he has this Manta. He can just pop it, get on back out. Again, it's only every 40 seconds now at this point in the game, so it's not nearly as punishing to spend it. But XG, they do know that Shadow Step used, they can just go ahead, take this tower. And again, no matter how many wolves they take down, there will, or sorry, no matter how many wards they take down, there's still the problem of the wolves. The wolves could be setting up for these Shadow Step plays throughout the mid game. That's why this is a nice little combo. So you're probably going to see XG stay kind of tight as they move across this map, and that means they might keep growing a gold lead, but they won't end up growing this really big XP lead at the very least.
Yeah.
Oh, but look at this, a little fake back here. They actually smoke in behind, not allowing any sort of a Shadow Step setup.
Interesting. Jump forward, getting the stomp.
MC.
Dark Willow dead.
MC
Does
play.
have buyback. Only hero in the game with it right now. And deciding to make this move. Now, if
Jabs
you look up
hitting
top,
top.
Jabs is taking that tier 3 tower as well.
It's a Lycan.
Same pace, pretty much.
The Wolves hit it very, very quickly. So this is going to be a tier 3 tower and likely a Rax in exchange for a tier 3 tower.
He is
Run!
careful, though. Might have the same problem that Lornov did if he comes back there with
Go!
Split push, eat your heart out. It is not as strong as it used to be with these Lycans, but it's still something you got to keep in mind.
We managed to get it, though, as the Aegis is expiring. There's no immediate smoke out here from Aurora. We don't have the classic post-Roche smoke quite yet. They got to clean up these lanes a little bit.
And there it is, the Aghanim Scepter. So Haunt is ready now, and you've got a ton of kill potential. Haunt, pop all of your stuff on him, the Bloodthorn, popping Manta, and you can probably take down these supports, as Willow, like you said, does have that full Midas completed now at 39 minutes. And you can see in comparison, like, Dark Willow's farm is going to start taking off in comparison to Mirana's if this stuff stays static. But will it remain static is a different question.
Oh, Lornov coming close to the enemy team here.
Fair enough. Come on.
He's underneath the ward.
Come on,
they
man.
Don't know about this one. Okay.
Got the spidey senses were tingling, you know?
Yeah. You got to be careful about that.
Jabs does finally queue up the BKB. He's been farming up gold for a while.
Oh my god.
Kind of just need it. You know, if you want to have any hope of actually using your abilities and your damage during your ulti,
Oily.
feels like a necessity right now for his team.
And
Oh,
Ollie just waiting for somebody to
Good
pass
one.
by as he queues up the
They
Axe.
see them bottom now. They see him. Go! Kill him!
Link grip. Also try and find a setup here for 23 Savage.
40 minutes in, and this push and pull that we're seeing between these two teams continue. When XG get together, it's really hard for Aurora to fight them, but when Aurora manage to find these pickoffs, it starts to feel a little bit better for them as well. Full butterfly completed for Ame.
He is just, the time zone damage is going to be ridiculous, right? He has the level 20 talent with a plus 80 attack speed, so currently he's getting plus 230 attack speed in the time zone alongside his allies.
And Solar Flare, yeah.
Yeah, that's a lot.
I mean, yeah, he will kill everybody, I'm pretty sure. Even through Blade Mail, probably. I mean, like, I don't know.
Warts and
This is
good
gonna
and
be a tough
spec.
one.
You take two people versus one,
I
though.
think that's why
There's a
it's one of the
Lycan
next choices
there,
as
bro.
well there. The Satanic makes sense,
Like
right?
him Lycan?
Doesn't want to be locked down by the Mask
Look at
Madness.
this Lycan Ags on
Absolutely.
Spectre.
Yeah.
Still, windows to fight.
Still winnable.
As off to the side lanes they go, turning off that Radiance and running away was Spec.
It's going to be so much pressure on 23 Savage. We talked about the pressure on Jabs, you know. It worked out. Right? They didn't get run over in the early game. They managed to kind of stabilize things. This lead isn't too crazy or anything here for XG. Now it feels like that pressure has been pressure over 23 Savage, who now jumps in.
And they find
That's
him.
a
Oh
big
my.
play, though.
Ame is there with the
Oh,
time zone.
really,
Immediately
man?
lifts him up and destroys that Bane. They force out the abilities and manage to get
They
away
forgot
with
the
everybody
SEA.
else. So the main loss there is going to be the Fiend's
Guardian Center is a big dick
But they
play.
force everybody
Doesn't
from
work
XG
for
back
them.
to the base, and 23
Next
Savage
to
gets
tower.
out.
I mean, that is definitely biting off more than you can chew. That's for
Yes.
sure. The Centaur War Runner, it's not the hero they want to go on there. That felt like a limit test. Just like, can we kill him? Like,
Yeah.
maybe?
No, it's not happening.
No,
there's
definitely
no
looks
way.
like no.
It's
Don't.
now an attempt over here. Zinq.
Oh no.
We'll see some Spectre illusions, but 22
Oh, it's
Savage is already
illusions,
out of
never
there. Did end up going for the Haunt illusion damage, by the way, on the spec. So potentials towards
That's one of the worst
Refresher or something
talents.
else.
I think I tested it
Mantas,
once.
all
It
of
does
is gonna
literally
start
nothing.
Stacking up the deeps. Maybe a chance to try and kill his support from back in the fountain.
And Aurora, they're trying to get as much XP as they can here onto Lorna. They actually leave the Wisdom Rune for him there. Q says, go ahead, I don't need it.
Right.
As they're going to jump very
Here we go.
Yeah. DY. See you later.
I mean,
Here we go.
Drop, but
Yeah.
They're playing
a little
rats.
bit too scary.
Yeah, I think good choice there.
So they secure the gem. It's BKB done on Lycan. And yeah, Q just farming away these creep camps. That's the problem, right? Anytime they just like get a little bit of separation, death. Dead on the supports, except
Take
for
the Yem.
because again, he's not going to die.
Oh, they're coming
And then
in.
found jabs. He's going to find jabs here. Has to go into that shapeshift. Yule Scepter tries to run away. Not easy to get out. And yes, the root, the finish. Dead Lycan.
That's a tough one here, though, as that means the Roche has just respawned, and he has no way back into this game right now.
They have
You
Hex.
know what? He just got his beat.
Yeah, it was
really
like
hurts. It
just
was on
done.
the courier, yeah. Oh, it feels like they needed this. They have this haunt. They wanted to use it, but 30 seconds till it's going to be coming back online. They're already in the Roche pit. You have no Lycan in this game. That's going to be giving up the Aegis and the Refresher Shard here.
Oh my
Of
god.
XG.
Look at the solar flare with this. This is a little bit of absurdity coming out. And yes, they will manage to take that for themselves. Refresher Shard 2. And now XG. Is it your time to shine? Zinq runs on down, hoping to find Q, who's hiding off to the side. In fact, we'll get him with the arrow. Went into the Shadow Realm, but don't know if that's going to be enough to get him out of trouble. Gets the blink away. Will also have a Yule Scepter assassinate. Just a little bit out of range. And so they can't quite connect onto the Dark Willow.
Nice.
Buying some extra time. And forcing a Stampede.
That was on Centaur for wasting his Shiva. He should have been smarter.
Player is going to be back in about 25 seconds. If anyone steps up here to try and delay this,
yeah,
I think Ame is just going to jump.
No, it's a death trap. Has that refresher shard too. And Q jumped upon.
Oh, come on, you
Ame
fucking
now
dumb
there, breaks the
bimbo.
Lincoln Sphere. Yule Scepter trying to survive level blink afterwards, but
From a
can't
Giga W
quite
to
manage
biggest
to
L
get
of the
out.
tournament.
Does have the Lincolns broken. They're waiting to see if they can get it
That was
again.
even worse than an MC play.
With that enfeeble, drops it onto Ame to try and get a little bit less damage done. Lincoln's broken now. Have Fiend's Grip ready, but you know that you're not going to be able to get the full duration on it. Too difficult. Jumps for the back line, wants to follow the time zone down. Storm gets to the far
Bait it
side.
out.
Ame now hits
Oh my
one
god,
to the right, and he
Lycan!
runs away, barely getting out. Able to
Jesus.
survive through it. Zinq low, a huge Curse Crown.
The fear of a lifetime!
Enough damage to take him down though. XM
He's got
drop
cheese!
lower, lower, with the cheese. He survives. Nullifier onto Ame, trying to bring down XM. There's the BKB finally used the
Oh no, he's getting fucked in the ass!
second. Wants to take down XM. They're trying to get away on 23 seconds,
no.
but it's not enough. Paranov
Oh,
is in
W!
trouble. XM will die. The Storm manages to
Oh
get
my
away,
god, it's winnable.
and somehow they hold. But will it matter? They still have a refresher shard
I
ready
like
to
it
go.
after
Ame,
mid-game.
he gets away.
But Bobbin and
How the
Raven
fuck do you play
somehow
like a mid-game
escaping
after
there.
mid-game?
Huge defense here from Aurora.
He just dies.
It is painful to lose your Spectre. There's no doubt about that. But at least, I mean, that looked like it could have been so much worse, right? People are barely getting out of the time zone, getting up to the high
He's even
ground
got
there.
44 armor.
They can breathe a little sigh of relief as they actually do leave the zone here. XG will back up and give them a chance to recoup on Aurora. They're going to keep this game going.
Somehow they hold on what felt like a death push here. As you can see, the decision to jump for the
It's like,
back
I
lines
come in
and
and
just
help.
barely getting away, and then
And-
almost took out jabs
And he
too.
just- oh my god.
All of those bashes coming out.
Yeah, and then a very clutch cheese here from XM as well, of course. They finally managed to bring down Xingqiu. Feels like they're spending so much of their effort and energy just to kill one support, but then all of a sudden it looks like XM's gonna go down, and no, cheese is there. And then 23 Savage, unfortunately, it looked good. Like, it looked like it was gonna be the mop and bucket situation where Spectre's gonna come in and clean up a fight that so many of the resources had already been expended, and now there's not that much left for the Spectre, but it wasn't the case. XM's able to just turn until finally getting cleaned up by Lornov. That's a huge part of that last fight that they needed so bad.
But it does also speak to potentially some concerns for XG. If you lose, well, not lose, if you come close in that fight, when you have Aegis, when you got Cheese, when you got all these big abilities, will they be able to execute when those are actually used up? Now, they do still have that Refresher Shard, but can they keep this sniper alive? Will it end up mattering? They got an MKB now done on Ame. Maybe he's going to be all the damage himself.
Looks like that's the plan here. Of course, it's very annoying getting through these trickster cloaks. Very annoying dealing with a lot of these items, but that's the answer now. Jabs continues to just push top.
And
a
down
defense
bottom.
is called out here by XXS at the same time.
Yeah, so they won't have the Centaur in this fight right now. They kill off the creep wave that was coming in bottom. And maybe an opportunity. Does have those bots.
I mean, look at this lane control here from Aurora. The top lane is hitting, middle is at the mid, but they're going to keep pushing in bottom.
They're doing it for real this time.
This did not work before. Will
Damage.
it work now? Do they have enough to kill off this XXS Centaur? Almost
W.
yes. They get
W.
it. And now taking buildings. Jabs, he's actually getting the split push working. Got to run away with the rest of these heroes. They don't have that many resources left from the Spectre, but Jabs has taken a whole lane on his own. And
You
now
can never lead. You can never lead.
Ame down to half HP. Ame falling lower and lower. Ame.
Base race.
That's one round. Now they don't have a script ready to take him down, but burning through that Aegis is pretty huge. And in the meantime, Jabs did so much work. Lorenz jumps in. Dude, they still have time zone, my man.
Guy's getting crazy.
That was a little bit crazy of a move, but look at the split push.
Oh, man.
Kind of a goat game.
Terrifying maneuver there from Aurora to go on that Centaur, and it was so close. Had to get that last little jump in there from 23 Savage to actually get the kill, and then immediately come back down to try and defend bottom. It ends up being a trade, but again, it's just huge stuff there.
Look at that damage.
Aurora.
4,500.
Yeah, it only took 6,411 damage to kill this Centaur. That's easy peasy.
My goodness. It showed it's possible, though. I am remembering back to our first series of the day, though, when BetBoom started to pull things back and then got shut down pretty mercilessly. Can Aurora dodge that fate here and force us to a game 3? Will it end up happening? This Scythe, super valuable on the Storm Spirit.
Yeah, going for the Scythe and also going for the Abyssal Blade next on 23 Savage. There is a theme here in the next itemization, right? Try and lock down and try and kill, because you bought these nullifiers. You're saying, we're getting rid of the saves that you have on the side of XG, and I want to be able to just click a hero and have them actually die. So that's the plan. They're going to try and chain stun Ame. They want to get him before this time zone comes out. Or if the fight's already broken down, they want to just ensure that XM actually dies. Doesn't get off this concussive grenade. Doesn't disarm.
Void,
Push
no
them back.
pressure.
For now, though, we're just going to be rotating on opposite sides of the map here. You can see Aurora, they're pinging up towards top, saying, hey, should we go push this, play up there again? They feel like they should be coming down to the bottom once more here from XG.
The
Everyone playing
minus
really tight
stuck
right now.
with
They
a
don't want
bot
to give up
is
one of these
paying
shadow
off.
step pickoffs. They know that the Haunt is also going to be coming back here pretty soon.
One of the other concerns at this point, if you're Aurora, is that the split push potential, there's still tier 2 towers up in mid as well as bottom. 23 Savage throws out those illusions, tempts fate for a moment, and then gets out. But it's a lot harder to sort of
The guy
provide
is
the
just
same
drinking.
type
He's
of
not even
damage
playing.
and sort of
It's just Lilac doing
issues
that.
on the map if you're trying to take down a tier 2 tower on the bottom lane.
That's
for
true.
Jabs.
But these waves are really annoying.
Oh yeah.
Like, they just keep pushing them out here from the Radiant side. Now that's going to be the shard finished up here on our Spectres. So
Ooh,
help with the dispersion a little bit there.
shard.
Right. So being able to activate
Probably won't
that
do a
one
lot.
and then do some extra dispersion damage, very valuable against these high damage heroes.
They still just have the Silver Edge on XM, so that's the break that they're working with right now. Could be a key factor in winning some of these engagements if you can land that. Roche up. Well, we're going to find out how long it's going to take in 30 seconds.
The other thing that we had seen built up for a little while was the Lycan Silver Edge. So Jabs queuing it up and trying to get that one completed to break the backtrack damage would be very, very nice, as well as a potential answer for Ame.
Buying out for it? Okay, now he just ran by the shop. I was terrified. I do not think that's the play. He's only got a 1,500 surplus right now, so I definitely do not think... Oh, that's going to help him, though. 3 bounty runes just found in the Dire Jungle.
Wow.
Cool.
W.
Very nice.
All right, you're welcome, team. That's going to cut the lead down a little bit.
I mean, again, we're down to 3K gold lead 52 minutes in. After XG leading so much of not just this game, but the entire series, you can see a pathway for Aurora here to find a victory.
Roche.
They can get where they need to go. Ollie is in deep.
He's trying to set up again once more. Has some vision here.
There's an opportunity. Zinq, not a great go, but if they could find somebody else who's just off on their own, it would be huge.
Yeah, it's a great game for the Ninja Gear here. Just watching out for these assassination plays with the Shadow Step can help keep him protected. And in terms of protection as well, Q has finished up the Wind Waker, so there is no buyback on this Dark Willow, but there's a huge save potential because they do not have the nullifiers on the side of XG.
And still, again, keep in mind that time zone
That's the
refresher
Midas.
is at the ready for Ame.
And it's 10 seconds till the next Roche. It's going to be spawning on that Radiant side, down
Oh,
bottom.
they gotta do
have
something with
control
this.
Here on XG. They've actually dropped a shrapnel in the pit as well here, so.
Okay.
They might just keep putting those down. Of course, has the 25 talent for it.
Looks like they're just going to miss that it's over there. And in the meantime, Bane, I think, reveals on a ward up top.
Yep, does deward it, so they 100% know that he was there. They're going to smoke up and back towards this Roche. They're going through the Twin Gate. They throw an arrow in just to see.
Oh, get out.
Yeah, Roche is up, but are they still going to go?
Are they deciding?
See? Are you going to do something?
Jabs.
Oh my god.
Jabs. Goes in. Gonna
Okay.
pop boots of bearing. Gonna try and tumble doing it.
Okay, okay, W.
Escaping.
Holy shit, perfect.
Just like that, he gets away.
What's the plan, though?
Can they turn her?
He wants to go back in.
I
And
Turn.
they're
Thinking about it. XM already getting found. There's
Hey,
the
grip.
grip. Do they have
Oily.
enough to get on top of him? Where's the help?
Hold them, damage him.
DY starting to fall.
Can the sniper bring down the sniper? Oh my god.
He doesn't have any way to go either. Renop has to zip to get away. XG
Oh,
starting
they
to
do
pick
too
up
much
speed
damage.
here now as they find the storm, able to dodge that zip, but eventually they get their kill.
I can barely hear the audience.
for it all.
Nice.
They went for the fight. They weren't sure if it was good, but they didn't want to try and wait for another engagement. There wouldn't be a shapeshift. There wouldn't be the BKB. He felt like that was his moment here from Jabs, and the team followed alongside it, but they couldn't connect everything. He throws the nullifier onto DY, tries to kill over there. They're trying to get this grip kill onto XM, but they don't have the damage in time.
And he buys out for a Desolator right now, too, on the Lycan. As you can see this yet again.
Look at this.
Everything
Boom.
got used, and of course, when
Wonderful.
they brought that refresher back in, that second time zone was what absolutely destroyed 23 Savage.
Yeah, he left and he comes back in, and then it's this re-goose attempt
You need a
here
triple
where things
buyback
kinda
here?
go awry, right? You get the grip on the sniper. Back in the main game, we got a real fight here as Lonaf jumps in.
Oh my god, rooted.
Oh my god!
What is that, man?
Oh my god, you stupid dog!
I don't know if they're going to be able
What
to
is
get
that, man?
it. As they move in, find Jabs. Jabs done. Buys back now. They only have 4 heroes to try and
GG.
defend against this onslaught that's coming.
What the hell is that?
They have looked good all year, and here on the main stage at TI trying to close this one out, secure themselves top 6. Ame hits away tier 4 towers, 23 Savage off to the
Heck,
side,
right.
hoping to do anything at all.
SCA
What do they
Dota.
have left in the tank?
Everybody wave goodbye to
Refreshers are
SCA
out.
Dota.
He goes for the back lines,
Hey,
wants to
bud,
find him,
SCA
jumps
Dota.
immediately onto DY. Do they have enough to kill him off? They do. DY dead. Zinq, the
Okay.
next target, trying to take out these supports. Looking, hunting, finding,
Okay,
killing,
2 dead.
and they're the grip,
Yeah.
but immediately they get the lift off. Now it's just the cores left alive. They buy back on the Mirana. XM
Just-
getting lower and lower, but there's nobody else to jump onto him. There it is, the nullifier hit. Still chasing, looking, time zone at the ready.
You got it, Papa,
Representative
kill
as a
him.
target. That's Q dead too. Only 3 left alive, and I don't know if they've got it in the tank. XG set to close this one out. Jab steps forward in the Innovis, and he finds him. XM. They take down the sniper. Now looking for Ame. Time zone out, trying to take him down. In trouble, can't get anything off. The cast range reduction, it's all hurting them there. 23 Savage backs
no.
away, but the throne exposed. It's all too much. XG, they're gonna win the game.
The
Heck, right.
hunt on this
GG.
round continues. They're going to knock Aurora out here in the lower bracket.
China doesn't give a fuck.
Victory.
Zero emotions.
XG. Masterfully played here.
Not even crack a smile.
Good round from them. Ame, he gets his heroes. He chooses what he wants to run and puts it together in perfect fashion. And
it's a Chinese smile, I guess.
Xingqiu Marana, not seen a ton, but obviously a painful loss here.
Point and laugh.
On this main stage. The thoughts of what could have been.
Yeah, but Aurora, I mean, they came in, they picked their Spectre again, right? They found a win with it before. They come in, they try and make this play work with the last pick, Lycan. And they almost had something there cooking. But it's not quite enough versus XG. As you can hear, I have quite a few fans here.
Unbelievable performance. And again, this team that has looked so good all year made it to multiple grand finals. They dropped down early to the lower bracket, but end up making this run here. And where does it stop? I mean, this is a team that you don't want to face in the lower bracket at all on elimination.
Now, there's a lot of pressure here, right? All the hopes of China riding on them right now. Having to win such a pivotal series versus Team Spirit just to make top 8, right? Now, having to go a little bit further here. China never finishing before top 4 at TI.
And yet again, another moment where they were able to show up in front of the fans, put on a solid performance. You can see already out there a lot of love from the crowd as they'll move on to top 6 off the back of, again, a Muerta for Ame, a time zone faceless void.
Yeah, confidence is just growing here on this team, right? It looks like they've got their ideas here for Ame, how they want to play this. Feels like they have a good idea going into the draft, and just, I don't know if they're feeling themselves, right? That's what you want.
Absolutely. Maps, the coach, says if it looks like a good game for our sniper, if it looks like a good game for that Muerta, we're going to pick it for them. As we head on over to the interview, let's hear from the Chance.
Thank you very much. Yes, indeed, I am here with XXS. How are you feeling after your first main stage series win?
在主舞台上拿下第一次胜利，感觉怎么样？
非常开心，很爽。
I'm very happy. It feels great.
Awesome. So, were there any nerves at all stepping out here onto this big, beautiful stage for the first time?
这舞台很大很漂亮，有没有任何一丝的紧张呢？
没有吧，就感觉很兴奋，打得很爽。
No nerves at all. I'm very excited.
Wow, that is cold. Ice in the veins. Excellent
Ice
stuff.
cold.
Well, very successful series from you guys. I want to ask, is the XM sniper just completely uncounterable?
就很成功的一场比赛 ，XM 的火枪是不是就一个无敌的英雄呢？
是的，他是世界第一火枪手。
Of course, he's the world's best sniper.
I'm not sure many people would disagree with you right now. And of course, it does seem like there's a lot of Chinese fans in the room right now, a lot of people traveling here to watch you play. How does that feel to have them with you right now?
现场看起来很多中国的粉丝，然后很多人也从世界各地过来看你们打比赛，感觉怎么样？有没有什么想跟他们说的？
就很感谢他们吧，然后听见他们的呐喊，就感觉更有力量。
Thank you very much for the support, and hearing your cheers makes us more powerful.
Excellent, it certainly has done. And finally from me then, you've got another series coming up. It's going to be either Tundra or Gaming you're playing against. Who would you most like to face out of those teams?
你们下一场的对手是 Tundra 或者 GG 的败者，你更希望面对哪一支战队呢？
我不是很在乎这个，感觉都差不多。
I don't really care about this. It feels about the same.
Excellent. All right, XSS, thank you so much for coming to talk to me. Best of luck in the rest of the tournament. Back to the panel.
W.
Thank you very much, Nomad,
W.
XXS, and Helen for the translation. Of course, I do want to shout out XXS Centaur. I think that in this second game of the series, he felt like the target that Aurora often wanted to go on.
Lakers
we'll
with Cloud9.
Series here with my panel, Lacoste.
Quick
this
break,
Centaur, I
Vegas.
feel like he suffered a lot
Yeah, he was definitely a center of attention for Aurora team. They were
I'll do a
focusing
little
down
liquid.
heavily.
Before that, I think I'll do a
I
quick
wanna
dog
point
walk.
out
It's
X's
gonna
says
be
every single time this guy
probably 30,
plays
40
a Blink
minutes.
Initiator, he really shines. Like he
We're
knows,
back 10
we've seen
minutes
so many
max.
multiple hero stunts coming out from him. Itemization as well. Did go for that Yule Scepter, and he was playing on a different side of the map, understanding that Aurora, they might go for a little bit of a split push action, some rat action. They did take that rack, so he buys Boots of Travel. Early investment, Blade Mail into double Bracer into Crimson, which does allow him to tank up his whole team. Did have that one Stampede misclick, but other than that, flawless performance.
And unfortunately, you see here, this was the fight that
Project
bringed
Dance,
out the sales for Aurora. Like Extreme, they held the high ground beautifully, utilizing the time zone, finding the jump. But before that, jabs on the Lycan. It was a last pick that gave us some question marks, but the early game, it was exceptional. He goes for Drum, Vlad's into Nullifier. He's opening up the game. He's trying his best to find opportunities. And something we didn't really talk about was the Wolves constantly giving vision for the Spectre to then jump, finding vision on the Void to then set up Bane grips. Like, it was incredible early game, but then just the inevitable came in. Like the late game, the mid game of Extreme, the fight is so difficult. Like to find the sniper, you have to get through the Void, you have to get through the Centaur, and even when you get there, do you have enough damage through the life drain of the Pugner? Of course, we know the answer now, it wasn't, but fair play to Aurora. They gave it a really, really good shot.
Yeah, Jabs cooked very hard on that Lycan. It looked like it kind of was a Hail Mary pick for them, where it didn't make too much sense in terms of how it fit in with the entire draft, but it gave Aurora what they needed, which was a way to play that early game, and play it they did. Unfortunately for them, XG, their team fighting was way too difficult, because you're looking at this time zone by Void. That's just a ground that neither of your supports can enter. Your Bane cannot enter the time zone, neither can your Willow. They can't play into it. You're losing two heroes who, if they walk in, they're insta-killed by Void. On top of that, it's giving, what, 150 bonus attack speed to all of the allies. That's including your Sniper and Mirana, who are also being buffed up by the Solar Flare. So you have 150 extra damage with 100 extra damage from Mirana, with extra projectile speed for both Mirana and Sniper. And the story of the game was every time Ame had time zone, the fight was insta lost for Aurora.
Yeah, you can tell that this time zone was a very strong choice. And it's the same facet he went for the previous time where we saw him play Faces Void. And I know sometimes it gives a little bit of chuckles here and there, but Lacoste is very strong.
It is super strong, and he also eliminated 23, the only player who did play Faceless Void so far at Road to TI and TI. Chrono Square is a mean spell, as we can see. You know, buffing up your allies, slowing down the enemies, a leash mechanic, great against the Storm Spirit. They did try to counter it with this early Boots of Bearing on Lycan, so you can't be slowed for a second and a half, which was not enough a lot of the times because the fights were so chaotic. And I also want to point out Jinkyu. This guy, I don't think he's enjoying playing Dota right now with the itemization that he's going for, because he's always greedy, always doing something fancy. Game 1, Solar Vlad's, very team fight oriented. Second game, Vlad's Lotus into AC. You can't click those items other than Lotus Orb. So I feel like he's just tanking one for the team, not having much fun, but you know, he's winning, so that's kind of a fun, right?
Yeah, thing is, if you win, I think you're going to be happy regardless. Tika, this game was very strong for Extreme Gaming. I do also want to talk a little bit about the sniper that we talked about a lot. We know that XM is very strong on it. Do we feel that this was a game where Aurora kind of counters it because it wasn't popping off as hard as it was in their series against Team Spirit?
Yes and no. I think they countered it in the fact that Lycan was able to play super aggressive, and the Spectre was very quick to jump in the early game. But there's still something where it's like, if you're picking Storm Spirit against Extreme, not banning the Sniper, you're just giving him a free pass in laning phase. Like, he bullied him back to the jungle, and then when you, sure, you kill him for 10, 20 minutes, but when he gets to 30 minutes and he has a BKB or a Shadow Blade or something else, then he pops off. And we already mentioned the combos with the Void, so did they counter it? No. Should teams respect it? Yes. And I'm surprised, now 2 elimination series in a row, we've seen Sniper vs Storm, Extreme win, and progress further. At what point will teams now start respecting the Sniper?
Maybe at this point. This was as far as it goes for XM and his Sniper. And someone who was taking the brunt of XM's Sniper, of course, is mid laner Lorinov, who we're going to hear some final words from Aurora.
Yeah, thanks, Sheebs. I am here with Lorinov from Aurora. Unfortunately, they have, of course, just been knocked out of the tournament. You guys were great fun to watch. Talk me through that series. What made it so difficult against Extreme Gaming?
I think we have everything to win first and second game. Actually, first game we got unlucky for active rune. He got first 3 active, but we still have a lot of choice to take a good fight. I think we don't take our fights properly.
Okay, so something to build on for next year. What do you guys hope to achieve going forward next season?
Trying to improve our play style, I think, and individually like players.
So I will say this, last year these guys, a lot of these guys were on Talon. Now you've come in and given the Lorinov buff and they've made top 8. Are the team happy with how you guys have done overall, or are you a little disappointed?
I don't know about team in general. I think we can win kind of more. They just don't have enough synergy with players, I think.
Okay, fair enough. Well, look, you've got a lot of fans around the world who are watching and enjoying Aurora play. Is there anything that you'd like to say to them?
Thanks for helping. Kind of nice.
Kind of nice, indeed. Lorinov, can we get a round of applause for Aurora and Lorinov taking the time to come and chat to us? Thank you very much.
Goodbye.
Of course, the tournament continues, and for more on that, Shiva, back to you.
Thank you very much, Pyrion and Lorinov, and I think that this Aurora has brought a lot of smiles to people's faces this last year, and Lorinov, Lacoste, definitely one of the star players for that.
Oh, absolutely. When they are winning, this is the guy that is in charge of keeping the tempo, calling the shots as well. Really glad to see him. This is his first TI reaching top 8. So, you know, you can always ask for more. You always want to thrive, get that aegis lifted. But a good start of the career, I would definitely say, and has a very good career ahead of him.
And his future is very bright. He's already left an impact on a lot of players as well. And if you watch high MMR pubs, they always have their name as Mode Lorinov Mindset. And that's because he just farms so much net worth in the first 10 minutes, and that's kind of what he's famous for. So he has a lot of pride to be taken here at this TI. It was a great debut, and his future is very, very bright.
I mean, you can just see from his reaction, it just means a lot to him, right? Like he wants to do better. He probably is like thinking about certain moments already and how to improve. So hopefully he's able to harness what happened now and then push himself forward for the future for sure.
Yeah, for Aurora, we remember the time when he came actually into Team Aurora as a stand-in, and it made the team level up and get better. And all his teammates were saying how great it was to have Lorinov join in on the squad and lift everybody's spirits up. And I'm sure that bright future for all of Aurora, not just Lorinov, of course. Aurora taking their exit here, but they did so in style. We had a Lycan, a first pick Lycan at this event, played by Jabs, and it's Purge that's going to tell us how the Lycan fits in.
Thank you, Cheever. Yeah, the Lycan was a very interesting pick this game. There was a big gap missing for Aurora Gaming, and what they really needed was something to deal with the Pugna backline and something to get on Sniper. So picking the Lycan here solved some of those problems. Here's the laning stage. He ended up getting first blood on Jabs here, wrapping the Wolves around to get behind the Pugna. And one of the reasons that it counters this hero is because Pugna just has a slow, basically. And you can decrypt the main Lycan, but the Wolves are still going to deal damage. So he gets first blood there, and then he starts moving the Wolves across the map consistently to help with these fights. Sometimes it's something as simple as a Howl. It lowers armor by 4 at level 1, which is a huge amount. And the fact that he can just get on top of the Sniper and the Pugna and out DPS him is really helpful. So here's some of his other Wolf scouting that was so impactful. Summons Wolves, crosses the map, denies runes, and what he's trying to do is find important heroes so that his team can make good decisions about what to do with their time. And because they have a Storm Spirit and a Spectre, those heroes need vision to be able to choose when it's the right time to go in. So just being able to spot out a Sniper here, get him to 75% HP to give Lorinov an opportunity to get a kill is huge. That's an ultimate there and a TP rotation from a Pugna just to keep that guy alive. And then on top of that, he's still doing the same thing with Wolves. They get vision on Ame here. They get a Fiend's Grip, they use all their global spells, and this is basically what kept them in the mid-game despite being a little bit behind in net worth. Even sometimes, it's just going to produce some little solo kills. Look at this cheeky little Nullifier from the high ground Wolves. He's back to farming. He's hit so many creeps this game. So this Wolf scouting that he did to set up kills for his cores was very impactful. It was cool to see the first pick Lycan and for it also to be successful in terms of getting kills. It didn't win in the end because the team fight's a bit weak, but it was an impressive showing.
Thank you very much, Purge. It was impressive. It almost did things, and I think that the Lycan left its mark for sure. But Aurora taking their exit here as we see Extreme Gaming moving forward, and we can take a look at this bracket. I think during the road to the international Lacoste, we had quite a few upsets, but this morning, BB Team and Aurora taking leave here against teams that they had never won a series against this year. It's not a surprise.
Yeah, I kind of expected they were just better teams in 2024, throughout the whole 2024, and also today they showed a better performance, so no real surprises, but the top part of the bracket is looking spicy.
It really is. I think, you know, my heart's hurting a bit from all the eliminations. I'm done with eliminations. Upper bracket?
Yeah, we've got Liquid versus Cloud9. We've got Liquid, you know, arguably one of the favorites after, you know, destroying Extreme in the series before. Cloud9, probably the biggest underdog left because of their, you know, what they've achieved in the year. It's like not qualified for much, and suddenly now they're in a upper bracket, top 8 or top 6 position. It's, you know, mental to think about, and then stand-in Tundra also as well. So yeah, upper bracket's looking really, really good.
How are you going to enjoy watching the games, Effie?
It's always very jarring to go from the desperation of elimination games to upper bracket and seeing how different that feels, but I am very excited for Liquid C9 because you could argue that C9 had the easiest bracket on their road to this point, so Liquid will be their true test in terms of can they actually hang with the top dogs, or was it a stroke of fate? I think they can hang. I think they've been playing incredibly well, but we'll have to see.
We will have to see, but you don't have to wait for very long because we're very close to getting our upper bracket games on your screens. We're going to swap our panel out, so Nati will take you through the rest of the day, and I'm going to leave you with some words that Liquid had before stepping into the arena today.
So far, the best moment in the tournament was winning against Extreme Gaming, for sure.
I think we played the best game of our lives this season, so...
For the first time at this tournament, I guess really clicked and played really well.
They are all falling apart, all 4, all 5 gone! As Team Liquid, for the 3rd year in a row, is going to be going to the International.
And I didn't really have like any complaints. I can be a bit of a, how do you say it, perfectionist. Like I like to watch back and criticize. And I kind of felt like there wasn't much to be negative about. So that was really nice.
The worst moment was losing to Spirit, because we got 0-2 and we played horribly.
It's frustrating when you play a team that's very, they like to trick you, or they like to like bait you in, and they like to make you do bad moves or take bad fights. And it kind of just kept on happening. That was frustrating.
After the loss, we just watched the replay, kind of analyzed the game and pointed out mistakes.
It's pretty easy to simplify and say like, okay, well this and this happened, and in order to avoid it, you know, we need to be better about, you know, the things that led up to it. So I think it's just to kind of hammer in where you screwed up and make sure you don't do it again.
Cloud9 is that they have this amazing mid player, No One. He's been playing out of his mind this tournament, and you know, I hope he won't play as good when he plays against us. So.
I think they're a pretty fun team. They've always been a little bit between like the tier 1 and tier 2 for a little bit, and I think it's cool to see them go really far with some, not necessarily new blood, but I feel like they're doing really well now.
I think the hardest match was when I was like playing Shaker against Team Spirit, because the game was like winnable, but it was 50 minutes of like not much happening.
They were just another beast, to be honest, and it felt really hard to, you know, play our normal Dota against them.
Even though we lost against Spirit earlier, I feel like BB team was pretty solid, and we kind of had to claw our way to a victory in game 1, and then in game 2 we just got smashed. And yeah, I don't know, that was probably like the biggest, where I felt like we were maybe a little bit outmatched, at least in some of the games.
Going up against Extreme was it was like hard opponent, obviously, but usually we win against them in scrims, so we were like confident a bit.
Their playstyle is kind of traditional, so they're not very surprising to play against. They can be more difficult to draft against, and so I think when you're in the game, you kind of expect the same, you know. I'm just gonna farm, he's gonna become the beast, the god carry. And you kind of just need to try and like beat them before they get there, I guess. You know, it's not so nice to go into super late game against some mega extreme gaming, the wall of China, I like to call it, where they just have like really big team fight and a carry in front, and it feels like it's very tough to play against.
In terms of how we're feeling like very confident, very good. We're playing some scrims, and especially after Peru, it wasn't like the greatest tournament we had.
a lot of ups and downs in our mood and everything, atmosphere, vibes. But I think for TI, we've been really stepping it one level up for, just for everyone to have fun and try to get everyone to play to their abilities.
It's always stressful, and there's always going to be some arguments or some conflicts. In general, I think every team has a lot of those, but we're pretty good at handling it. I think if we get a little annoyed or upset at each other, kind of just end up not making a big deal out of it, which I think is nice. I think we have to move on from you can't be like consistently upset about stuff. And I think we've been really good about it, and I think the mood is good, and I don't know, nice vibes.
Team Liquid giving us a little bit of an insight there into what happens behind the scenes when they do hit those snags in the road. But right now they haven't faced any. They're still in the upper bracket for themselves. And we're only halfway through our day at #1 here at the main event of TI 13. There's been a panel change. I'm going to be your host, Nat T. And joining me to my left, Fear, Winter, and Jenkins yet again. Jenkins, we'll start all the way down the end. How good does it feel to be in the arena in front of a crowd?
It's great to be here. This is technically my first TI in front of a crowd. I can feel the energy.
No, it's not.
It is. There was the COVID TI.
That's all the cheers for you, by the way.
Nah, that's for Team Liquid and the next guys to come up, of course, which I like that we've had 2 almost 60-minute games so far. You can tell that the players are also feeling the energy of the crowd. Like, things are different when you're actually on the playoffs main stage of TI.
Yeah. And what about yourself, Winter?
A little bit sad because my friends...
Over on the SEA, yeah, Aurora.
Yeah. But, we still have a lot of good games ahead of us, especially the current series, so excited to watch the next coming games.
Yeah, we've got Liquid up against Cloud9 and Fear. We're seeing Liquid on our screens right there. They're having a bit of a pre-series huddle. Do you think that helps get the nerves out? I mean, you're someone that's played on the stage many times before, so does this help? Was this ever an influence for you and your team?
Yeah, I definitely think it helps. It depends on the player, though, but it does help get out the nervousness before going in. Just go in as a team, huddle it up. You can just say whatever you want to say, let it out, and then go on the stage and just play your best Toto.
Yeah. We're seeing a lot of people as well, so not just the players there, but on the side of Liquid, they've got a lot of supporting staff for themselves. They've got those 3 coaches or an analyst, and then you got KP, the analyst in Jabs, then you got another coach in KP, and then you have their main coach there as Blitz. So that's 3 supporting staff, and I mean, it's working out for them, Jenkins.
And they had Jerax as well.
They did. That was a little while ago.
I mean, they've had a couple of solid years here, I feel like.
Yeah.
It's working out. I like that teams are getting more support staff. OG was the first team to really invest in a sports psychologist, and that obviously worked out for them. 2 TI wins in a row, so it makes sense that we're continuing that trend here.
Yeah. Well, look, our day, like I said, it's only halfway right now, but we've shifted to the upper bracket. We want to get things going. We want to see who's going to continue on and make a name for themselves here at TI 13. So let's bring out our very first team. Welcome to the stage, Liquid. We're seeing these 5 players walking out on stage for the first time here at TI 13. The biggest change up to them, we saw them at the last international, is their offlaner. Will they be able to get bigger results for themselves? Will they continue in the upper bracket, or will their opponents knock them down? Either way, we want to see who they're facing come out on stage as well. So let's welcome Cloud9. GT roster now. Cloud9 being in a position a lot of people wouldn't expect it. Guaranteed top 6, walking out here, having to face Team Liquid. They've had some roster changes over the years, but here they are, upper bracket, making a name for themselves. It's going to be a very close series for sure, but who exactly would have the potential advantage between Cloud9 and Liquid here in the upper bracket?
Oh, it's definitely hard to say. Both these teams got here for a reason with really strong performances. But I think if you look at LAN experience, Liquid is the team that has a lot of it. They have a lot of top 2 finishes, even recently winning a LAN tournament. So their confidence probably is through the roof right now.
Yeah, and through the group stages, I also felt like Cloud9, they weren't really tested all the way. They had some good games here and there. And this is by far their biggest test right now, going up against Liquid. And obviously, Fia already mentioned the experience that Liquid has. They have a lot more experience compared to Cloud9. But Cloud9 has impressed me with their drafts. You know, they don't have the biggest hero pool compared to all the teams around here, but they have some very, very solid strats, which has been proven to be very, very effective in the tournament.
Yeah, I agree. I think, Fear, you said on one of the panels previously that C9, they play their own version of the current meta, so they do, you know, play with the healing strats and grouping up and pushing and 5-manning. But they're one of the few teams that will still pick Tinker. Katomi often ends up being more farmed than his offlaner and sometimes enemy cores.
True.
So and I think that's what you have to do in order to make this hero work. Their drafts are very different from other teams' drafts. They've picked Carry Invoker as well. So at C9, I do feel like they are a tough nut to crack. This is not a standard team by any means.
I think there's a lot more preparation that's needed when it comes to drafting against Cloud9 because of those different play styles that they have, different heroes that they like to have for themselves as well. But the biggest thing that stands out about these two teams is that we haven't seen them play in about 5 days. So they were teams that executed and played well enough to win their seeding best of 3, go into that upper bracket, then win their next one, which guaranteed them here a spot at TI 13. And so now, with that big break for themselves, I'm wondering what they learn of other teams and how the meta might have changed for them. Are different priorities also placed out there for themselves, Winter?
I mean, this is when you mentioned about the support stuff. They have a lot more, like for Team Liquid, they have more support stuff. I mean, C9, they have 1. But the break definitely gives you a lot of time to go and look at your opponents and try to figure out, should we change anything? Because sometimes what worked in the group stage might not work further down the road. And your support staff is supposed to be able to try to figure out and identify what you are going to have to look out for in your next match.
Yeah.
Thanks for watching,
What we
guys.
got here, these are the supports. So we're talking about support staff, but what about the supports in the game, Fear?
Yeah, I mean, they have unique hero pools. We just saw Bane in the last series, but until then, it was only Fishman playing this hero. And Karomi, he's the only one playing Wyvern as a position 4. So they have their own version of the meta. They're winning with these heroes. Fishman with Karomi, very unique styles. But Fishman in particular, he's had a very unique Bane style. And I think the reason why Bane is so effective for him is just the way he is playing it on the map and how he makes the rotations, especially to like the Wisdom runes. He's always there on time, and hopefully we'll get some clips